I'm here today with Azolvi CEO Nick Barnett and Head of Business Development Tony Milford. Welcome both. Thank you for joining me.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Nick, you recently joined Azolvi as its new CEO, and you've spent the last few months engaging with colleagues across all of your regions and getting to know your customers. So what are your initial impressions of the industry?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've been here now just for 2 months, so it's not that long. And in that time, I've already visited 8 or 9 of our different locations, 4 or 5 in the UK, and another 5 or 6 across our European markets, including Germany, Spain, and the Nordics. And my impressions of the business are really exciting. We've got so much potential and so much, frankly, untapped potential that we think we can really harness over the next few months. We take quite strong positions in the sectors in which we operate. So that's obviously the copy, print, workplace technology sector, but also other sectors like fire and security, utilities, and highways and civils, and providing software solutions in those sectors. And across each of our main geographies, we have really strong dominant players in all of those fields. So I see lots of potential and lots of excitement ahead.
And what will your main priorities be for 2024?
Well, that's interesting because as many of you know, Azolvi is a business that's growing partly through organic growth, but also largely through acquisition. So as a group now, we have quite a lot of diverse products, and we're in the process at the moment of trying to identify which ones are the real future gem products that we want to invest in, and working out how to consolidate those so we can have a core product set that really suits our customers' needs and that we can invest in the future.
Tony, AI has fast become a buzzword, and it seems to be permeating every single area of the technology space. How do you see AI impacting your product portfolio and perhaps the wider technology channel as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's 12 months or so since ChatGPT hit the mainstream, and it's amazing the progress that on its own has made. We're investigating and utilising various forms of AI across the whole of our business, from marketing and sales through to support and operations. But in terms of our roadmaps, it will have a significant acceleration effect, I think, hopefully on speed of development, on the quality of code, with the ability to use AI for enhanced testing and similar sort of technological solutions that will enable us to do more quickly. And I think it's equally interesting in the workplace technology space. The manufacturers are obviously looking and using AI in their print engines for things like image enhancement and so on. And then you've got the whole area of using AI to monitor endpoints for security solutions, right through to augmented reality and AI from a product perspective, giving us the ability to put more powerful tools in the hands of engineers, and also help administration and operations people to do their jobs more effectively.
Tony, Vantage Online and My Sales Drive combined offer a compelling proposition to the print channel, in particular the environmental mapping functionality built into My Sales Drive. What plans do you have for both of those products, and how do you see the solutions helping resellers navigate what is essentially an uncertain future?
Absolutely, and they are both two really great products, as you'd expect me to say, but they're better together than they even are apart, if you like. So traditionally Azolvi have been mainly in the service and contract management solution space, but My Sales Drive was a obvious complementary add-on to our services, and the whole proposition is basically arranged around making life easier for dealers and distributors, such that they don't have to have multiple systems, unjoined up systems, in order to deliver the services they want to offer. In terms of the environmental ESG, ESR offerings, you're right, MSD has a really cool set of features that enable dealers to put together proposals that elevate and bring to the fore the positive environmental impacts that optimization of MPS and print fleets can bring to the end users. And as I'm sure everyone knows, especially in the larger space, local authorities, large corporates, the importance of the environmental credentials of their suppliers is now right at the top of the lists of the selection criteria. So we can help dealers effectively make sure that they are bringing that to the fore in a way that helps them retain and win more business.
So Nick, it's fair to say that the print market has a number of distinct requirements when it comes down to service management solutions, as all these solutions are obviously purpose-built to address these. But there's also a lot of larger blue chip organisations offering generic ERP-based solutions, for example. What's your sort of take on the generalist versus specialist choice when it comes down to ERP and service management? Sure.
I mean, obviously we take a slightly biased view on this because of where we are, but we would certainly apply the sort of general themes that a specialist is always better than a generalist for meeting your needs, and the devil is in the detail, especially in some of the larger fleets of copy print requirements. We're obviously well aware of large ERP players that are building in capabilities and looking at supporting some of the people that we've worked with on a daily basis. And we get that as a sort of trend, but we have actually seen quite an interesting reverse of that trend as well, where a number of customers that we've worked with for years have taken steps to implement ERP systems as a replacement product. And after 2 or 3 years of effort, have actually come back to us and implemented our solutions because they recognise they fit the need better for what they're trying to do. So obviously we take a lot of comfort from that and hope that trend can continue in the future.
Nick, as Olvi is essentially a buy and build business, you've made acquisitions in the UK, Nordics, DACH, and I think most recently Spain. How do you juggle these products within the vertical markets you serve, and actually how do you choose which ones to internationalise?
Yeah, it's a challenge, is the honest answer. We have, as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of products, but we tend to try and identify which are the main sort of dominant products that we can use per vertical. So we operate in 4 core verticals: the workplace technology vertical, fire and security, utilities, and highways and civils. And in each of those, we have a very strong product offering. In copy print, workplace technologies, we actually have quite a broad portfolio just there. As Tony was saying, the combination of things like Vantage Online with My Sales Drive, by combining those 2 products together, you actually get more than the sum of the parts. So we're trying to identify which are the core products in each of those verticals. And many of them only actually operate in 1 or 2 of our markets. So once we've identified that core product set, we can then internationalize it across the footprint, which I think is where many of our opportunities will come from in the next 2 to 3 years.
The print market is a mature one, and it's a sector that we've seen a lot of consolidation, mergers, acquisitions over the past few years. But that said, there seems to be an influx of new entrants in the market. Is that your experience?
Yeah. It is, to be honest. I think last 12, 18 months in the UK, we've probably seen, I think 10 or 12 businesses perhaps spun out of or launched by people who were previously working for companies that were acquired. Some of that is driven by serial entrepreneurs. Some of it's driven by salespeople who are really good at their job and are perhaps not quite as comfortable working in a larger organisation as they were in a smaller, more agile business where perhaps they had a little bit more autonomy. So, I've been in this business for over 25 years now. I think everyone would agree things tend to go in cycles. People get acquired, they split off, they set up. It's a really dynamic market, but yeah, we are seeing that as one trend, and I think the other trend is the closure of the gap, should we say, between workplace technology, managed print, and IT. You see a few attempts at IT businesses coming into the print space, but you're also obviously, for obvious reasons, seeing managed print and workplace technology companies looking to diversify their offering and moving into aspects of IT, and that presents opportunities on both sides, I think.
Actually, that's really interesting to hear, Tony. Nick, you're obviously newer to the sector. What do you think? What are your impressions?
One of the exciting trends that we're seeing in general is obviously through COVID, the copy print space particularly just took a hammering. I mean, I think it's quite obvious that everybody knew that. When no one's in offices, no one's using any of the equipment that's there. So it was a difficult sector for everyone in the industry. But I think there's a very clear acceleration of a back to work or back to the office style mentality. And we're seeing that in the UK, we're seeing it across Europe, we're seeing lots of trends of that happening in the US as well. And I think as that acceleration of people back into an office environment continues and continues to gather pace, that creates obviously just future demand for all elements of workplace technology. So I think that's also why we're seeing more new entrants in the market, because they're now capitalising on that wave of new excitement and new activity across the industry.
Tony, Nick, thank you so much. That was really interesting. You've made some great points, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to be doing with My Sales Drive and Vantage Online in the coming months and year.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I'm here today with Greg Miller, Chief Revenue Officer at Brother UK. Greg, welcome and thanks for joining me.
Hi Michelle, thanks for having me along.
So Greg, Brother UK is a 100% channel-centric business, and I know that you work really closely with your partners. One of the things I'd like to talk about is the channel rewards programme. How's that structured, and how do you help your partners build and develop new MPS sales opportunities?
Yeah, so we are 100% channel focused, and we have our Brother's Own website. So our partners can log into the Brother's Own website, which is full of lots of different collateral that they can use, so product information, etc., and training programs. But we've just updated our incentive and rewards program area, which is now called We Are Family. So they can get rewards, love to shop vouchers across a whole myriad of things, whether that be selling products, so we'll do promotions on particular products, but right through to selling contracts. So they could earn themselves love to shop vouchers on selling contracts, but also completing things like training as well.
So one thing I've noticed, there's been a lot of new product launches from Brother this year. Have you now completed everything?
There have been a lot of product launches. So we have completely refreshed our Soho monolaser and colour laser range, but also our SMB monolaser and colour ranges as well. So within Soho monolaser, it's about retaining that number one market share position. Within the colour laser for Soho, it's about giving us some additional compact products that we can put onto our Eco Pro subscription model. And then from an SMB point of view, with the monolaser products, that's again retaining that market position, strong market position, but adding in some additional features, things like speed, additional scanning capabilities, and also then refreshing that colour laser range within that the SMB market as well.
What do you see as the key print pain points that businesses are facing in today's hybrid working model, and how can Brother help address these?
Yeah, so I think there's three main areas as I see. One is security. So people are using devices away from the office. So you really got to be able to keep them secure and look at what people are actually being able and have access to print. So all Brothers devices come with print secure print features. The other thing is cost control. People using their own machines at home or had the ability during lockdown to purchase their own machines. Lots of different brands, lots of different consumables then are being bought. So with the Brother devices, again, they're connected to the cloud. They've got print management built in. We also work with partners like Kofax using their products like Printix. So we can build for a corporate organization a full solution that would have a solution for their home environment and a solution for the corporate environment, and it can really monitor all those costs. But also that brings to the next point, which is that print management piece and being able to have full access to all the devices on that network.
Can you tell me more about the Workplace by Brother campaign and how your new MPS offerings and indeed solutions fit into that?
Yeah. So Workplace by Brother, we launched that at the back end of last year. We actually did an event at Red Bull Racing for our partners where we introduced the marketing campaign, but then also launched a whole new range of SMB products. So that was received really well by the channel. So we've had lots of different topics covered by Workplace by Brother, which is the overarching theme. And as we move into the back end of this year, we're looking at sustainability, cost efficiency, and security. So linked to some of the points we talked about when we look at things like working from home and hybrid working. And we're also looking to develop a hybrid by Brother and also productivity as well.
And Brother recently repackaged and relaunched its MPS offering, so presumably that new package fits into the overarching Workplace by Brother campaign.
It ties in. We have a separate campaign that's going to be tied around all of our MPS offering, but it is obviously linked into the Workplace by Brother messaging.
So you mentioned that one of the themes for early 2024 in the Workplace by Brother campaign is going to be centred around sustainability. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that will involve?
Yeah, I think Brother as a company has been really good at having a very strong sustainability message, but we've been keeping it very quiet for a long time. So we've had toner collection and toner collection schemes for a long time. Our recycling plant at Rowabin has been zero landfill, and in fact all of our recycling plants are zero landfill, and we've had that accreditation for some time now. There's a lot of our consumables that we get back into Rowabin and they're recycled, but it doesn't really actually say it anywhere on the packaging. Now, so I think we're good at keeping our strong sustainability credentials very quiet. So I think what you'll start to see from us, and certainly in the Workplace by Brother campaign and the Sustainability by Brother, you'll see these messages getting pushed out more, and we're talking more about it because we know that our customers want to know that we've got those credentials. So you will start to see some of that pushed out.
Greg, thanks for joining me today. It's been really great having a chat. Really interesting to find out what Brother's been doing this year, and obviously a sneak preview into what's happening in 2024.
Always a pleasure, Michelle. Thanks for having me.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and I'm here today with Greg Jones, Vice President of Business Development EMEA at Kaseya, the world's leading provider of IT management and security solutions for MSPs. Greg, I'm sure a lot of you already know him. He's a well-known figure in the MSP community, and he's going to talk to us today about what's been going on at Kaseya over the last sort of 20 months and what we can look forward to in 2024. So, Greg, welcome. It's great to see you here today.
Thank you, James, and always a pleasure to be here. So, yeah, really looking forward to some really interesting insights today and looking forward to a good conversation.
So we're now nearly 20 months out from the Kaseya's acquisition of Datto in 2022. Has business returned to normal now?
Absolutely. So if we look at the last 20 months or so, it's been absolutely phenomenal, the journey. Fred Ficola, our fearless leader, our CEO, stood on stage and said he was going to take the best parts of both organisations and really put them on steroids and empower the MSP community. Yes, there's been some bumps in the road, which you expect with a small acquisition, never mind an acquisition and an integration the size of Kaseya and Datto. You know, this was a multi-billion-dollar merge in terms of the systems and the people and the teams. And looking back, it's been incredible to see the springboard that we now have to help our partners for growth, whether that be around our research and development funds. We've put more money than ever into that. Our marketing development funds to help our partners. We've revamped our partner program, the integration of all of our products and services as one unified entity. Our IT Complete platform is more complete than it has ever been. If there's one thing that's guaranteed with IT Complete, it never stands still. You know, we're always looking at the boundaries, saying, how do we keep it complete to help our partners on their journey of that digital transformation improving their business operational maturity. So yeah, it's been incredible. We've opened new offices, we've added extra headcount in terms of staffing, we've made more acquisitions. So if we look at the acquisition trail, Datto, it's 20 months ago, but it's quite old hat. There's been more since then. And again, that comes out of not from a Kaseya point of view, what do we want to add to the portfolio? This is direct feedback from the MSP community and our partners. In our pulse checks, that's where an executive sits down with our partner and says, what are your challenges within your business? How can we help you more? What do you need in terms of technology, solution and services? What are you struggling with? Once we roll those all up, and there's thousands of them across a year, and feedback from our CEO council, our product advisory board, we then look to make acquisitions. We look at what's going on in the market. So it's been phenomenal. It truly has. There's been some lesson learned. Have we dropped the ball? We have dropped the ball on a couple of occasions. But yeah, we are very proud of where we are at the moment, and certainly what we've achieved as a collective team over the last 20 months.
So it's no secret that after the acquisition there were a few sort of problems with billing systems and the like. Have they all been resolved now?
We are very, very close now. So we did have an issue around the acquisition, around billing. It affected a very small number of our partners in terms of single digits if you look at a percentage. But obviously we're transacting with over 55,000 MSPs across the globe. And even if that number was 0.01%, it would be too high for us. With any acquisition, there is always lessons learned. Everybody, I guess, is clever in hindsight, and there are things that we wish maybe we'd have done slightly different. And obviously, we do wish we wouldn't have had problems, but I can assure all MSPs out there that, we are on top of this. All issues will be resolved, and we are working speedily towards a resolution on this.
Obviously, that data acquisition was a massive one to swallow. Have you got others on the horizon?
Yeah, absolutely, James. So Datto was our largest acquisition to date in terms of 6.2 billion in the market. However, we have made a number of acquisitions since the Datto acquisition. Some of those being around, for instance, Varnahai are automated penetration testing companies for MSP. And there are many more that we look at on a constant basis, really. There are more in the pipeline, obviously all under commercial confidence at the moment, so I can't release anything around that. However, we are continually looking to improve our IT complete platform. And what that means is we need to look at the most cutting edge technology, whether that be bleeding edge, leading edge, to keep our partners ahead of the game for their customers. So we are continually looking at the market. What do we need to add to our stack of technology to keep IT complete ahead of the curve and keep our partners being able to deliver on their promise to their customers? Because
IT complete is actually getting very diverse, isn't it? And it's not just about sort of IT management, security. There's sort of business management stuff in there as well. Is that a sort of key aspect of that solution?
Yeah, absolutely. So IT Complete is not just about technology. Obviously, we are a global multi-billion-dollar technology company, and we are here to support MSPs. But it's not just about bringing enterprise-grade technology down to support MSPs. It's about much more than that. It's about supporting them in all areas of their business, whether that be digital transformation, business processes, sales and marketing, insights, as well as the technology and tools. So yeah, it is very, very diverse in terms of IT Complete platform. And ultimately, it is a platform that our partners across the globe can use as a springboard for growth within their business.
And what are the sort of benefits for partners in having that one complete platform?
Yeah, so great question, James. And MSPs at the moment in the marketplace are really struggling with vendor consolidation. The amount of vendors that they have to deal with just to deliver their service. So on average, MSPs typically tend to have around about 17 different vendors that they align themselves with to deliver their service and promise to their customers. Now that means 17 different account managers, 17 different software updates, 17 different invoices, arguably 17 different headaches or relationship managers. And for us, it's about helping our partners around consolidation, not necessarily have to go out to 17, 16, 20 different vendors out there. If we could reduce those numbers by even 3, 4, 5, it massively helps. Certainly our partners become more profitable, more productive within every area of their business.
So there's a lot of sort of uncertainty globally at the moment, both economically and politically. Do you think that's going to have any impact on the MSP market?
Yeah, absolutely, James. So what we typically see in times of uncertainty or maybe a pullback, whether that be, recession or economic downturn, however we want to phrase that, is IT and technology typically does well. We get to ride the wave, ride the storm, or weather the storm, should I say, in a really positive way. However, when we look back to kind of 2008, that was very slightly different. We've seen a lot of organizations actually cutting some of their technology spend with the vendors that they deal with, and certainly holding large scale projects off and delaying projects. We're actually not seeing that at the moment in the marketplace. So we are, although there is economic uncertainty, we are seeing a very buoyant technology industry going forward. Our sales are up at Kaseya in terms of our organic growth is around about 30% at the moment, with a EBITDA of around 35% profitability, and that is obviously across a multi-billion-dollar tech giant with a kind of turnovers in excess of 1.5 billion. We're seeing a lot of organizations actually now leaning into technology to facilitate growth and actually help them through economic uncertainty or downturn, certainly around being more profitable and productive. And this is really followed on since COVID-19. COVID-19 certainly changed the way the world delivered business through technology. And many MSPs done an absolutely sterling and staggering job of kickstarting the cogs of industry and getting many businesses up and running and operational after the pandemic hit. And what a lot of these businesses have realized is they're actually now more profitable and more productive than ever before by leaning into technology. And that's a really interesting shift, because many of those businesses, if you ask them, 2-3 years ago, could they use remote working or hybrid working? Many of those businesses said they couldn't use that technology because they were different in their business. However, a little thing like a health pandemic, changed the way they see the world in terms of how they conduct business. And ultimately, this was not about, bleeding edge or leading edge technology. A lot of it was just around looking at things through a different lens, changing some basic business processes. So it wasn't leading edge and bleeding edge technology. Some of it was quite arguably mundane or laborious, 101 technology, the likes of, Teams and Zooms that just facilitated remote video, remote conferencing, and it's transformed the way we conduct business. So still very, very buoyant about the market and what's ahead.
How has the MSP landscape sort of changed in 2023? Have there been any sort of big shifts?
Yeah, so great question, James. And we've seen a lot of change within the market. If there's one thing that's certain in businesses, nothing stays the same forever. And the market is continually evolving. We're seeing a huge uptake. MSPs now leading with security. So more evolving from MSP to MSSP, a managed security service provider, rather than just a managed service provider. We've also seen a huge opportunity around the co-managed space. I think I mentioned mentioned earlier, co-managed is really just where an IT or a technology MSP works with a business that has an element of IT already within that business, whether it be an IT department or an IT champion. Many of those businesses are now looking to partner with MSPs to help them. And again, that come on the back of COVID-19 because they realised they were not as agile to get up and running, or in the use of technology, they were not as proficient as some of the smaller businesses out there. So they're now looking to MSPs to help them with that digital transformation piece, how they can do more with less and really lean into technology. It's also been a really interesting year around the shift in the workforce really, and finding good tech talent, and more importantly, retaining good tech talent. And again, many SMBs, SMEs out there are leaning towards MSPs to help recruit good tech people within their business. And it's been a very interesting shift. We've seen a huge explosion around the bottom end of the market in terms of the workload. So offloading some of those quite mundane and laborious tasks and 101 basic things to free up time on their service desk with their internal resources, or actually deal with the other end of the spectrum, the really technical pieces of work that are maybe outside of their skill set or very, very expensive to retain that good tech talent. And it also as well protect many MSPs out there, SMBs and SMEs around if somebody goes on holiday, they have an external resource to be able to leverage. Or if, somebody goes off sick or wins the lottery and doesn't come in tomorrow, what happens to those businesses where they're left with a skills shortage? So a very interesting shift in the market, and still security is topical as ever. We're seeing the threat landscape explode at the moment at a rate of knots. So that's absolutely huge.
So Greg, you've mentioned cybersecurity and the importance of that for MSPs and MSSPs. Now, you don't see that tailing off at all? That's going to carry on being a massive area?
Absolutely. We've been talking about this on stage for kind of the last 8 or 10 years, and we know this is not going to slow down anytime soon. It's certainly accelerating. COVID-19 created more opportunities than ever for bad actors. We've seen a huge increase in terms of the criminal activity and even the sophistication of the attacks now, from, kind of in the digital world, but even in the real world, we're seeing so many different types of threat actors out there, bad actors, and it's so scary in terms of how at risk SMBs and SMEs are to ransomware, cybercrime overall. It was only last year that we actually seen cybercrime overtake crime in the real world. Now, we all throw away many comments in the IT industry, but if we stop and think about that for a moment, that is a horrific fact. If we look at the kind of last couple of 1,000 years of evolution of crime in the real world, being overtaken in arguably what IT has been mainstream for 30, maybe 40 years, and it's now been accelerated. There's more crime online than in the real world. We've also seen a lot of sophistication around the bad actors and criminal organisations. Certainly on the back of the troubles in the Ukraine at the moment, we've seen a fallout of a large criminal organisation out there. And it was obviously some of those bad actors that were for and against, having a fallout and releasing some confidential information about that organisation. And it was just incredible to see how far the rabbit hole goes and what the complexity of the honeycomb behind these kind of organisations. These are organisations that have millions and millions of pounds in their marketing budget alone. They operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, multiple geographical locations across the globe. They have customer services departments to help you pay the ransom. It's just unbelievable. And And for SMBs, SMEs, certainly in the UKI, over 40 billion is being spent at the moment to protect businesses. What we want to ensure is not only about bringing our enterprise grade technology to support MSPs, but it's about making sure our partners get their slice of the pie as well in terms of capitalising on that and protecting businesses out there. Our most State of the MSP channel report shows some of the stats, some of the figures that are going on out there. You know, there is so much opportunity at the moment in the marketplace.
So Greg, obviously Kaseya is a very acquisitive company, but there's a lot of M&A activity actually in the partner community as well. How are you sort of helping MSPs sort of seize the opportunities there?
Yes, that's a great question, James. And there is a huge amount of M&A at the moment going on for many different reasons due to the economy, certainly a lot of funds coming in from overseas. That's larger MSPs looking to expand into new markets, or some of the larger organisations that are looking to break into the MSP space because it is so lucrative. This is an area where our partners really struggled. And we conduct what are called pulse checks. That's where our executives within the business sit down with our partners and ask them, how is your business? What are your challenges? What are your concerns? What are you really struggling with? And one of those areas that came to the top was around M&A. So we've actually launched an M&A concierge service that helps our partners. If you take the full stack, it's totally free of charge for you as an MSP, but we actually help you with that process, how to build your business to exit. Maybe it's not a brokerage service, but maybe you're wanting to know which MSPs are in the market to either buy or to sell. We've got that kind of information and knowledge. And these are, we've got Ken Rolson, who's going to be heading this up for us, who was the CEO of New CMI over in Ireland. And he's done so many acquisitions within the MSP space. Certainly a legend in the MSP space when you look at M&A. He's come on board to help Kaseya deliver on that promise to all of our partner base, really. So all MSPs should have one eye on M&A, whether it's they're looking to sell now or an eye to exit their business in the future, because it takes time to change within your business to get ready to sell, whether that's documentation or business process, all the things that you can do now to improve your multiplier. And we're seeing really high multipliers at the moment still in the market. It's pulled back a little, but we are still seeing high multipliers. Very, very buoyant market. And ultimately, that's just an example of where we adapt our service, our partner program, to help support our partners with what they need on the ground. Coming back to my comment earlier, it's not just all about the technology. It's about helping our partners improve their business operational maturity level within their business.
So what should MSPs be going to their vendors for in 2024?
So my advice for all MSPs out there would be to challenge your vendors. Many of your vendors will talk about being a strategic partner of yours. What does that actually mean? Certainly when I was on the MSP side of the fence before I joined Kaseya and Datto, I worked for many years as an MSP, and I used to challenge all of my vendors and ask for help in all areas of your business. It's not just about the technology, tools, or the shiny new things. It's about helping with business processes, how they can help you achieve your goals, whether that be written down, whether it be a pipe dream, whether it be around cyber resiliency. It's no longer just about cyber security, it's about cyber resiliency. What does that mean? Whether you're using a framework like NIST or some of our latest information that we've released to the market in terms of our research that's going on, leverage the likes of this documentation. Ask your vendors for help, training and support with education for all of your staff within your business. Certainly when we look at cyber resiliency, the biggest weakness to any business is always the human. Irrelevant of how much you've got in your IT budget or where you are on your cyber resiliency journey, the biggest risk is me, the blob of water, the human walking around. Use the resources that your vendors have around education, training, development. Certainly here at Kaseya, we're doing so much to help our partners that is away from the technology. It's about helping with all areas of your business. So if we look at the likes of sales and marketing, this is an area that MSPs massively struggle with. Many MSPs spend, I use an analogy, time polishing their speedboat, but they forget to put the outboard engines on, which is sales and marketing. We help our partners with sales and marketing. We have a platform dedicated to delivering sales and marketing out of a box for MSPs. We also have millions and millions of pounds to help partners put events on to attract new customers, new prospects into their business, retain their existing partner base. Maybe that's upsell and cross-sell their existing book of business. Our marketing development funds is a pot of money that our partners can access to drive growth within their business. So my tip to all MSPs would be challenge your vendors. Don't just take the kind of status quo, we're a strategic partner. Ask the question, show me how can you help my business? If that be around cybersecurity, whether it be sales, whether it be marketing, really leverage those relationships. And if you're getting an unexpected feedback or the feedback that you're not expecting, maybe it's time to challenge whether going forward they should be a partner of yours within your MSP business.
So Greg, what can we look forward to from Kaseya in 2024?
So great question, James. A huge amount. We are pushing more than ever, faster than ever, to keep our partners ahead of the curve, whether that be bringing bleeding edge, leading edge technology to market, to keep our IT complete platform complete, but much more than that. It's all around support, how partners can use Kaseya and Datto to really springboard their success, accelerate their business faster than they ever have before. And a lot of that is around things that we are doing within the market next year. We've put more than ever into our MDF, our marketing development funds. That's a pot of money that is for MSPs to really drive growth within their business. So we'll look to match fund events for partners to attract new customers, upsell their existing customer base, whether that be upsell or cross-sell, but really help them within their business. Certainly a lot more around sales and marketing to empower our partners across the globe, because that is one area that MSPs really struggle with in terms of the sales and marketing engine within their business. And finally, I would say a lot around training, education, development, keeping our partners abreast of what is happening in the market, but also how they can take that education, training, cascade it down into their business to help their business growth and all of their teams. So we're putting on lots of events. When we look at local regional events, we have Kaseya Connect Locals, which is, we touch a little bit on products and services in those events, but it's more about education, training, development, how we can help our partners on their business operational maturity level. And then, of course, we have our 4 main events across the year, 2 of the Kaseya Connect Global events that we have, and the Kaseya DattoCon events, one in the US, one in EMEA. Those are unbelievable events in terms of electrifying from a kind of presence and a feel, but also the amount of buzz in the room around people wanting to do more within their businesses, really wanting to push the boundaries of what is possible with technology and business. If we look at our most recent one out in Miami that we've just had, our Kaseya DattoCon in Miami, that had over 3,500 industry experts, leaders coming together to share a plethora of knowledge and information to really help facilitate growth in every business. If you've never been to one of those events, I suggest you certainly check them out. So lots to come, and some really exciting announcements next year that unfortunately I can't go into today.
So Greg, thank you very much for those insights. Very interesting chat. I think I speak for everyone. I say look forward to everything that Kaseya does in 2024. If you want to get a sort of insight into how the market has changed in the last year, I refer you to the Kaseya, the Datto MSP State of the Nation report. It's well worth the read. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Greg.
Fantastic. Thank you, James, for having me on. Always a pleasure, never a chore, sir.
So I'm joined today by Richard Wells, Head of Office Print Sales at Epson UK. Welcome, Richard, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Delighted to be with you.
So uniquely, from day one, Epson has consistently focused on sustainability, and the sustainability in particular of its heat-free inkjet printing range. Now that sustainability has fast become a buzzword, do you think, or are you finding it a little bit harder to differentiate and stand out?
That's a really good question, and sustainability, as you quite rightly say, has always been at the forefront of what we do, but not just in our products, but in the way we operate ourselves. Right, going back to when we started, we've always had a sustainable view of life, and where our head office is on Lake Suwa, S-U-W-A, we've always taken the view that we need to take out of the lake the water that we use. When we put it back, it's in a better condition than when we took it out. So it's not just about the products. The products are really important, and the technologies that we deploy do allow us to offer more sustainable solutions than some of the other options that are out there. But you're quite right, sustainability has really become the key sort of topic at the minute, and for good reason, and we're delighted that it has, because the world needs to wake up to the changes that need to be made. And that's where we find that a lot of people want to be more sustainability. They understand sustainability as a wide topic, but of course there's many different views of what sustainability means. And we're finding that a lot of people are talking about perhaps areas such as the amount of recycled materials that's used in machines. And that's on an increase, both from an obligation under government guidelines across Europe, but also from companies wanting to do a better thing. And we think, again, that's a great thing that people have encompassed that. We've always looked at this as part of our portfolio across the many products we do, not just inkjet printing, and made sure that, we are looking at that. We look at the packaging that's used. Can we improve what we're doing there? The energy that we use in our own facilities, especially our manufacturing facilities. And of course, the one that we talk about quite a lot is how much energy is used to be able to create prints. Now, with Epson technology and the heat-free technology that we talk about using, and I'm not going to get too technical here, but piezo head in our inkjet system, we have an ability to be able to produce prints with tiny amounts of energy, which is just used to create a pulse to release the ink. That means no heat is required in the printing process, and of course it does reduce the amount of energy that's used, and that in turn offers great savings in the amount of CO2 that was produced when the energy itself was produced. So if you use less in the printing process energy, then you have in fact been able to assist with many areas of sustainability. Of course, all of these topics, and some of the ones that other manufacturers talk about quite a lot at the minute, are all very worthwhile, and they all have a place, and they're all doing a positive impact to the industry, which we're delighted that everybody wants to take a more sustainable approach to life. And just discerning which is the best is very difficult for a consumer, and our answer is they're all good. Everybody's approach, a sustainable approach, is a good thing. We just try to make it easier for people to understand, something that's easier to understand and measure. So we use our optimization report that quite clearly shows how much energy can be saved by using an Epson product rather than the alternatives, typically from laser, but obviously other technologies as well. And we'd like to think that we're in a good place, that our message is understood, that people do see us as a sustainable solution. We're not the only one. Everybody, as I said, is sort of getting involved, and that's a good thing, but we'd like to think we perhaps just have our noses ahead of most of the field.
The launch of the AMC range earlier this year plugged an important gap in your portfolio. At the time, you said it opened up a massive new addressable market for Epson and partners. So how successful has that range gone down with your reseller partners, and is it helping them to win new business?
You'll notice I smile when people talk about AMC, because it's a very proud moment for me and Epson when we were able to bring this product to market. We knew that the MPS industry in many developed regions, especially in UK and Western Europe, depended on the requirement for an A3 medium to high volume machine, and AMC gives us that, and it is such an exciting product for us to bring to market, and it did open up such a much bigger addressable market for us and our resellers. Most of our resellers that work with us completely understand the value offering and how putting sustainability, reliability and efficiency of operation ahead of many of the other considerations that are typically made when buying an MFP. And they felt like they couldn't really offer a full solution previously with Epson because there was gaps, and the gap was right in the middle where many of their customers actually sat. So opening up and giving them a product which isn't just filling the gap, but actually exceeding what was in the market and bringing that together in a very compact and precise technology, which is part of our sort of essence of what we try to do, in a very small footprint, tiny amounts of energy being used, as is the case with all our heat-free technology, but with the functionality that people needed to be able to service the requirements of their customer, and giving them the ability to put things such as inner finishes to further, save space, made a big difference. And I have to say it's been exceptional. We set some ambitious targets. We met, and our dealers met, I should say, rather than us. Our dealers exceeded those targets, and that's continuing. So it's been really exciting to see how it's made a difference to our businesses, but more importantly, it's made a difference to our partners' businesses and allowed them to sell the technology they really want to promote to their customers who are very sustainability savvy these days.
So following on from the previous question, have you got any plans to further extend your range you're offering in the coming months?
Oh, that would be telling, giving view of our roadmap. But yes, the work is not done. We don't perceive there's too many major gaps in the offering that we have today, because not only are we talking about our office products that fall within my division, but we've got a whole array of really highly advantageous solutions in print already, and also in document management through our scanner range and our EcoTank products, which are also available for the office, not just for the home market. And that obviously is really important to us, because that's allowing people to move away from cartridge-based solutions where they may use up to 35 times more cartridges than they would if they used an EcoTank and the sort of ink cartridges, ink bottles that get supplied for that. So we're already addressing much more of the market than perhaps some people perceive. I'd also say that market also stretches out to technologies that most other people don't work with. For instance, we have a highly successful label range, which again uses our heat-free technology and the same systems for printing. And we also extend that into our wide format, where we've been market leader for many years in most sectors, but we're seeing more and more of the office style wide format transferring to Epson. So we've already got quite a lot of the marketplace covered, and probably more than most people because of those extra products. But yes, we've identified that there is need to bring in some further products in the not too distant future, and they're actually born out of the need to address how the marketplace has changed, and more importantly how the print user has changed. We've been hearing for many years about the decline of office print. The actual numbers of decline are very, very small. The numbers of pages being printed aren't going down drastically. where and on what people are printing is the thing that's changed. And it's never changed more than over the last few years because of the pandemic, people going to work from home, then coming back to the office in some cases, going into agile working in others, being in the office perhaps 3 days a week rather than 5 days. And all of these changes are bringing about a changing requirement for printing. One which really is depending on balanced deployment, as we call it. So looking at what you actually print and what do you need to have in the office to deal with the high demand that comes perhaps in 3 days of office occupancy rather than 5, and making sure you've got a good balance of solutions. But when people are printing in volume at home, having the sort of devices that allow them to do that. So yes, there will be a couple of more launches before too long, and I'm sure we'll keep everybody abreast of when they're coming.
The MPS market continues to evolve, and there's been a reinvention to some extent of the model that's traditionally been delivered by the copier channel. Is this something that Epson is looking to address with a view to expanding your routes to market?
Simple answer is yes. Addressable market's important to us, as it is to everybody. And having strong home and home office products, as we've always had, was always a bedrock of what we've achieved. But when we went into the office space, we had to sort of work out who addresses and holds that market. And I'd like to think that my knowledge prior to Epson has helped me understand what that marketplace in the UK looks like. And it isn't the sole preserve of the copier industry. Whilst the majority of the requirements are fulfilled by absolute value added resellers, so people who add a lot of expertise, have the infrastructure and the ability to ongoingly support customers with all of their needs around an MPS solution. It isn't what everybody needs, especially as businesses have changed. There's a lot more smaller businesses who work in a different way and therefore have different requirements. So we've seen a growing trend across Europe, but particularly in the UK, that there is more need to embrace and work with the IT resellers to address parts of the market that their customers want to deal with them for. So we're trying to make sure that we've got the right offerings brought to market, from a preferred sort of route for people, as well as just saying the products are great and they're out there. Our copier channel, which we call the Solutions Plus channel, is very, very expert in what they do. They're very good at creating the understanding of value and sustainability benefits that our products do, and they do a fantastic job. But we must embrace the wider routes to market, which we already do, we already have, and we will be doing in a greater degree as we go forward.
Richard, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a really interesting chat, and I look forward to hearing more about what Epson has in store next year.
Thank you, Michelle. It's been a pleasure. And yes, lots more to talk about in the coming months.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller Magazine, and I'm here today talking to David Yates, CEO and co-founder of Gigabit Networks, a full fibre ISP. We're going to be talking about the company and the opportunities for the channel. David, good to have you here.
Great to be here, James. Thanks very much for having me.
Perhaps we could start, if you could give me a quick sort of introduction on Gigabit Networks.
Yeah, where do you want me to start, right at the beginning? Well, Gigabit Networks, as you say, is a full fibre ISP. We're headquartered in Leicester in the Midlands, and that was where we initially started. That was our initial region. Since then, we've gone nationwide, so we can provide services nationwide. But essentially what Gigabit Networks does is provide plumbing, gigabit-capable connectivity to the internet, and basically what that does is allows your sort of readership, the resellers, MSPs, to actually deliver over-the-top services much faster and more reliably. One of the things, obviously, what that does is it improves customer service because you get less support calls. Because most of the support calls you get are because the internet has gone down, not because of your product.
Very good. And you started out in the Midlands, and who are your connectivity sort of partners?
Okay, so we aggregate a number of different altnets together, and we've just recently onboarded OpenReach as well, so we've got quite a large footprint. But initially we started in Leicester, Nottingham and Derby. That was our 3 key cities, and we launched the product with CityFibre. We became the CityFibre City Champions for those 3 cities. So we were the first sort of regional CityFibre champion, I guess. Since then, obviously, we started this business in 2020, believe it or not, right before the pandemic hit and the lockdown. Originally we had a direct B2B model and for SME businesses, but of course with the lockdown, that business plan went straight out the window, and we pivoted like mad to basically find something to do. We looked at the market and said, who's using this stuff, who needs it the most. So gigabit connectivity, who needs high-speed, reliable internet connectivity right now? And the answer was fairly obvious, actually. It was healthcare, it was logistics companies, it was education establishments, And so we basically looked at that market, and we offered a product to that market at the time when they needed it most. And one of the things we did is we tapped into the corporate social responsibility budgets of the larger concerns in the region, people like Coventry Building Society, Next, Boots, for example. And we got them to sponsor circuits into community, into the community centres, into the schools, etc. And that's where we basically managed to get through the pandemic the way we did.
Okay, and after that, you pivoted towards the channel.
Well, so now, obviously, we had a direct B2B model at the beginning, but that showed us that actually that direct B2B model probably wasn't the right thing, because even after the first lockdown, SME businesses still weren't going back to the office. So there was no longevity in that for us. So first of all, we pivoted into consumer business, because obviously people were working from home. More people needed better quality internet, and we served that demand essentially. So we started delivering consumer services. Off the back of that, obviously, we then realised that the channel was probably the way to actually attract the B2B customers. So whilst we still have larger, I would call them enterprise class clients, people like the NHS in Leicestershire, for example, we see most of our business now coming via channel partners. And we want to get to 80% of our B2B business, or B2B2B business, to come via the channel.
And so what sort of benefits do you offer the channel? What are your sort of USPs for them?
Well, I think we are, there's lots of large concerns out there who provide connectivity. We provide connectivity. It's plumbing. It's fairly, it goes in, it works, it's great. So we get the likes of Geocom. Geocom are a very large player in the market. We don't necessarily compete with those guys, because they've got a large number of partners, resellers if you like, and they're very transactional. We don't want to be necessarily transactional with our partners. We want to work with our partners, and we call them partners. And there's not a one size fits all here. So we don't pigeonhole them into a bronze, silver, gold partner. There is no such thing as that. What we do is we like to sit down with our partners and say, what are your ambitions? Where do you want to get to, and how can we help you get there? So some of the things which you'll get from us, which you may not get from the likes of the Gamma or the Geocoms of this world, is almost bespoke marketing support. Okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to do a door knocking campaign? Well, we can probably find people to help you do that, and actually provide you the collateral to do it also. Do you want to do direct mail, or do you want to do a digital campaign? So we've got expertise in-house in Gigabit that will help you do that. So you don't need to have the expertise. You don't need to employ an agency. We can actually help you achieve that. And we've had some really good success with some of our smaller partners in particular. Yeah.
So, and do partners come to you having worked with a different ISP before, or are they sort of new?
Well, I think a lot of we found great success amongst the smaller, I would call it smaller telecoms resellers. So people who maybe just want to be more than a number. Okay, so they want to extend their business, want to expand their business and grow their business, and we can help them do that. So they may have bought from other people before. They were bought from Gamma, Geocom, or whoever it is, but they are looking for a different a different kind of product or a different kind of service overlay, I guess, and I think that's what we can deliver to them. And then you've got the partners who come to us who maybe haven't had connectivity as a major part of their portfolio. It's been provided as part of an overall package. And those guys are the smaller MSPs, people that are providing those over-the-top services, whether it's cloud services, voice, IT support, whatever it is. But essentially what we can provide them is that faster, more reliable infrastructure, fibre infrastructure, which essentially means less support calls, a better customer experience.
And how have you grown since 2020?
Wow, yeah, I mean, obviously through the pandemic it was an interesting time, but I mean, we've actually achieved 70% compound annual growth over the last 3 years, and that's in revenues. And in terms of connections, probably nearer 100% compound annual growth. So, I mean, we've actually done extremely well, and the reason for that is we've concentrated purely on the connectivity piece rather than trying to diversify out.
And what for you are the big sort of growth drivers at the moment?
Well, I mean, obviously, in terms of this current market, the PSTN switch off is obviously a major driving force in terms of basically pushing people towards full fibre connectivity. So copper is going to be switched off by 2025, and it stopped sell essentially already. It stopped selling in a lot of exchanges already. So the worrying factor this is, and this is a real opportunity for the MSPs and the resellers out there, is that 30% of SME businesses, only 30% actually realise something's happening, and less than 10% of those have actually got a plan. Okay, so there's a massive market out there. 60-70% of SME business out there don't actually know what's happening. So we need to educate that base, and there's a huge opportunity for connectivity refresh into that base. So I think that's a major thing driving the market at this moment in time. Obviously, the other thing that's driving the market is the full fibre rollout. So Project Gigabit from the government, great, fantastic. £4 billion worth of additional investment for rural areas in particular. You've obviously got the large altnets like City Fibre and so on, who are building out to millions of homes. They're not catching as many businesses as they should, though, and that's one of the things. That's probably one of the challenges which is facing us at this moment in time.
Why is that?
Like most fibre providers, most fibre infrastructure providers or builders are concentrating on the density. So obviously consumer properties or residential properties are much denser than business properties, and actually easier to get to. Okay, so for example, very simple thing is you may have a street of houses. You've essentially got a very small dig to get to each one. Okay, whereas you've got a business park, it's quite extensive infrastructure you have to lay to actually get to businesses. So whilst we pass a lot of this very small businesses, SME, small office, home office, it could be retail outlets, for example, on the high street. There's a lot of those we actually think, but in terms of large business parks, not so much. That's really delivered via Ethernet now. Yeah.
And so as well as sort of going past more businesses, are there any other changes you'd like to see to help drive the market?
Well, I think coming back to the previous point first, I think, James, is obviously what we do is we aggregate up different providers. So City Fibre was our first provider. We've added full fibre networks. We've added digital infrastructure. We've added fibre and wireless. So we've now got 4 key altnets on our platform. Those altnets deliver approximately 70,000 business customers, okay, on full fibre, FTTP essentially, okay. We've just recently onboarded OpenReach, which adds another 300,000 to 400,000 business properties. So our footprint is growing all the time, and we're only going to expand that. So we'll be adding more altnets to get more coverage across the UK. On top of that, our Ethernet capability, we're now covering about 170,000 business premises with Ethernet. So that's, we haven't connected them all, but that's availability to us. So we've got quite a large footprint for resellers to sell into at this moment in time. And what our ambitions are is obviously we want to get to over 1 million business premises past, essentially, that we can actually connect to. If we get to that, and we hopefully get to that within the next sort of 12 months, then we've got a fantastic footprint for resellers to actually enjoy.
And so as your sort of network expands, you'll be looking for resellers in different geographical areas?
Yeah, so obviously, right at the beginning, we were very much focused on the Midlands. We developed that business in the Midlands. We obviously had channel partners who are working in the Midlands area. I think I'd love to say that we delighted them so much that we decided to take it national, and we kind of joke about that, but actually that's kind of what happened in its essence. So we decided to take that footprint and go national with it. So we now have a national footprint, so we can sell across the UK, and we're looking for channel partners wherever they are, essentially, and looking for those now.
And what are some of your other priorities for 2024?
Well, obviously, growing the number of channel partners we have is our core priority. We'll be adding more footprint to our network, obviously, and that will enhance the product and the offering, essentially, across that. We're looking at new services. Okay, so one of the things which anybody that's sold connectivity will realise that the route to cash is actually quite a long one, especially when you're talking about dedicated fibre like Ethernet products. So it could be as much as 12 to 16 weeks before you actually get that product installed. We'll be introducing Ethernet over FTTP, which will allow us to deploy Ethernet services in 10 to 20 days. So the route to cash is obviously going to be greatly shortened for the reseller and the channel partner. So that's a key important thing for us as well. And we'll be offering, and one of the things we're going to be doing as well is multi-gig services. So we'll be able to provide true multi-gig products, 2.5 gigabit per second, and so on FTTP products. So I think those are some key things which we are going to be delivering in the next sort of 12 to 18 months.
So is that sort of time to cash an obstacle for resellers, and are there any other things that you think you should address?
Yeah, well, look, I think there's a number of challenges in this industry, in the connectivity industry, in particular the fibre industry. I mean, obviously one is, as we say, that route to cash, but a lot of that is because of issues like with way leaves, for example. Okay, so a way leave is where a landlord has to consent to us essentially digging to that building and putting fibre in the building. In real terms, the government needs to address some of these issues, but I mean that can cause significant problems for fibre infrastructure providers like ourselves. We have introduced via some of our partners, some of our wholesale partners, a permission to work scheme where the tenant essentially can sign off a permission to work, and that in most cases shortens the lead time from sort of 12, 14 weeks to 10 and below. So it doesn't sound like an awful lot, but that 2 to 4 weeks does make a big difference to your cash flow as a reseller. Obviously, one of the other things which is we're struggling with is the amount of overbuild which is happening in this marketplace at this moment in time. So I was looking on one of the maps the other day for, it was in Kent, there's a town, I can't remember the name, but there's 5 alternative network providers plus OpenReach, that's 6 providers that an area can actually go to for service. That's too many. Yeah, I mean, we all need competition, but I think that's too many. So I think there needs to be a bit more collaboration amongst fibre infrastructure providers. I think we're going to see that happen in the market. We're going to see that by consolidation. But there needs to be more collaboration. And lastly, I think there's a significant issue. Look, internet connectivity, especially in the consumer land, but also in B2B, is a utility. It's like electricity, water, gas. Yet it's not treated as a utility. They all get special VAT permissions or VAT sort of treatments. We don't. So we have to pay full VAT. That means we have to pass that on to the customer. Okay, I think there could be something that needs to happen there, and within legislation or within government to actually kickstart that. It'll allow us to actually deliver better product at a more affordable price, especially for those underprivileged or the digitally excluded, essentially.
Are there other people backing that
I think this has been talked about for a long time now. And if you go to any of these, I don't know if you've seen the Connected Britain conference, or we talk to people from INCA or at ISPAs. Everybody's talking about this, and there is lobbying going on, but it needs to move faster. Certainly on the way leave issue and the VAT issue, certainly for D2C, for consumer product, that VAT issue makes a big difference.
So is there any final words for the resellers?
Look, if you're buying connectivity or you're using connectivity for your over-the-top services, then you deserve to get the fastest, most reliable product there at the best price. Okay, it's not all about price; it's all about service wrap. But you need to have a product that you can rely on. If you're looking for that sort of personal service, you can pick up the phone, talk to your account manager. You're not just a number. You're the guys we want to speak to. We want to help your business grow, and by helping your business grow, obviously we're growing our own business too. So it's a symbiotic relationship, and I think that's what we're looking for. So we're looking for partners, true partners, who we can come in and help you achieve your ambitions. That's what we're looking for.
Well, David, thank you very much for those comments. Very interesting. I know a lot more now than I did at the beginning of the conversation. And clearly you've got a lot happening next year, and a lot that's going to be of interest to our readers. Lots of opportunities in full fibre. So, David, thank you very much for coming in.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me, James.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and I'm here today with Morten Kiersgaard, founder and CEO of Heimdall, a provider of next-level cybersecurity protection. Morten, thank you for joining us. Great to see you.
Great to meet you.
Perhaps a good starting point would be if you could give me a quick introduction on Heimdall for readers who aren't familiar with the company.
Yeah, for sure. And to that, I think I'll tell it with a bit of a spin, which is I think the company is a bit of a reflection of the founder, which would of course be myself. So a very kind of visionary technology stack. We've undergone quite a journey where we started being best of breed in certain areas. We won the DEF CON 2011. That then turned into be a technology of two kind of best of breed products in 2014, patch management, DNS, security. And then that kind of underwent a transformation, I'd say, into what is then today the widest technology stack in the security space, which has been quite the transformation in its own right, and quite the journey for a business, of course, of that size. So a very behind that is, of course, again, it goes back to the person probably, but it's very pushy, competitive, visionary person. Trying to drive the business to the front of the market all the time. So I would say Heimdall is probably a transformational business for those that engage with it today.
And so apart from the breadth of your offering, how else does Heimdall stand out in the market?
Yeah, I think we stand in a number of ways. I mean, we've continued to be very innovative. We were the first business in the world to position ourselves against ransomware. I think it was back in 2015 or 16, early 16 if so. And that came to bear by us ranking #1 on Google. So of course we got completely stormed when all these ransomware attacks broke out. And that kind of trend has continued where we in 2018 were the first to launch a very complex it's a firewall detection mechanism for what is called a brute force attack. And then kind of lately, if you spin it forward, we've just recently launched the world's first we call it the Threat Hunting and Action Center. But in the category, it's what you would call a SOAR, but I call it a SOAR and much more because it's continuous kind of innovative technology where we take it beyond what the market has today. And I think that's really what comes into play all the time here.
And is there a particular target market you have, and are there any verticals in which you're particularly strong?
Yeah, there are. I mean, that's also a very unique piece about Heimdall is because of the width of the platform, because of certain areas where we have technology leadership, and I maybe didn't cover your question in full before to your fairness. I mean, there are these kind of products where we are also best of breed. So we have the widest platform, but then there's certain areas where we're also best of breed. Again, DNS patching would be some of those. But there are also others where, like our ransomware protection module or rights management on desktop. And then that goes back to your kind of verticals question, where are we exceptionally strong? Well, you have certain verticals within those product parameters where the use case can be the width of the stack, and that would typically be an MSP or MSSP scenario where these guys are certainly looking to centralize and kind of vendor centralized in the current market. So that works extremely well. But then as you go through kind of the direct customer motions, you'll have similar, how you say, fits into the market. So there will be certain use cases where customers have certain needs for these kind of best of breed solutions, or also end customers that have a need for a unified stack. And then, of course, the fit is exceptionally well. The cool thing for us is there is really no alternative to this kind of width of solution at the moment. So that's clearly a tailwind we're trying to tap into heavily.
And and presumably your customers, before they come to you, will have been using other cybersecurity solutions. What attracts them to Heimdall, and what is their sort of entry point?
Yeah, that I think is also quite unique. You're right. A lot of customers will have existing technology in some areas. That could, of course, be antivirus. I'm sure you also have an antivirus on your laptop. Everybody will have that. But then there are certain other vertical specific technologies like DNS protection or patch and vulnerability management, which become ever so more relevant for a wider stack of customers, which might then not have a technology in place today. And then, of course, if you take the UK market specific dynamics, then you have cyber essentials there where you both need patch management, you need as well a patching solution. If you go into the NHS, the government, the direction is you need a DNS security solution as well. So there are some certain verticals where these things are moving and where customers have new needs that arise, but also where you're right, there'll be replacements. And again, I think that the main thing that talks into value for these customers is, again, that you can kind of get everything in one place, which just makes it incredibly easy to manage from a management standpoint.
Yeah, and that must be a big attraction for your MSPs as well. What sort of impact has sort of your MXDR solution had since its launch?
Yeah, a very big impact. That's, of course, been quite unique. Most in this space, I'll try to make it as uncomplex as possible, but in this space, customers and partners use typically an MXDR service to do their reactive protection. So reactive protection is typically your antivirus, again, would be a good example. You have to have an infection for the antivirus to actually work, because otherwise it can't. It's like a virus in your body. You can take the antibiotics before, but it's not going to work. So you have to take the antibiotics after you get infected. And it's similar with an antivirus, and then similar with an MXDR service, is to get the value, you need to be infected. But with the Heimdall, because it's also a proactive suite, we can offer a much wider value stack into those partners with an MXDR offering, because we can also do the patch management, we can also do the DNS security, we can also help them with the email security, etc. All of those which don't require you to have an infection. So it's been very, very unique offering in the market and very transformational for those partners, because the value we supply is much, much bigger than what they can get anywhere else in the market from a SOC service.
And is the sort of MSP and MSSP community becoming more important?
Yeah, for sure. And there's a number of things coming into play there. First of all, that's a market vertical that is growing very rapidly. So of course, for us, it's strategically important that we hammer that one home. So for sure, the MSP and MSSP market is absolutely critical for us as the way we go to market, the way we sell. Hence, we've doubled down on that heavily. Also through Brigantia, of course, that is fundamentally important. That's what Brigantia is very good at. So clearly an area where we leverage Brigantia's relationship very, very strongly to that MSP space.
And so can you give me some idea of what sort of proportion of your revenue comes from the MSP business?
Yeah, so channel is everything we do, basically. So if we start breaking that down, MSPs of that is then about 70%, I would say, of our channel revenue. And then kind of more traditional of our business is about 30% of that. So it is incredibly important, as you kind of get the sense here.
And so, coming back to the UK, I mean, how has your business been growing in the UK since you opened your Leeds office in 2021 and signed that new long-term distribution agreement with Brigantia?
Yeah, that's been a phenomenal journey for sure. So the journey we went through there was, we actually started with Brigantia back in I think it was 2016. I think I met Angus and Ian and the team there the first time. And then from there, it kind of took a lot of pace, and then all of a sudden it became this kind of unstoppable snowball that was rolling downhill. We then opened an office in Leeds with an objective to kind of triple the revenue in the UK. I think we've gone way beyond that. Today, the UK is our fastest growing market of any market, not just from a percentage standpoint, but also from a pure revenue standpoint. And we will continue to double down in the UK market because we see a great fit there. We have my CRO is based there now, CFO is based there now, so also some kind of core institutional parts of the business there. And the business trajectory continues to be extremely strong in the UK market. So certainly one we will continue to focus very heavily on as we continue to build out that market.
And is there anything about the UK market, apart from you having feet on the ground and good partners, is there anything about the UK market that makes it so fast growing?
Yeah, I mean, the UK as a whole, and here I'm not just talking about England, Scotland, I mean, the UK as a whole, as a market, I think personally with the rollout of Cyber Essentials, kind of the increased governance that we touched on before, going through the NHS, and kind of the, let's say the last 2-3 years, there's been an increased awareness about cybersecurity. And that clearly helps accelerate the growth there for sure. Structurally, it's a very big market. It's close to as big as the German market in Europe. So clearly it makes it absolutely instrumental for a vendor to secure that market. So clearly, for those reasons, it's a market we want to make sure we get absolutely right the first time. Yeah.
And what can UK MSPs look forward to from Heimdall next year?
Yeah, so there's a lot going on, as you can kind of sense, and we got some very interesting new products coming out, which I think will target the slightly upper market of the MSPs and open some new opportunities for the lower MSP players, which is we'll be launching a what is called a privilege account and session management tool. Incredibly geeky, but let me try and talk you through that. So where an MSP operates servers for customers, typically you would need an administrator account on that server to offer it, so to manage it. And what this product will do is have the ability to launch sessions into those servers, what is called just in time. That means you can eradicate the need for having those administrator accounts resident on those servers, which of course then elevates the security posture greatly because all of a sudden there's nothing there left to hack basically on those servers. And then the session management piece of that will be recording all of those sessions for compliance purposes, storing them, etc., which is more commonplace in kind of the upper MSP parts of the market. They'll have larger customers that will have those type of requirements, but then smaller customers will have the same need, but it's an unexplored part of the market today. So I think that will be a very interesting launch for the MSP market coming into 2024, and that we're targeting to get that out early 2024. Then also we have some what is called RMM integrations that we're planning to launch in 2024 as well, which is basically to again keep it in plain terms, RMM is something every MSP uses. It offers a level of, how do you say, communication with their customer base. So the ability to integrate cybersecurity with that type of front customer-facing communication platform will be great for sure as well.
Okay, so a lot to look forward to, and am I right in thinking that 2024 will be your 10th anniversary?
Yeah, that's also quite unique for sure. So Heimdall, yes, that's true. It was founded in March 2014. It's today Europe's largest organically built cybersecurity business. So celebrating a 10th anniversary there will also be a very unique experience for sure. Absolutely, but that's correct.
And what have been some of the highlights of your first 10 years?
There's a lot, isn't there? I mean, it was quite interesting. If you talk through being a startup, and I'm sure lots of people who started a business can relate to that. The first thing you talked about was your first order. So, you know, when the business is very small, you need to get your first order in. Then you talk about your first £10,000 order. Then you talk about your first £100,000 order. Then it's $1 million. So, and all of these highlights, of course, we've gone through. From an employee standpoint, I think we've seen so many incredibly bright people come through Heimdall, learning a lot. Some have left again. Some have also come back again, which I think also talks into the company culture of how we kind of retain people and give them opportunity here to grow, which you wouldn't necessarily find anywhere else. So I think if I was to highlight one thing in particular, it'd probably be the people side of it, where we've seen these fantastic young people come through, learning heaps and just kind of evolving their skill set, and just seeing people grow like that is just that's tremendously rewarding, I just have to say. But also, I mean, clearly the product journey going from a small local Danish vendor to being a global brand has also been incredibly rewarding. So it's quite hard to make a pick, but I probably have to call out the people side of it.
Yeah, very good. And I suppose you can't really say what you hope for in the next 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we're on a globalization journey now, and that's certainly one we want to make sure goes well. We do have an internal saying that we want to have world domination. Clearly, maybe that's a bit too far, but no doubt that we want to take a giant leap towards the US market and taking a big chunk of that, which is, I would say, well underway. UK market is doing it really well. So that means we need to start focusing on some of these more Central European markets, the DAC in particular. And then, of course, you have markets like APAC, et cetera, as well, that we really want to hammer home. So I think going through the next kind of 10 years, for sure, building those markets out to be a big revenue stream for us will be absolutely key for the business.
Do you have any sort of final words you want to say to the UK MSP and MSSP community?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd like to, I think, extend a very big thank you to Angus. It's been an incredible 7 years, incredible journey with the Brigantia team throughout those 7 years. We've kind of gone from being a very, very small player in the UK to being a pretty important institutional player, and I'm sure we'll take it way beyond where it currently is. It's been a very fiery kind of journey, with both me and Angus being very passionate people. But then, of course, as well, all those MSPs that serve beneath Brigantia and have been very loyal to the Handle platform as well, and deserve my extreme gratitude for the support throughout those 7 years as well.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, Morten, for your time, and I look forward to seeing everything that comes out of Heimdall next year, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you for your time as well, and it's been a pleasure.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and I'm here today with Adam Zoldan, founder and director of Knight Corporate Finance, a boutique corporate finance advisory firm. Adam, good to see you.
Good to meet you.
Perhaps you could start by giving us a bit of information on Knight Corporate Finance and what you do and who you serve.
Sure thing. So we are advisors that focus very much on it within the technology sector. And our services fall into four main pillars, really. So we help with strategy and we advise on strategy, mainly with a view to a transaction at some point in the future. We help companies with funding and potentially investment. Very rarely we will advise on acquisitions. Generally, we're always working for the seller or the party looking to raise money. And what we're best known for is our ability to achieve very successful exits for over 180 clients now.
2023 was your 15th anniversary. How has your area of corporate finance changed in that time?
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. So when we started, just to give time frame, it was 2008. So we were mid-financial crisis. about the same time that Lehman went bust. So obviously the perfect time to start our business. But the thing was, both Paul and I, who founded Knight, both had a good background in comms, and we knew that there was a real potential for a lot of transaction activity, but there was no one providing sort of good industry knowledge-based advice particularly to entrepreneurs and business owners, and that was the premise. So when we started, the market, people weren't really that aware of the potential for transactions and the value of their businesses. And the market was much younger still. So really the recurring revenue businesses was confined to things like minutes and line rental and broadband. And so really what we've seen over the last 15 years is two things change. Number one, the market evolving, so these small, I won't say tin pot companies, but pretty basic companies evolve into sort of, the MSP, IT sector and into the cloud and across all sectors. And so the companies themselves become very much more complex and sophisticated. And equally, there's also a greater understanding of business worth and the fact that by growing and investing in your business, it creates, genuine value, and that can be realized. So the major change from when we started to today is that businesses are actually focused on value and value realization, maybe not from the outset, but at a point when they realize they've got something there.
And that must require a lot of sort of detail and complexity. Are your clients aware of what's involved when they come to you?
No. Some are. Generally, they're aware of transaction activity. I mean, just in context, we're only small, but across the ICT spectrum, for every single working day, there's one deal. And that's in a year where the market was actually 30% down on last year. There's still a transaction a day. So everyone's very aware of a deal. They're very aware that there's value. They don't necessarily know what's involved. And so, we might meet customers years in advance of a transaction happening because we like to sit down and make sure that they do know what's involved. It's a complex, time-consuming, resource-intensive process. Doesn't sound great. We love it. But it's very important for people to understand that. And our advice to everybody that we meet is generally start at the end. Actually work out the aspiration, work out the ambition, work out where you want to get to, and then build a plan to get there.
Okay, so it's people should get in touch with you long before they actually plan to exit.
Everyone's welcome to give us a buzz. We're happy to provide advice, formal or informal, because a well-prepared business that have invested in their company in the right way are the companies that realise the best value for their business.
And you mentioned that there's a transaction every day of the year.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot of sort of interest in sort of M&A.
There are. So there is a lot of interest in M&A always because it's it's a well-trodden path. This sector, particularly the recurring revenue side of it, is particularly attractive. It's seen as relatively safe because there's consistent money coming in every week or every month, and during COVID, we thought deals might die on their feet, but actually it resulted in more money being funneled away from other sectors towards ours. And that has stayed the case. So the market is not easy at the moment. Interest rates are having a huge effect, both on acquirers' ability to raise money and our clients' customers' ability to spend on technology. But the fact is, the confidence in the sector remains high, and that drives deals.
So in 2021, you're acquired by K3 Capital. What impact has that had on your operations and the services you offer?
Yeah, it was interesting. It's had no impact on us at all. we are still locked in. K3 was a listed company, and we don't have the luxury of recurring revenue in our business. We weren't sure that we would be able to sell it, so we were pretty flattered when we got the approach, and we negotiated a deal in the same way we do for our clients. So that side of it was normal, although we actually experienced the emotions that our clients do at the same time, which clearly we hadn't done before. The interesting thing for me has been working in a large organisation again, but at a high level, so to see the machinations, that's been good. The other interesting point was that it was listed on the stock market. The stock market has not moved over the last couple of years, generally not because of companies' performance, but more macro factors. And that actually resulted in a private equity buyout of the entire business earlier this year. And so to live through that, again, sort of, sitting in the seat of my clients was quite interesting. But yeah, from our perspective, they're great people. We're still doing what we love to do. We're still growing, so it's been good.
It's interesting what you're saying about experiencing what all your clients have gone through. Are there any lessons you've learned from that process?
We tried to follow our own advice. Even though we weren't as prepared as we tell our clients to be, but we came up to speed pretty quick. And that really is the key, just to be prepared. Our business is simple, so it wasn't so hard. But I guess what people think we do and what we actually do are two different things. And the perceptions that our client have of us at the beginning to what they have of us at the end is quite interesting as well. I guess people think, we go out, we create a lot of noise and competition for our clients. We get a great price, and we negotiate. We negotiate a deal, and then we go off and drink champagne and have lunch, and really we do that, but that's less than half the deal, and that is what we call the fun bit. The real work starts once you've agreed the terms of the deal, and to get the company through a whole process of due diligence, a whole process of legal document execution. And that's the feedback that we get from our clients when they finished is they'd completely underestimated the work that was required and the work that we do during that period to finish the deal, as opposed to just getting a nice number for them.
And you're obviously well known in the telecoms and IT space. Is that still where you focus?
It is, yeah. I mean, we do pick up other types of deals just through word of mouth and recommendation, but that's a sector that we know. So the reason that's important is, other than our clients don't have to educate us, we know what they do, and sort of we know the key metrics and the products and services and so on.
And what recent transactions are you most proud of, and why?
It's a tricky one. Personally, for me, the types of deals I get most satisfaction out of, hard-working owner-managers that have built the business from scratch. They have a plan, they know what they're going to do moving forwards, and the businesses, when you start them, you've got nothing to lose. Once you've built them, you've got everything to lose. It's the biggest aspect of your wealth, and it's all locked up in the business. And when you have a client that has these dreams and aspirations, and by selling their business, you're effectively helping them realise those, that's just amazingly satisfying. Especially, we generally stay in touch. So to hear what they're doing is probably the most satisfying part of the job, rather than just working on a super blockbuster massive deal.
Have the expectations and demands of your clients changed much in the last 15 years? And if so, in what ways?
No, it's a very, very personal thing, and it's a privilege and a great responsibility to work on a life-changing process and transaction with one of our clients, and people react differently. It's generally stressful and emotional to one extent or another, and that's when I guess you get to know who more about your client. During the heat of a deal, you get to know people really well, and I'm generally speaking to my clients more than I am to my family. It's part of it, and everybody's different.
And so, Adam, what are your priorities for 2024?
Well, we're still investing in the company, investing in people, trying to get out meet as many as we can and grow our business. But in terms of what our hopes for 2024, clearly we're expecting government change and the uncertainty that is bringing. We'd love to see interest rates fall, because that makes it's generally good for the economy and good for deals. The transaction activity has mainly been driven by private equity and the huge investment we've had in the sector. And the number of buy and builders or acquirers that we're seeing is still at an all-time high. In order to maintain confidence, what we need is for the private equity guys to make money. We actually didn't see many of those this year, but we're hoping that some of the big consolidators are going to either sell or flip onto new investors, and some of the PE institutions that invested in the sector see a good return on that money, because that itself will drive confidence, it will drive deals, and it will drive value for everybody.
Thanks very much, Adam. That was very interesting, and lots of food for thought for our viewers. Preparation seems to be the watchword. Great. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
I'm here today with Robbie Trower, the Sales Manager Northern Europe at Kodakalaris. Welcome, Robbie, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you. Good morning.
So, scanners from Kodakalaris are renowned for reliability and superior image quality. As a manufacturer of dedicated document scanners, where do you see the company sitting in the overall capture industry?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I think the industry evolves all the time. There's always changes going on in our industry. One of the main reasons I joined Kodakalaris 4.5 years ago now was because Kodak always had such a broad portfolio compared to everybody else. The broadest range of hardware options. But when you look at the software side as well, the capture software that Kodak have had for years now, nobody else could offer that suite, that sort of answer to the question of capture. If somebody's got a requirement for either, document scanners, capture software, or both, Kodak's been, for many years, one of the only companies that can do all of those things in one go. So I think that's always been one of its strengths that makes it sort of pretty unique in the industry. But more recently, I think what's key is if you look at the top 5 document scanner brands or document scanner manufacturers in the industry, we're the only ones that are actually a document scanner company. We're the only ones that are focused on document scanners and focused on capture. All of our competitors have got another background, or they've been absorbed into another business, mostly print, to be fair. There's print companies out there that have scanners as part of their range. It's not necessarily their focus, where it is with us. It's completely our focus, because it's all we do. So we're not sort of like, we're not a jack of all trades, we're a master of one.
So you recently created a global business solutions organisation and announced plans to transition to a software solution-led business. How have you managed that go-to-market shift with your channel partners?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Kodak has had a software strategy for well over a decade. We've been producing our Capture Pro software, for well over 10 years, and it's very successful in the marketplace. So when it comes to expanding our software portfolio and expanding our software reach into the industry, into our partners, etc., a lot of them were already aware that we had software strengths and that we weren't just a scanner company. So for us to say that, our portfolio is expanding, its capabilities have grown, it can do so much more, it can fix so many more problems, it was something that we weren't having to push against closed doors, because I think people were already aware of that. That makes sense. So when we simply said that, our software that has always had this capability now has much broader range, it's fair to say that it's been received very well.
So taking that point, it's been received well, obviously by the traditional, probably the Capture channel.
Yeah.
But in terms of traditional MFP resellers, how's that sort of changed their mindset, rather than using MFPs to do scanning, their customers using MFPs to do scanning? Have you seen a sort of a change in mindset there, that they can see a place for dedicated document scanners within their print managed services offering?
Yeah, I think there's two parts to this really. There are a lot of managed print organisations out there, and your traditional MFP resellers and dealers out there that have done a little bit of scan every now and again. They've sold dedicated scanners, but not seen it as the size of an opportunity that they now see it as, if you sort of mean. They didn't recognise the scale of the industry that we're in. But going back to a point I made earlier about Kodak Alaris being dedicated and focused on scanning and capture, and not being part of a larger print organisation, if you look at all of the print companies that we do work with, where we complement their range, they're going to work with us because they wouldn't want to work with one of their competitors, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Because we are standalone, non-print, we complement so many companies out there, the big ones, as it were, in the print industry. And as that filters down from those manufacturers to their main channel and to their dealers, etc., then there's a little bit of education involved with those companies in identifying scanning opportunities, identifying capture opportunities as well, where software might be needed. And they all have open arms to finding new ways of generating more revenue with their customers. When they're in with their customers talking about their current print machines, their current click rates, all that, they can start to ask more questions about what do they do about scanning, what systems does the scan documents need to go into, and things like that. So they're learning more from us as we get closer to them. And they see that as more revenue for them, but also them getting closer to their customers and probably adding more value than some of their competitors can do. So they see it as an absolute win-win.
You mentioned accelerating growth within the adjacent software solutions, in particular intelligent document processing, IDP solutions, is a business priority. Can you tell me a little bit more information about what your IDP offering actually is?
Yeah, sure. I mentioned earlier that we've had scanning software for well over a decade with Capture Pro, and that's always been very well received when it comes to sort of managing batches of documents, doing simple capture like fixed OCR positions, database look at reading barcodes, for example, things like that. But it's really good at managing volumes as well. That's really where it's been successful. So if you look at some of the higher volume end users that we have, whether that's local government, central government, or bureaus, that's predominantly what they like using it for. But the next step up from that is what we sort of call more complex capture, or is what's known in the industry as IDP, intelligent document processing. IDP is really all about so much more than just grabbing a little bit of information from a document and passing it on. IDP starts with the system looking at each individual document or batch of documents and determining what each document is, so classifying that document. You could, in fact, just give it a huge batch of pages and it will work out where a document starts and finishes in that batch. Then once it knows that, it will say, right, I'm going to look at the document now and work out what type of document this is, because each different type of document has a different workflow. You know, for example, accounts payable invoices go in one direction, correspondence go in another direction, application forms go over there, etc., etc. So the first step is really managing that batch into individual documents and then classifying those documents into those types. Once that's been done, we know, right, I know what the document type is. I know now what to do with that document. So the system will say, with this document type, I need to look for this information. This is the information I need from this document, extracts that. Maybe it validates it against databases as well, just to make sure it's captured everything correctly. And then it passes it on to the next system. And it will do that for each of the document types. So in theory, you could have an organization where every single document coming into the organization, be that paper-based or digital via emails, whatever it might be, they can go through the system and end up in the right system, whether that's an ERP system, a CRM system, HR database, whatever it might be. The point is that it doesn't really matter what the document type is or where it needs to go. IDP is that hub that sits between the documents coming in and where they need to live.
And obviously, digital transformation, DX strategies have accelerated at pace, which is creating incremental opportunities within the document capture, the document scanning market. So how can you help, or how do you help your partners address and resolve, if you like, their customers' pain points around enabling successful digital transformation?
I guess it depends on where that partner is on their journey of talking about digital transformation to their customers, because we've got some very well established partners that do a lot of those things already. But those, I'd say, that are embracing the IDP offering from Kodak Alaris, we have a sort of, I guess you could call it an onboarding process, even for existing partners. It's it's a case of understanding how the product works. Understanding how it's commercially licensed, what the commercial proposition is, because that's a key thing for our partners. They need to know, if I'm going to be selling this, what is it I'm selling, and how do I package this up? So that's a really key part to that onboarding process, understanding the commercials behind it. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of discussions and training around what key things they should be looking for within their install base, within their customers. So key questions about what are they doing in, say, a certain department within that organization, which might be, might be mailroom, might be accounts payable, areas where we see a document heavy, document intensive. But again, it kind of depends on the vertical as well, because if it's a manufacturing company or a logistics company, we know where the sweet spots are with that, because they're paper heavy when it comes to, getting products produced and products shipped and things like that. Whereas a law firm, it's all about incoming mail and getting those documents, classified and indexed and in front of the fee earner, so that the fee earner can do their job. So there's quite a lot of involvement when it comes to talking to different types of end users. So what we say to partners that want to go down this route is that we've got a reasonably substantial and skilled sales team at Kodak Alaris, and we'll do a lot of that upfront work with them initially as part of a training, if you like, just to get them used to it. So their first few meetings with their customers about document capture, about IDP, we'll be there with them, and we even offer to do the first few installs for them, and they can shadow us and then hand that over as well, so that they become self-sufficient in doing the installations as well, because they're not always set up for that right from the very start. It takes time. So really, it's a whole hand-holding process. We help them with the identifying opportunities. We help them with the sales engagement, the sales process itself. We help them with the project management and delivering the installations. All of that until they're comfortable enough to let go of any one of those particular areas, and we can sort of say, okay, yeah, you're self-sufficient now, away you go. So
Kodak Alaris has long maintained 90%, I think it is, of your business comes from the channel. The channel is obviously a key integral part of the business. So in terms of, future strategy, obviously the business is evolving. We've got IDP offerings. We've now got a solutions-led sales approach. So looking ahead to the channel and how will your strategy evolve to support partners as you as a business indeed transition?
Yeah, you're right. The channel, our partners in the channel in Northern Europe are key, very much a key part of our business. And we've got some very strong and close relationships with our partners, as I mentioned earlier. With regards to strategy moving forward, we've recognised that, looking back at our revenues in the past, say, 3 or 4 years, that there has been an impressive increase in software revenues as part of what we're doing. If you look at the overall revenue that we do, whether it's in the UK or any other part of Europe, we've seen an increase in that software revenue. So we're clearly making the right sort of noises and doing the right things to support our partners in that respect, to support that growth, where we've been talking more about software, making people more aware about what we do, making people more aware about our whole portfolio has been a key part of that. So, for example, if we look at just the hardware side for now, we've got some very, very keen promotions on that started this quarter, run into next quarter, that help support our partners secure their business, secure business with their customers. And they're very, very keen on these. When we launch these sorts of hardware promotions, they're always very well received, particularly on this occasion. We've got a key model in the A4 range and a good subset of our A3 range as well that's in there. And on the software side, it is still very much increasing that education. It's just putting more of that information out there. So we recently run a series of webinars. I think it's like 6 or 7 or 8 key webinars about the info input software, the sort of IDP offering and its capabilities. It starts right from the very basics of sort of scanning batches, and it moves on to classification, moves on to indexing and all those kinds of great things, and the more complex type of documents that you can capture with it. And those have been very well received. We've had lots of people attend those webinars, and we've had lots of people watch recordings of the webinars afterwards, etc. So we're very much getting that message out there and providing as much support as we can to our partners. And where we've had recent sort of partner days where we've invited people along, to communicate with them and meet with them face to face, thankfully, after all these years.
Yes.
We've had 2 great events this year. We had one partner day in Milton Keynes. We had one at our new offices in Hemel Hempstead, where we've just relocated offices, and it's very nice and shiny. I suggest you come along and see it at some point. So we had a great open day there at the beginning of October. And part of this is educating the channel. It's continuing to talk to them about what we do. And only a small part of that day was talking about scanners. It was talking about, how do we support you from a marketing perspective? How can we reward you for doing business with you? More about our software offering, how the software works. So I think we're going to continue to push out that message of, people need to be more aware of our wider offering in the portfolio, support our partners with the right sort of pricing, the right sort of commercial offering, the right sort of education, the right sort of information that they need, and to keep those communications up to date and as regular as possible.
Robbie, thanks for joining me today. It's been great to have a chat, and actually really interesting to find out more about more than document scanners, about how software is an integral part in enabling businesses to digitally transform. And refreshing and exciting to hear about how much effort you've put into transforming your partners' strategy and enabling them to capture and win new business in an ever-changing and fast-changing market. So thanks ever so much for your time.
Thank you. It's been great chatting with you.
I'm sitting here today with Nigel Eaton, General Manager at MyQ. Welcome, Nigel, and thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. Glad to be here. Thank you.
MyQ has got a robust suite of solutions designed to meet a range of customers' needs. whether that's on premise or in the cloud. Based on your experiences in the market, what would you say are the major challenges for businesses when managing their print infrastructure?
Okay, so the marketplace, as we've known it over the past few years, has just turned on its head. It's become a lot more dynamic than it's ever been, and it's changing more rapidly in scope and the nature of the way things work. We are, for example, seeing things like AI becoming more common in the marketplace now. We're also very clearly aware that the world has changed in terms of security. So one of the biggest threats to security at the moment is things like hacking and hijacking. So infrastructure security is a key as well. If you look at print estates, we know that print volumes are declining slightly. We know that scan volumes are rising slightly. The other thing that we're seeing in the market as well is we're seeing smaller fleets. So more centralization of the fleet. We saw it a few years ago when the sort of smaller desktop units became more in terms of 3 or 4 larger MFDs placed in strategic locations. That's kind of waned away with people working from home and things like that. But we're definitely seeing that coming back again now. So fewer devices, and therefore those devices need to be more robust and offer more functions. But equally, the ethos here at MyQ is to build solutions to make people efficient. So we build a lot of our infrastructure around making those users have the ability to walk up to a device and not have the confusion and the complexity that ruins their efficiency. By doing that, they can get to a device, they can see what they want to do straight away, they can perform that task, and they can be back to their desk. That saves time. Time is obviously money. But also, if you consider environmental concerns, the less time a copier is in use, the less energy it's using. The biggest change to that for me as well is that is now no longer the case that person could be sitting in an office. That person could be sitting here where I am today in a club. I don't have access to IT, but if I still need to get a document into a workflow, I can do that with something like the MyQ Roger app. I can have that document scanned, straightened, despeckled, PDF, and sent off to a colleague or into a workflow within 30, 40 seconds. So that's the big change, I think, in the marketplace, is how you allow those customers to take that journey from working in the office 5 days a week, 8 till 5, through to working anywhere at any time and needing all those tools and all those functions available to them, while still being able to meet the security and efficiency requirements that the customers have.
So we've touched on this, but digital transformation remains a major priority for businesses across all sectors. And there's obviously lots of discussion around enabling a hybrid workforce, reducing on-premise infrastructure, and enabling greater productivity wherever and whenever employees choose to work.
Yeah.
Print and how it's managed remains relevant in a digital world. I don't think there's any argument that stacks up against that. But do you think companies are given enough focus to the print area when they are creating and establishing and rolling out their DX strategies?
Yeah, so there are 2 types of documents in the workplace that you commonly see. There are those documents that are paper-based, but there are a lot of documents that are what they call born digital.
Yes.
So that is the more common document type I think you tend to find in most workplace or organizations now. The document was created digitally, it's moving around digitally, but there are certain organizations where that doesn't really work. Finance is one, legal is another, and there are a number of other ones along those lines. Accountancy would be a really good example of that. So that, those have to be considered, is getting a document into a digital format and then moving that document forwards from there. What you tend to find is organizations tend to have that as a sort of secondary thought, because they're thinking digitally from the beginning. It's a digital transformation. So digital is the word they tend to focus on, and transformation sometimes can fall quietly behind. We are seeing a growth in the marketplace of standalone scanners now. So people are getting more used to digitizing documents. But for products like MyQ, we've now got to look at that and say, well, we need to go a step further. So the buzzword at the moment in the marketplace is AI.
Yes.
But AI is not a new thing. It's been around since the 50s. The first real area of AI that came into the printing world was OCR. So OCR is a form of AI. It's taking document information, it's reading it, and it's doing something with it. That is basically what AI is. What we're now seeing is companies who are focusing more on looking at the content of a document. So the next generation of AI is able to read a document, understand what the document is actually saying, and then route the document according to what it's finding within it. And the challenge to organizations is how to integrate that from a paper-based document rather than from a born digital document where that's a relatively straightforward task. And that's where the challenge to companies like MyQ with our fleet of solutions, we have to consider that not just for those customers who are sitting in the office with all the IT infrastructure behind them with the MFD there to scan on, but also when they want to move that document when they're working mobile or working from home as equally well as they would do if they were sitting in their office.
So it's interesting, you've touched on artificial intelligence and we've got cloud as well, both of which are becoming mainstream.
Yeah.
So how do you see both of those technologies impacting MyQ's go-to-market strategy and product positioning, I suppose, as well?
The question around cloud, that one's been with us for a little while. AI, not so much. Let's talk about cloud first. So organizations are on the journey either into cloud or further into cloud as we speak. There are a lot of things for them to consider in that area. Efficiency, security being a huge one. You know, when we had customers based within a secure IT environment managed by internal IT, everything was secure, we knew everything was, we could tighten things down. We've now got people working remotely. They may not be working in an office where the infrastructure is owned by the organization, such as a shared workspace. Equally, they may be working from home 2 days a week, 3 days a week, and therefore security is an area we've got to look at in that respect. From the software point of view, we're getting a lot more questions around things like penetration testing, whether our development is secure, and also making sure we can prove that and certificate that, which of course we can. The other elements into cloud are infrastructure itself. So many organizations cannot simply go from on-premise to cloud in a single hit. They work their way across that over a period of time. So you start with some centralized services within a single environment. They then perhaps move to centralized servers, but they move their infrastructure outside into the cloud. So site servers become more normal, and there's the relative complexity that goes with that. And then you find they move into full cloud. But when they move into full cloud, they start to look at things like security and failover as being key areas. So from a software manufacturer's point of view, we've got to be hot on our security. We've got to be watching the trends in the marketplace to make sure that the things that are happening, we're following suit with. And obviously the rise of things like cloud storage are a big part of that. So MyQ has direct interaction with things like OneDrive, SharePoint, Google Drive, because those are important to customers because that's where they're now storing their documents.
Yep.
If you look at where we're going in terms of our ability to position our markets in that, recently with MyQ 10.1, we've moved closer to give those customers interaction at their devices with folders with cloud. So for example, it's now perfectly possible to walk up to a device without a PC, to access a network folder or a cloud repository for a document, preview that document on the device, make sure it's the right document, make any changes to it, double-sided, color, and then print it, all without the need to actually have a PC with you. That gives people the ability to walk into a situation where they can retrieve their documents quickly and easily from the cloud whereas you haven't got to have the big IT setup or set yourself up on a hot desk or some sort of infrastructure to get that up and running. MyQ Roger was designed in Element to do all of those things, but to give that user the ability to do that sitting in a cafe. So the ability to move a document into a workflow in the right format, with the right features, and the ability to put something into a print queue so that when you return to the organisation office later on, you can get that document printed there. Cloud is always going to be a journey. We introduced subscription licensing a couple of years ago to give customers flexibility to be able to move and end contracts and move into cloud if they wanted to from an on-premise solution. So if they were running on MyQX, they could come to a natural stop on that and then move to cloud and take up a MyQ Roger subscription and move into a full cloud. So we're looking at that from a point of view of not just the product features, but the availability for the customer to buy and interact with the product as well. AI is a different thing altogether. It's not new, as I mentioned earlier. It's been with us since the 50s. But AI, I think over the last 12 months has become a really hot topic, even to government and security levels. That's been boosted largely by things like ChatGPT, which have come into the market and dominated areas in certain markets. Journalism would be an obvious one. Education would be another. But equally, developers are now being able to move away from repetitioning code because AI can do some of that work for them. From our own point of view, we've introduced AI tools already. So we've got AI OCR running on our mobile apps. So we're interacting with documents along those lines, and there will be more of that. On the customer service side of things, our document channels, we've put AI tools in there to help our customers not just dig for information around our standard documents, but to go there with the ability to ask a simple question of the AI bot and get their answer for them and the references to where that information was found. So that's a really useful feature as well. And of course, our development team are working more and more with these technologies to develop further.
So it's interesting, you've just finished by saying the development team are working to further develop new technologies. So can you give us a sneak peek into the product roadmap for 2024?
I am, and I must say a big thanks to Radek Tetik, our CTO. He had a recent interview with Luella at Quocirca, and he's given us a lot of information that, given that he's shared it publicly, I think it's comfortable to say that I can as well. The first thing to look at is our flagship product, so looking at MyQX. So where is MyQX going? So MyQX, new tools coming into MyQX for the next build, which is 10.2. That will predominantly be around improvements in the user interface. That's already one of our key features, particularly for those customers who use it on a mixed fleet environment, because they're getting used to their own personalized interface, irrespective of the device they move on. So we're seeing some nice improvements in that, and also some improvements in the administration side as well, as we continue to develop the product and make it easier for the admins to roll out printers into queues and devices from there, but also to centralize functions and connectivity to things like the cloud storage. MyQ Roger, coming up for 3 years old. The important thing with any product is to talk to your customers and understand their requirements. As we've moved more towards Roger becoming a product in demand in the enterprise sector, so certain demands have come into us that the product now needs to meet. So there'll be a brand new management console coming into MyQ Roger relatively soon. That will be centralized functions, for example, things like the management of workflows, a more robust reporting suite, cost centers, those sort of functions. That's coming on the back of the recently introduced MyQ Roger desktop client, which has allowed us, for example, now to interact with single function devices and opened us up more to print from pretty much any device you have in your office. But then you also look at things like, how can we introduce something new to market? One of the things I mentioned earlier on was a centralization of the printer hardware. But the world is changing, and we're introducing a brand new concept to the market, and that's called print sharing. Our developers are ready. We've got some legal work to do to open it up to the market. We've got some customers out in the market testing it for us now, but it's a brand new concept. The idea is put print somewhere people want to use it. Make it standalone. So MyQ print sharing is a standalone kiosk where customers can interact, self-register, print, scan and copy, pay for their interaction use on their smartphone, and then move away. It's the ability, for example, to put something into a hotel business centre, into a shared workspace, into an airport. I don't think Mr. O'Leary would particularly want somebody putting a printer right next to one of his check-in desks, but you can imagine the concept. But the idea is that people can interact with that device in a public area without the need for it to be staffed, without the IT infrastructure complexity that would necessarily sit behind it, with a very simple self-registration and pay-as-you-use facility. So plenty coming from MyQ, and I haven't even mentioned MyQ Next yet. So MyQ Next is our next generation product. That is the product that will replace MyQ X, and it will appear in the market, I would say, somewhere around the end of 2024. One of the key features on that, and one of the ones I can talk about, is that we will start to allow MyQ Roger and MyQ X to interact with each other. So when you're working in your office, you will enjoy the features and the functions of a fully robust print management solution, which MyQ X gives you. But if you want to break away and work in a hybrid scenario, MyQ Roger gives you the ability to take your office away with you, work away from the office, but still have all that analytics and reporting back in to the centralized functions. So plenty going on. And as we know, the market is very dynamic. So we're always going to have to react to things like security concerns, changes from the main software providers, people like Microsoft and Google, and keep ourselves ahead of the game, because we don't win awards, as we got our recent 3 in a row Platinum Award from BLI. So I'm absolutely delighted around that. But we don't win those without hard work, and that's what our developers are very good at. And we should give a lot of credit to them.
Nigel, thank you very much for sharing that information. In particular, some quite exciting new plans about your roadmap for 2024. Seems the developers at MyQ HQ aren't standing still. There's lots to come, and I look forward to hearing more about print sharing and MyQ Next in the future.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. It is an exciting time to be in the market, especially to be here at MyQ. We really are pushing boundaries and driving forwards with every step, and we'll hope to continue to do so.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and I'm here today with Paul Byrne, managing director of Nymans. He was appointed managing director in February, but he's worked at the company, as many of you will know, for many years. And it's great to have him here today to talk about growth areas at the company and what we can look forward to in 2024. Paul, welcome. It's great to have you here today.
Thanks very much. It's great to be here, have a chance to talk with you.
So you have been at Nymans for many years, but were promoted to managing director in the summer.
Right at the beginning of the year. So after the acquisition by Midwich, which was in February 2022, then myself and the 2 other directors took overall responsibility for the business in that period after acquisition. And then in January 2023, I got appointed as managing director at that point to take us forward.
And how has your first 6 months or so been?
It's a change. I think the biggest change, I think, is just obviously overall responsibility for the business brings its new areas that I hadn't been involved in before. Alongside obviously being part of a PLC, which is different to being part of a private company that we've been for many years. So there's different responsibilities, there's different things that need reporting, different things to look at. So it's been really interesting, really getting involved in a lot of those things, and also trying to manage our transition from what we were into what we want to be in the next sort of 5-10 years. That's a journey for us, which we're on at the moment.
And so how would you describe Nymans' performance in 2023?
We've been really pleased how 2023 has gone. One of our core markets is the headset market, and the headset market's had a tougher year after sort of 3 years of continuous pretty large growth in the headset market since COVID. Then it settled this year, and I think that's a lot to do with people refreshing out their headsets during that period. So the diversity that we have in the business, so in our retail sectors, our security sectors, has really covered up for that and allowed us to still grow. It's one of the advantages of having a diverse distributor, but also the other side of that is not every market's up at the same time. Wouldn't that be fantastic? If they're all up at the same time, we'd be doing brilliantly. But it does give us that security when a particular part of the market is down.
And which parts of the sort of security business have done very well, and what other growth areas were there in 23?
Well, we moved into security about 4 years ago and took a team on to actually take us into that marketplace, and that was a direct result of feedback from our resellers, that when we spoke to our resellers and asked them what markets would you like to see Nimans in, then security came back as overwhelmingly the one that they wanted us to be in. So we moved into security at that point, recruited in a very good team, and they continue to do really well as we put security into some of our more traditional UC resellers, as well as becoming established in that space. So that's been really good for us. The video market's been great this year, so that continues to grow, because it doesn't matter if people are in the office or not in the office, then that is a growing market for us, but really an evolving marketplace, especially into the types of technologies that people put into the rooms, which rooms they put them in, as well as home working as well. So that's been a strong area for us. And as long as they're going well for us, then our natural networking and infrastructure areas all benefit from that. So probably the only area that hasn't grown for us this year is probably the headset area. The rest has gone really well.
And what's driving growth for you at the moment?
What's driving growth for us is probably the evolution of the workspace. You know, if you take our office alone, so during lockdown we stripped out our whole office and put new everything into every room to try and incorporate the workforce that we saw our team being in the future. So a hybrid workforce that is in the office some of the time, at home some of the time. And that technology is what's driving a lot of the changes that are going well for us this year. So that's been really positive for us.
And are there areas where you think your retailers should be doing more to exploit the opportunities that might exist?
Cloud connectivity is obviously a growth area. I mean, we'll be approaching something like 20,000 seats now across all the platforms that we provide. So our Nimans connectivity area, which is not just the connectivity into cloud telephony, it's also got mobile in there, it's got data connectivity in there, is a really positive area for our resellers, especially as we provide billing services so that you can do bureau billing, and that allows smaller resellers as well as large resellers to get into that area. So that's probably the growth area for us. Also, now that we have a security area, an AV area, a UC area, then actually we can help resellers in each of those spaces explore the other spaces. You know, it's a very converging marketplace with not the traditional partners staying in their traditional lanes anymore. Everyone's crossing over. So therefore a distributor that allows them to cross over is, we consider to be a real strength of ours.
Yeah, I was going to say, how has the acquisition by Midwich affected Nimans, and how do you see that sort of relationship developing?
It's been a really interesting 18 months. Probably initially, the change from a privately owned company into a PLC is being part of a PLC is a change. But really importantly, being part of a much bigger family now. So, you know, we go from a distributor, you know, 100 million plus to $1 billion plus. And that changes just the whole emphasis of the relationship with, for example, our key suppliers. But also for our customers, we now have a global presence, which allows us to do multi-country rollouts, especially for the big projects. That's been really positive. But the biggest key for us is to be to retain who we are. You know, Nimans has been Nimans for lots of years, and we still are. You know, we have a very large percentage of our workforce who've worked for us 10, 15, 20 years plus. So it's that good link between what our history was and what our future wants to be. So it's been really interesting. Also, new suppliers that have become available to us, the AV space. So we've taken in some of those suppliers and I can then put those suppliers to our customers. So it opens up new supplier relationships, new customer relationships. it's all about doing it at the right speed, really, because you can't launch 1,000 things at the same time, otherwise everyone just gets confused, both staff and customers. And the fortunate position we're in is we don't have to do it all overnight. You know, we're evolving the business into where we want to go in the next sort of 5 and 10 years.
And does it work the other way? Do Midwich take on more UC solutions? And how does that work with Lyman's? Who has the responsibility for the delivery? And
so they do. They've looked at some of our UC brands as well to put into their space. Yeah, and it does take some time to make sure that your strategy's right on that. Fortunately, as Midwich is a company that's acquired plenty of companies, and they're very experienced at that, so therefore we were able to navigate our way through that quite easily. Speaking to the suppliers especially, so they understood what our strategies were in both businesses, so that we weren't overlapping, and importantly, not kicking each other as we went along. And from our partners' point of view, especially, you know, in our key customers, that they were clear on what we were doing and how we were doing it. So we were lucky that they've got lots of experience of that, so we were guided by their experience.
Yeah, and your partners have welcomed the...
In the main, yeah, God, that sounds bad. I don't mean in the main. I mean, they needed clarity at the beginning. Some of them are who appeared in both areas. What's the strategy? You know, because everyone always wants 1 + 1 to equal 2. And so do we. So, but everyone also gets nervous that sometimes it doesn't. So in the first 6 months, there had to be some clarity of that. But in 2023, that's gone really well.
And what are your goals and priorities for next year?
Goals for 2024 are really the key areas where we see growth coming. As I said, having a diverse distributor that touches multiple sectors has its strengths and its weaknesses. So if you're a distributor in a single growth area and that's growing really well, then you get that exponential growth. In a distributor like ours, where we have multiple sectors that we're in, it's very rare that every sector's up at the same time. And if you're not careful, that can create flat growth over a number of years. So for us, it's taking advantage of the key things that sit in front of us. So for example, Mitel buying Unify. So Mitel buying Unify, as a Unify distributor we were, and also we've just signed up as to be a Mitel distributor as well, then bringing those two powerhouses together is a fantastic opportunity for us. And that's where our legacy knowledge and what we're doing as a business really starts to come to the fore. So that's really exciting for us. The video space. So, you know, with the suppliers that we already had, I mean, for example, Yearlink's one of our key suppliers, you know, very strong brand in that video space, continually growing, as well as what they do in the SIP space for us as well. So they're going to be strong. Security, wow, what could that be? That, you know, we're the new entrants into that marketplace, and that's really exciting, because actually in the UC space, you know, we tend to be a distributor that everyone comes after, because we've got big chunks of the marketplace. So it's quite good to go into a marketplace where we haven't got that market share, and we can go out there and tell people what we do and get them get excited by us. So that's a growth area for us as well.
That's physical security rather than
Yes,
cyber.
that's right. Yeah, that's physical security. So that's with brands like Hanwha, Pelco, Idis. You know, we've got a great relationship with Hanwha and where they're going as a business in the UK. Some really exciting numbers with them. So, you know, that's got a really interesting feel to it, because that's a new area for us that we can really see exponential growth in.
Are there other areas that your resellers are asking you to move into that you can talk about?
Well, we're in so many areas now. You've also got to be careful you don't become a master of none in terms of what's there. So we feel as though, you know, if we look at, for example, in its most basic form, what sits on the network. So, you know, what different endpoints can be driven from what sits on that network. Then, you know, from a security point of view, a Teams point of view, a video point of view, then, you know, that covers most of the core markets where we see the growth for the next few years. We'll then review it at that point and see where it takes us. At the moment, you know, what we're getting from our partners is that they want to grow with the things we've got. And I think that's key with it. You don't want to go too wild.
And what vendors are you backing to do very well in 2024, and why?
I think, as I say, I think Mitel Unify, I think, will be a really interesting one. If you look at the scale that now gives Mitel, you know, in terms of the number of deployed seats they've got globally, and especially in a marketplace like that where you're seeing a lot of buying going on, aren't you? And it's starting to close down into some small, you know, a smaller number of large players. Then Mitel's acquisition of Unify really sort of solidifies them as the one that, you know, one of the big ones that's going to remain in there. So I think that's going to be really exciting. Yealink is a growing brand for us and always has been. You know, they bring out really good products. They're really well priced in that space, so that's got growth. And also, I'm sort of calling for and I think our headset vendors will bounce back next year. So I think the likes of Jabra and EPOS and JPL, and also emerging brands like Yealink in that space as well. The headset market's a market that always bounces. So the fact that it's had a tougher year doesn't mean that is a reset point for that market. It will come back. So we're viewing that to be quite exciting next year. Sometimes the great thing about a market going down is that your year-on-year numbers are great for the year after. So, we'll boost back up in there.
Will that be through sort of product innovation or replacement cycle? Or
I think it's a lot to do with replacement cycle. And also, the headset vendors sometimes get tied to the PC market as well, and that's had a tougher year. So therefore, that will bounce back. That's always refreshing, isn't it? It depends on how fast how often you replace your laptop and how often you replace your headset. I also think the workplace market is evolving as people decide on new strategies to go back to the office. We're starting to see it more and more, aren't we? That companies that were going to work in a hybrid way are now getting drawn back into the office. We're changing ours next year. As people start to recognize that there are technology abilities to working there, but there's also cultural important things about people spending time together, and that is drawing people back into the office.
Yes, I've read quite a lot recently about how we should drop the word hybrid and just say working, but within that working you encompass a variety of different styles.
I get the point. I think realistically you're right, what word you put to it, because businesses have different cultural and working needs. So if you look at our own business, so from our business's point of view, our activity levels are as high when people are at home as they are in the office. So if you looked at it purely in that way, then why would we bring people back into the office more and more? Well, after a few years of doing it, you start to spot a cultural change, in people knowing each other, spending time with each other, people's relationships with each other. And we've made a decision that if you were to extrapolate that 5 years forward, then if we continued as we are now, then we wouldn't culturally be the business we want to be. So it's not an activity-based reason that we're bringing people back in. It's that actually we see that Nyman's has always been a very personal business. The staff's relationships with each other has been critical. It was something Julian was always passionate about, the staff. So therefore we've made that decision. And I think that's a lot of businesses. They're not looking at it from a pure activity point of view or numbers on a spreadsheet point of view. They're looking at the culture of what they want to create. And that creates technology, because from that point, that mix between the technology I need at home, there, as we were talking earlier on, 1 screen, 2 screens, because everyone still needs that home environment, but the change of the office environment creates technology needs.
I think. Am I right in saying that this year you produced your first sustainability sort of strategy?
That's actually been a really interesting part of the group coming on board with us, actually making us rethink what our sustainability strategy is. And being part of the PLC has really driven us to really take a hard look at that. So that drove the One Plan solution that we've come up with this year, which is an important part of just pulling together. It's interesting when you look at your own sustainability, there's actually lots of things you're doing. You just need to pull them together into an actual strategy. So it's not that we suddenly started doing that. We've been doing all of those sustainability pieces for ages, whether it was looking at our packaging or working with our supply chain, but we didn't pull it together into an overall strategy and give it a goal. And that's what we've done this year. We've turned it into a strategy and given it a goal of what we want to achieve. So we've put that under a strategy called Nyman's One Plan, which is what we're now going to use to take forward into the future.
And does that have any sort of implications for your resellers?
It has implications for our resellers in actually we're being asked more and more to provide those credentials, especially as part of the supply chain in the larger opportunities, especially if we've got resellers who are working in government contracts or any large tender environment now needs to have the element that is, what is the sustainability of your entire supply chain. So they want to know what we're doing, and they also want to know what our supply chain is doing. So we are working with our suppliers to be able to feed that in, so that when it comes onto that tender submission, that at that point it's there and everyone can see what it is. You know, people need to demonstrate it, rather than it just be words that, you know, someone asks you, do you have a sustainability plan? And we go, yes. It needs to be more than that. It needs to be evidenced, so that actually you can show the things that you're doing. So that's, you know, why it's important to give it something that people can use.
And is there anything else you want to say to resellers about sort of Nyman's going forward?
I would really encourage, you know, resellers to take a look at us. I think sometimes when you've been around for a long time, like we have, people sometimes think, you know, they know what we do and they pop us in a box that is, you know, Nyman's does headsets, or Nyman's does phone systems, or Nyman's does this. Actually, I think it's important that, you know, they continue to take a look at us and come and see us and see what's there. You know, it's a really exciting time for us. I think, you know, the acquisition by Midwich has inserted a new energy into us in terms of, you know, the growth that we're looking for, you know, where we're looking to get to, and I think that's really important. So, as always, it's just an open invite. Come and see us.
Well, Paul, thank you very much for those insights.
Absolutely, my pleasure. It's great to get an opportunity just to be able to talk about where we're going and what we're doing, and a chance to put that live across. So appreciate the time.
Thank you, and I hope you found that interesting. There's clearly a lot happening at Nyman's and much to look forward to in 2024.
So I'm here today with Dave Higgett, Technical Director, and Andy Ellis, Sales and Marketing Director at PCL Direct. Hello both, welcome, and thanks for joining me today.
Hi there, thank you.
So over the years, there's been lots and lots of debate around OEM original, compatible, remanufactured consumables, and in particular Chinese counterfeits have caused a lot of controversy in the industry. So in terms of your offering, you are a pure remanufacturer. So can you just sort of clear up some of those misconceptions and explain what remanufactured actually does mean?
Yeah, so for ourselves, we do class ourselves as a true remanufacturer. So we're using OEM collected cores. Those units are being completely disassembled and reassembled. So we're keeping the core basis of any technical unit, if you like, together. From a toner perspective, we fill. So again, we're filling using OEM collected virgin cartridges that we may reverse engineer. We may do, you know, some modifications to them, but they are fundamentally OEM. I think that the industry suffered from some of the Chinese imports for sure, and reliability, but also remanufacturing itself. It's been a fair curve of, I guess, improvements step by step along the way. And that comes from the components you're putting in these units. Can you actually remanufacture or refurbish parts that are in those units rather than replace them? And it's all about then reliability. And I think the biggest problem that the industry has is all based around that reliability, but it initially came from cheap imports that just didn't last. And I think that the challenge for us against the OEM has been to provide parts, toners that actually, you know, will achieve yields, that will achieve the copy quality and the reliability that the industry demands. And I think that it's been a fair road to get there. But certainly at PCL, I certainly feel, and I think, you know, the co-directors will agree that, you know, we made huge inroads into that. And yeah, we will warrant our products to stand up against the OEM, again, for yield, reliability. So yeah, we don't see any real difference. You know, what we provide, we expect it to do exactly the same.
So earlier this year, you joined Atera, and I know that you've long championed for industry standards to be extended across the board beyond just toner.
Yeah.
Is this something that you're working with Atera on and trying to address?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Atera was very much based around sort of inkjet and toner cartridge recycling and again, coming away from the cheap imports, using the OEM cores,
as part of their remanufactured process. For us, who are heavily based to the technical side of the industry, we've been pushing with Atira to see how we go about extending that almost accreditation that they've pushed forward to get the Atira mark on our technical products. And it's an ongoing process. We were at a conference earlier in the year, Barcelona, and we raised it again there, Barcelona, with all the members of the Atira committee and other members that obviously were there as part of the event. And it's an ongoing process. So we will continue to push for this. There are some British standard accreditations as well that are more loosely based around all remanufacturing. So again, we're looking at those to see what we can pull together. But the Atira mark is important to us because we've had the committee members, or some of the committee members have seen what we do. We're an open book at PCL. We do what we say. And it's important that the ethos around Atira carries forward to not just toner. It has to carry forward into the technical side of our industry because it's such a huge part. And that's where we are really. It's an ongoing process. We're pushing. We hope to meet up certainly, I would say now, probably going to be in the beginning of next year, but also we've got some upcoming Teams events, and we'll again be pushing again. It's a very difficult process, I think, because so much effort obviously went into the toner and inkjet side. You can almost see why the technical point of view was lost, because that toner and inkjet on itself, or on its own, is such a huge part of the industry, but technical is important to us. So from that perspective, we're pushing hard for it.
And I think on that same note, you also remanufacture consumable parts that go into the printers and MFPs, so the drums and the fuses and all of those. And obviously you do that to your high technical standards, but there isn't any similar body that certifies all?
No, and I think that's the problem to an extent, is that probably the Atira organisation is the first time where we can see the potential to grow almost a standalone accreditation for that side of it. But at the moment there isn't. And I think that's, again, part of the problem is you've got to have the baseline of quality all the time. We do it in-house. We have our set checks and rules, our set quality control, but that's not a global thing. So to try and evaluate better what we do and push that then to a much larger platform is definitely in our key aim, or set of key aims really for next year.
And then Andy, you have also extended your offering to include the EcoDirect line of remanufactured MFPs.
Yeah.
So in effect, you are closing the loop and supporting the circular economy. With the race to net zero, sustainability, has become even more front and centre for organisations. And speaking to many dealers, it's a key criterion now on many RFPs. So how can you support dealers or encourage them to build in more reman devices into their offering and help them win new business?
Well, I think it makes sense for us to go into machines because we're creating all the remanufactured parts for fuse units and transfer belts, and we've got the knowledge internally. So we looked at second-hand machines as a market. Most machines have got a life of 1 million prints, and most machines have done, say, 200,000 or 300,000 prints by the time we get the machines. So when we do the rework, we strip them right down to the core, rebuild the machines, set the machines back to zero, repackage them, and it becomes good value for the dealers. We've also created a price list and brochures to basically front that to the dealers so they've got some structure.
obviously the EcoDirect line is relatively new.
Yeah.
So how's it been received by dealers? Is it helping them to open doors, to offer an alternative to their customers?
Yeah, very much so. It's offering the dealers another line. So they're basically quoting the machines in between a second-hand machine and a brand new machine. It's offering the end user value for money, and obviously it helps retain profits for the dealers. So, and all in all, it's a circular economy, because again, why should these machines be thrown away when they've got another 50-60% life? And that's what we're trying to come with here. The other thing with it really is we're packaging it for the dealers, so we're creating a price list, brochures, a support site. So it's not dissimilar to what they used to with an OEM, but of course it's a green solution.
Yeah.
So really it's been fantastic. We launched it a couple of years ago, and we've been fine-tuning it really all the time to make the quality better and better.
So we've talked about you've extended your offering and expanded it. So what plans are in place for the coming months?
Well, I guess for such a long time we've been specialist, really, probably too specialist in Konica Minolta and developing Olivetti, obviously all similar engines, and the marketplace will only allow for that for so long. So again, what we've started to do is look broadly at what dealers require out there, certainly with the COVID period of time. Some dealers who couldn't get certain manufacturers then started looking for dual line with others. And so it gave us the opportunity to expand what we do. And not just expand from a toner point of view. That would be quite easy, really. But when we're looking at our expansion plans, it's toner, it's the technical products then that we can run out with it. We always try to have them hand in hand. And again, it's Andy's mentioned it a couple of times, it's the circular economy is the key bedrock of what we're doing. It's that reuse. So we're again using the OEM virgin cores, and then we're moving through them. So the plans will be certainly in the coming month is Canon, into Ricoh, into the new year. Then we're certainly looking at UTACs, because we've been asked more and more, and then Kyocera. And I think that's more than enough to be getting on with, certainly for the coming 12 months. There's a lot of development work gone into that already. So that should give us, and certainly from the sales perspective, a more broad approach to the marketplace and the channel. Certainly where you've got, as I say, dealers that are dual line, or maybe even, they've got more than the two manufacturers in the mix. Just opens doors. And then, hopefully we can produce these products with the same level of quality that we do currently, and it gives us then a great standing moving forwards.
I do think that's quite key, that you've obviously got the technical expertise and skill to develop the Olivetti, the Konica Minolta, Konica Minolta Olivetti D-Sales products. Extending into other OEM brands makes strong commercial sense and widens your appeal to a wider channel base. In terms of the EcoDirect machines, that's Konica Minolta devices at the moment?
It's Konica Minolta, but again, it doesn't, there's no reason why we can't look at Ricoh or Canon in the future.
Right.
Certainly Ricoh is what we have the knowledge in-house, technically as well. So we could look at Ricoh in the future, yeah.
In our industry, we often hear the phrase greenwashing. Everybody makes claims about their sustainability, what they're doing, how they're supporting the circular economy, etc., etc. There is greenwashing about, and consistently. What's your sort of take on greenwashing, and as a remanufacturer, how can we address it?
I think the Atera, one of the reasons we wanted to join Atera is really so we can actually put a stamp on our products, because at the moment it's aimed at toner. And we wanted to put a stamp on our products that really shows that we're a true remanufacturer. But when we look into this, we see more and more companies that are greenwashing. They state that they're a remanufacturer, but they're not. And what we're campaigning with Atera at the moment is to broaden that range so we can actually start putting that stamp on fuse units and transfer belts and drums, because we're a true remanufacturer, and that will stop and push away people stating they're a remanufacturer, when really they're just greenwashing.
So the Atera stamp sets you apart. It gives you the credibility. It's a third-party endorsement that the products you're promoting and producing are truly remanufactured products.
And not only for that, I think for the customer, because at the moment it's a bit, there's a bit of misconception there in the market. So what we want to do is, if we put that Atera, if the Atera stamp is on a drum or a fuse unit, they know it's truly remanufactured.
So it gives the consumer confidence.
Absolutely, because at the moment there's not enough clarification. But we feel that the companies are stating they're remanufacturers and they're not. So I think people are being misled in the industry.
Andy, Dave, thanks ever so much for joining me today. It's been great to hear what you've got to say, to learn that you're, looking to expand and extend further your product offering next year. I look forward to hearing more about it in the coming months.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Thank you.
I'm joined here today with Simon Adams, Managing Director of PRD Technologies. Welcome, Simon, and thank you for joining me. So your solution, Intelligent Billing, simplifies and automates the billing process. Can you tell me a little bit more about how it works?
So Intelligent Billing is the name of the product. PRD Technologies is the name of the business. So we do billing, basically. So our traditional market, for example, is telecoms billing. So when you get a phone bill at the end of each month, at the beginning of a month, and everything on the phone bill, all your line rentals, or your bundles, your packages, all the phone calls, if you wondered how that's calculated, why it's there, how it's able to calculate the overusage or the price, that's the technology we do. So we're behind that sort of technology. We offer that technology. Same with all the Azure, all the consumption billing that now goes on, or the Microsoft licensing, or it's all consumable data. So companies really struggle to analyse that through spreadsheets. We can do it, but it takes a long time. So we automate that process. We had one company come to us quite recently, and they reckon it saves about 300 hours a month. That's a managed service provider in the reselling Microsoft cloud services with all the pro-ratering and everything. We automate, we collect data, we automate the processes where possible. We integrate into all companies' third-party systems. There shouldn't be any duplication of entry. So the chances are they use an accounting system. So when the bill runs are done, it automatically uploads all the information into accounting. Same with CRM systems. And it should be no duplication of entry. So we eliminate all the billing challenges, and that's pretty much the remit, and that's what Intelligent Billing does.
So to date, you've primarily supported telecoms businesses and managed service providers, but you're now looking to extend your reach into the print and IT channel. There are undoubtedly a lot of synergies in how products are consumed in both sectors. So how can you help MPS and print providers simplify and automate this business critical function?
Well, it can help modernise. We do get a feedback we've had in discussions and so on. It's just lagging a little bit on the technology side of using technologies. It seems that a lot of businesses still rely on spreadsheets and using alternative traditional methods. So we could totally modernise that process and transform most businesses. So, for example, in telecoms billing, in fact, it's really similar, whether it's telecoms, managed service providers or print. It's just the data formats that's different. So we could process any management information file, whether that's through CSV files or whether that's through APIs. There's a huge amount of similarity. So you've got a portal, you set up your customers, you set up all the price points, whatever contracts you negotiated with that customer. Your sales team shouldn't be restricted by billing. You should be able to go out and sell anything. But we don't see a huge amount of differences. So if you've got a business, they've got different sites, it's the same principles. If they've got multi-currency requirements, because our system can bill for foreign currencies and support the local taxes, all the bundles or the packages, all the overusage, it calculates all that. So it's just the data formats that's different. So traditionally our customers are telcos, managed service providers, but we're now beginning to see a little bit of print coming through. It's just lagging other industries a little bit. So we've spoken to a few companies, and what we found with telecoms, you cannot survive without a billing platform. It's virtually impossible to do it. It's just too much calculations to do. You couldn't manually calculate hundreds of thousand calls a month. With the print industry, you can get by without, through traditional spreadsheet methods, but it takes time. So what we could do is eliminate typically 3-4 days, maybe 5 days, and get that down to absolutely zero. or maybe a few hours. So
it's quite a strong message to.
It is. So like in the print, what we discovered, it is quite similar, because you maybe have deals where you have 500 sheets free, but anything above that, it's all bundled and all packages, and and that's where we come in and automatically calculate that for you. Whatever price a bundles package agreed with your customers, then we could process that together with all the fixed items as well, if you want to do that.
So you recently onboarded PAE Business as a new customer. I think that was your first in the print space. So how's that partnership working out today?
Yeah, really good actually, and they're really nice people. They're pretty much on the forefront of the print IT industry, but they wanted to carry that philosophy through in their back office. So they looked at us, and then we were able to streamline their bidding processes. So they used to spend about 4 or 5 days, I think, per month. Now we got that down to about an hour. So there's a lot of benefits there. One is by using our system, rather than invoices going out later in the month, they go out early. So that's debtor days. I use that example early with that MS managed service provider company. We saved about 300 hours a month. Invoices should go out at the end of the month. Considering they're billing about £400,000 a month, suddenly they're not invoicing at the end of the month, at the beginning of the month. So they're bringing forward £400,000 worth of cash flow by 3 weeks. And not only that, but it's all the manual work that goes with it. It's labour intensive. It's boring. It's it's high error rate, and that affects your reputation too. So we managed to eliminate that for PAE. But they had quite a lot of challenges. Not only was it very manually driven, but it's compounded the fact they got 700 VAR partners. Those 700 VAR partners require a subscription cost data. That was all manually done. We automatically do that for the partners. It's all bespoke for individual partners. So once it's set up in the portal, it just repeats itself. So you eliminate that process. Another thing with PAE, they also have huge presence overseas as well, different regions, so they're able to support multiple currency, particularly in Holland, they got a big presence there. So we could generate, the statements, the bills, the outputs in Dutch, we could translate it, we had translation functionalities, it supports local taxes, it supports euros. So
that must save hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, I mean, we have customers who use our platform for Australia, so it's not VAT, it's GST, South Africa, America, which is really complex, because in England it's simple, you either got VAT, 20%, zero, or exempt. So in America you've got your municipal taxes, interstate taxes, federal taxes, county taxes, that needs calculated, but we could support that. So our systems are totally multiple currencies, so if you've got different divisions, subsidiaries, then we could do that.
So for print resellers that are delivering pan-European or even global MPS deployments, you can support them to streamline that billing throughout all geographies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have capabilities, we can set up different invoice groups, so you have subsidiary billing, so if you've got different subsidiaries, whether it's in the UK or overseas with different branding, it all supports that. That could be managed off a single portal.
So am I right in thinking that the data, in this case it would be the meter read data from devices in field, that data comes into your system, you process, analyse that, and then streamline and automate the entire billing end to end.
Yeah, and it can be multiple sources, and it can be multiple sources from different industries as well, if you want to put everything, and we converge it all onto one invoice. But that's essentially what we do. So at the end of the month, it might be a file, or we can API into the system. What we can also do is auto-collect the data. So when the data is ready at 2 o'clock in the morning, our system will automatically collect it and process it without anybody having to do anything. So we try to streamline the entire process. It comes with all the revenue assurances as well. So if there's data that the system's not been able to process, it'll then generate reports to highlight it so they can investigate why. And that way you should be able to then make sure that every item on the data file is actually invoiced for. So all the controls, all the checks and everything. PA, they had multiple currency requirements. Another requirement that's really important for them was also, as a business, we needed to be 27001 accredited, because data is really important, so that's a prerequisite. Some companies sort of get by saying the IT environments are ISO 27000 supported, but they're not, but we are, we have to be. And we have the IT security teams as well as teams that manage that. So that's a key consideration.
So interesting. PA Business is your first customer in our space, as we've already said. How did you first meet them?
We met them at the Technology Live event, and it's the first event after COVID. So of course we're all desperate to get out, so we decided to exhibit. So, just gave a lot of exhibitors an opportunity to chat with each other, and that's what we did. And PE came over, and we just had a casual chat about a few things, and that led to a little bit more. And then they asked, do we do anything in print IT? At the time we said no. So they effectively introduced us to the industry. For that, we are really, really grateful. They're really good people to work with. We worked with them for about 5-6 months now, and I don't think a ticket's been raised even. It just works.
That's incredible.
And they did have quite strict reporting requirements as well. So it comes with all the heat maps, so you can see the profitability at company level, all the gross margins, also at product level, so salespeople could concentrate on what makes the most return. So our system produced all the heat maps, so you can see all the, how it grows throughout the year in comparison, and that's what they wanted, and that's what we delivered, and we're really grateful for them.
Brilliant.
Really nice people, and they are.
You made the point that your billing software integrates with other third-party systems. So does that mean that resellers can collect, process and analyse the data that they collect from their devices in the field, and then integrate that into their usual accounting software, Sage, Xero, to then generate the invoices?
Yes, it can do. So a lot of companies, and we prefer it this way, use us to end-to-end. What I mean by that, well, our system will then collect the data from the data sources. In telcos, it'd be a switch. It could be Microsoft for Azure data, Google for Google Cloud. Our system will then process everything, and then it will release the invoices as well. So there's invoice functionality, so you can send invoices to your customers, please find attached to invoice, or like with your phone bill, you go to end customer portal. From there you can log in, and retrieve your invoice, and you can analyze the data. So we call that end-to-end, where we did a whole process. So we do that. What we're finding a little bit in the managed service space, and possibly in the print IT space as well, is that some companies use invoice functionality that's supporting their accounting systems and also in their CRM systems, but there's a big difference between invoicing systems and functionality, and what we do is billing. But they still want to use those systems, so we then generate the output so we call that black box. So we will then process the data, and where we come, it's all the variable data that goes up and down, all the consumable data. Traditional invoice systems can't deal with that. They're not designed for that. They're just designed for static, repeatable, line rental or whatever particular print service might be. But what we do is all the consumption. So some companies use us purely as a black box, not end-to-end. We will collect that data, process it, generate the output that then goes into, for example, ConnectWise or Xero or Sage or Autotask or Microsoft Dynamics, because they still want to use that as their invoicing system. Some companies have gone that route, but then when they've found out, discovered, they learned a bit more about us and what we do, it's actually gone the other way, where they're taking everything out of those systems and they use us for end-to-end. But when the bill runs incomplete, that data still needs to go into the accounting system or CRM, for instance. So there shouldn't be any duplications of entry, and then our system will then, because you're already exporting to Sage, whatever it might be, or DD collections. We work with Go Carlos, for instance, so we work with most of them. So when you've got your DDs, banking collections, there's no duplication of entries or anything. So, and we Go Carlos, and we got the API. So if a direct debit is rejected, automatically sends a message back to our billing system to basically say it's the debtor.
Right.
This wasn't collected. So I think from that you get a feel for how automated the platform potentially is and what we could do, and just eliminate all that sort of work that goes around it.
Yeah.
But we recognise now that most companies, there's so many third-party systems. So we're best-of-breed billing. We don't do CRM because there's so many companies doing it. We don't do accounting. Let them concentrate on that instead. We do what we do, which we really, we're good at it. That's the feedback we're getting. We're not, But then we get these systems talking to each other. So we sit in the middle and we push and pull data.
Yeah.
And it just pretty much automates the process.
Simon, thank you so much for joining me today. Thanks. And that's been a really interesting conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to add that we haven't covered?
A lot of companies don't know about us. And when they do, they often say, we wish a year ago we discovered you. For example, we deal with a lot of West Coast Cloud, for instance, is a huge company. Yes. So one of the biggest IT distribution companies in the UK, and they use us for all the Azure stuff, all the but they didn't know we did print IT. And of course, what's happening? A lot of them provide these sorts of services as well, as do Exertis, Arrow, and what was Tech Data, and they do that. So we just want to get that message out there a little bit that to us it is just data. We could process virtually everything. But what I want to also add, I think I mentioned earlier, we're ISO 27001, which is really critical, ISO 9000, so it takes security really importantly. We are also, I'd say, national, we win national awards at the national level. In terms of the capabilities and the power of what we do, we process about 5 billion transactions every month. Wow. So one phone call is one transaction, one print item is one transaction. We do about 5 billion a month, and it generates billions of we generate billions of pounds worth of transactions, across our customer base. So, it just gives an and we do whatever, we don't discriminate. We deal with what we call the bedroom resellers, one-man bands. So they have an out-the-box package that we can set up really quickly, all the way up to enterprise level. So West Coast, they're enterprise level. They have all their VARs, so we generate the data, and we process about 120 million a year for them, down to single small resellers who might be generating a couple of £1,000 a month to us, their customers, and proud to have them all.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Lots of really interesting points, and I'm sure that everything you've said will resonate quite strongly with the Print and IT channel. And do keep us posted of any news in your area.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It's been a real pleasure.
I'm joined today by Tim Muckett, Director Channel Sales at Vasion. Welcome, Tim. Thanks for joining me.
No, well, thank you very much for having me.
So print management seems to be migrating to the cloud at pace. Why do you think there's been a huge uptick in demand?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think print management in the cloud in some form or other has been around for many years. But I think the channel partners and the industry as a whole weren't really ready for it, if I'm honest. I think there was a natural inclination to stick to what which has tended to be on-premise print management solutions, right? That's the comfort zone at that point. So I think it was more customer demand, actually, that kind of forced everyone's arm to start supplying cloud-based print management solutions like Printalogic.
And do you think the pandemic and the need to leverage cloud solutions to enable people to work more effectively, do you think that sort of impacted the take-up and the acceleration in demand for cloud print management?
For sure, 100%. There was a massive change during and post-pandemic. I think organizations wanted thinner infrastructures. They didn't want to rely on as many on-premise services. So cloud's perfect for that, right? And I think we're seeing applications across enterprises, NHS, local government, moving up into the cloud.
As an industry, do you think we're too focused on MFPs? I think one of the things that consistently Vasion says is that standalone printers often fall outside of standard MPS contracts, and that's a missed opportunity for resellers.
Yeah, 100%. It's a missed opportunity in many ways. So if you're selling a managed print service, you need to manage print across the board. So single function devices, label printers, things like that often get completely ignored. So you can put a managed print structure in place, which is going to be related to multifunction printers. And it tends to be very isolated. So the infrastructure might be removed for that small element of print, because it might only be 30-40% of the devices that are sold into that customer or that customer actually uses. So the other 50-60% is ignored. So all that infrastructure is still needed for them. So print servers, driver management, etc. So yeah, products like Printalogic are ideal for that, because it gives channel the opportunity to spread outside of just their traditional print area of multifunction devices, manage the rest of the devices and get insight into what's going on within that organization, and become stickier, okay, and deliver more of a service to those organizations.
What are the key advantages of migrating print infrastructure to the cloud for the end customer, for the end user?
Yeah, the key is modernising infrastructure for those organisations. So getting rid of legacy infrastructure like print servers and application servers that are often related to print management, which ultimately is going to save that organisation a lot of money.
And for channel partners?
Yeah, for channel partners, it modernises their offerings, because this is what organisations want. Okay, they want cloud solutions around print management like PrinterLogic. No longer do organisations want print servers and application servers. So it makes them more relevant to the channel. It also makes, when we talk about moving to managing those single function devices that we talked about, not just traditional managed print devices, it makes them more sticky within that organisation. It gives them a bigger footprint within that organisation. I think ultimately makes them more relevant.
And presumably the SaaS purchasing model, supplying software as a service, print is consumed as a service, provides a recurring revenue stream.
100%.
Which again increases their stickiness.
Yeah, 100%. You know, that revenue stream can go on for as long as those guys are still printing, which hopefully be for a very long time.
So, Tim, are there any plans to add more functionality to the PrinterLogic platform in the next 12 months?
Yes, there are. Vasion has an ethos of making digital transformation available to everyone. So over the next 12 to 24 months, you're going to see a big change. The Vasion platform will be extended. PrinterLogic will actually sit on the Vasion platform. And within that platform, which will be a multi-tenanted cloud solution, you'll see content management, digital workflow, capture, forms, signatures, everything you need for a complete digital transformation platform.
So in fact, enabling customers' digital workflows in one tight integrated platform.
Yeah, 100%. It will be one platform to deliver absolutely everything.
So Tim, thanks for joining us today. Really interesting to hear about future plans in the next 12 months and to learn about the benefits of cloud print management for both channel partners and for the end user customers.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
On behalf of the entire team, I'd like to extend a really warm welcome to the 4th edition of the Print IT Awards. It's been a challenging year, but once again, as clearly evidenced in the entries we received, this channel has demonstrated excellence in leadership, commitment, and determination over the past 12 months. And celebrating your successes is the reason we're all here tonight. So all that remains for me to say is have a fabulous time tonight. And I look forward to catching up with as many of you as possible over the course of the evening.
Friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce you to your awards host for this evening, award-winning stand-up author, blogger and podcaster. Please welcome on stage, Dominic Holland.
Well, we are going to start the awards. I'm going to take you through them. Thank you for being here. It's going to be a great evening. On the count of 3 with a big round of applause, we'll start the awards. 1, 2, 3. Come on, let's go.
The bar is open now from Dominic and from me. Good night.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller. Today I'm joined with David Hamblin, Sales Director UK and Ireland at Altkin. David, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Michelle.
So David, Armour has been a long-standing vendor in the printing and office supplies market, and recently you rebranded as Altkin. perhaps explain a little bit about the company's heritage and the thinking behind the rebrand?
Sure. Yes, Armour Group started way back 1922, so just over 100 years ago, with the world of carbon paper. For those that are old enough to remember carbon paper, we still actually sell it today. Obviously, since then, moved into many other categories, including thermal transfer, and also, of course, the print cartridge market as well. Certainly, historically, from a transactional point of view, Armour was a very well-known name. From the managed print space, not so much. Historically, from the Armour point of view, it was very much a French-based company. So I think, again, with the rebranding into Altkin, it's opening up the brand into the European marketplace. I think in terms also with the Altkin name, it's all an umbrella of a company. Certainly from the acquisition front, we recently acquired THS, otherwise known as Parsia in the UK, and there are more to follow. So Altkin is the umbrella company over which those companies. I think if you break down the Altkin name as well, it's quite nice. Altkin, alt being the alternative. You know, we are the alternative to the original. Kin meaning family, of which we are the Altkin family. And also it's an anagram of ink as well. The company's strapline is fair printing. So again, we're all about responsible printing. So we're all about remanufacturing, we're all about collections, closed loops and recycling.
So you've talked about the group's long heritage in the office printing and supplies segment. But more recently, we've seen you expand reach into the MPS market in particular, introducing new lines. Could you expand a little bit perhaps on the go-to-market strategy, particularly in the UK and Ireland in that new space?
Yeah, very much so. We're very much respected into the transactional space, but the customers that we have throughout Europe were starting to ask us for contractual ink and toner. And therefore, from our side, Morocco, which is our own factory for over 30 years, started to do research and development on the copier A3, A4 products. This was 5 years ago, and I'm pleased to say we have over 700 SKUs in that range already, and that's expanding all the time. These cover all the major brands. We're talking Canon, Ricoh, Kyocera, Konica, Sharp, and many others. And of course, if you add into our total portfolio, we're over 3,000 SKUs now in our range.
That's an impressive number of SKUs. I wonder how on earth you keep on track of those.
No, absolutely so, and more all the time. A huge roadmap of products coming through as well. And from the point of view of our customers, we already have a good number of customers throughout Europe, some of them very high profile managed print resellers using our products. And what we want to do is open that opportunity out to more resellers around Europe to benefit from the quality, the sustainability and the lower cost per copy that these products can bring.
So you've just touched on sustainability, which is of course front and centre for everybody today. So Altkin provides remanufactured products. So what are the key advantages for both the end user and the reseller?
I think first and foremost, we call it form, fit and function. So what Altkin are doing is we're actually collecting the OEM cores and obviously remanufacturing them, cleaning, refilling, new chip, etc. And what that means is it'll work in the printer each and every time. What we find is a lot of our competitors in the marketplace will use a compatible, so they will go out and build a new plastic core. Now that may or may not work in the printer every time. It is a little bit different. On the sustainability side, absolutely, the company's ethos is sustainability. We're all about the collection of the empty cartridges, right through to the reuse or the recycling, zero landfill. All those boxes are ticked. Closed loop solution as well. We even go as far as zero plastic packaging.
Resellers have lots of options. So why should they choose Altkin products?
Sure. I think certainly when we spoke a moment ago about sustainability, that should certainly be up there at the top of the list from a reseller point of view and also from the end user's point of view as well. We've always spoken about the heritage and the long standing of the company, over 102 years of history, 30 or more in this print industry as well. And also many accreditations as a company, ISO 9001 for quality, 14001 for environmental, many other REACH compliances, but also Nordic Eco Label, which is an extremely difficult certificate to obtain. It's done per product. So again, many companies don't go to those lengths that we do.
So Altkin products all carry this Nordic Eco-label accreditation?
A vast majority do. We don't do every single product. We'll tend to do the top 300 or 400 top running products. Very, very importantly, we haven't mentioned so far, of course, is price. We are price competitive. We'll certainly save the resellers money on cost per copy and make a higher margin. And of course, most importantly for the reseller, next day delivery, we have that all in place as well.
So you provide your products through distribution in the UK and Ireland. So how do those relationships with your disti partners work?
I've been with Altkin now for 3.5 years, and when I first joined, there was very little distribution in place, and certainly for the reseller community, that was critical. They had a next day service. I'm pleased to say now we have partnerships with UFP, with West Coast, and with Exertis Supplies, all offering our products on a next day service. What I would say is that certainly from my previous information, with 3,000 SKUs on offer, not all of those will be available next day, but those distribution partners are more than happy to add to that range to give you the portfolio that you need.
So we've talked a lot about the company's expanded product range, the rebrand obviously to Altkin, plans, you've shared plans for roadmap, future developments, and the fact that you've got a new inroad into a new market, the MPS market. So what are the growth plans for 2024 and beyond?
It may sound cliche, but we are looking to be the one-stop shop for all the resellers' consumer needs in the UK and Ireland. In terms of acquisitions, we're hoping more will follow in the future into 2025. As we mentioned earlier, we already made a recent one back in December of 23, which was THS, better known here in the UK as Parcia. That gave us access to a bigger range of product, parts, drums, waste bottles, and specialist brands like Utax and Olivetti as well. We're certainly looking for some more headcount here in the UK in terms of sales, which is good news.
So you're looking to increase headcount, particularly within the sales function?
Yeah, very much so. Certainly since I joined 3.5 years ago, we've grown the sales year on year. That continues into 2024 as well. I think from my side of things, we're almost the best kept secret in the industry. No one knows the name. Hopefully they will do a lot more now. And what we're looking to do is open that out to more UK and Ireland resellers to benefit from the Altkin story. The heritage, the product range, the quality, the closed loop solutions. We've got everything there, and which will obviously continue on our growth path.
Thank you, David. You've made some really interesting points, and it's been great to hear about Altkin, the journey that you've been on and indeed are going on. I think the point you made is really valid. Altkin is the industry's best kept secret, but I think it's clear and evident that you're on track to change that.
Definitely. Thank you, Michelle.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and I'm here today with Angus Shaw, director of Brigantia, the specialist cybersecurity distributor. We're going to be talking about developments in the cybersecurity industry and the importance of working with a specialist distributor. Angus, great to see you. Thank you for coming.
No, it's really nice to be with you today.
So Angus, could you give me a quick overview of Brigantia?
Yeah, I'd be pleased to, James. So Brigantia is a cybersecurity distributor. We specialise on bringing very unique technologies to the UK market. We only have about 17 technologies in our portfolio that we're bringing to around 1,400 channel partners. Those channel partners form part of the Brigantia community, and they range from one-man band MSPs through to some of the largest technology companies in the world.
And have you always been a sort of cybersecurity specialist?
So the focus on cyber has really come to fruition since about 2016. The company was a management buyout from a much larger player called Clarinet. At that point, we were focused on broadband and some cloud backup, other recurring revenue streams. Having previously been a hardware buying group in the early days of the late 90s, early 2000s. Since that point, we've focused entirely on cyber. Interestingly, that came off the back of an event that our major shareholder attended at the Danish Embassy with Heimdall Security, who are still one of our fantastic vendor partners today. I think we identified the opportunity there and then that cybersecurity was going to be over the following few years, and it was a very good decision for the business to take that direction.
Yeah, there are worse industries to have picked on. And what's the benefit of being a specialist for your partners?
Oh, well, there's a benefit for the partners, and there's also a benefit for the vendors. I think the main one is definitely focus on both sides. By only having 17 vendors that we do at the moment, maybe 18 by Christmas, we'll see, but 17 vendors, that means that we can be very specialist in what we do. It means that we can be real outsource experts for those vendors, act as an extension of their team, but also act as an extension of our partners' teams, because we know those vendors inside and out. And it's not possible for channel partners to know every single vendor that they might have to work with in the depth that is required at times. So we act as an outsourced support for those channel partners.
And as you said, you often get vendors at quite an early stage in their development. How do you find them and choose them?
So our selection process for vendors is something that we take really, really seriously. It's kind of what we live and die by. We want this Brigantia seal of approval to be something that really means something. And so we take a vendor through quite a rigorous selection process, which will be very much technology driven. The first thing being that they have to be a solution to a genuine problem. I was speaking to someone the other day, and I think it was a Canalis stat that said that channel partners have 80,000 vendor partners that they could work with, which I just think is a remarkable stat. So with that choice that is available to partners, we want to bring what we believe is genuinely the best solution for our channel partners to them. So we focus on having a technology at every layer of like a cybersecurity defensive system, whether that's 365 security or endpoint security, whatever it may be. And we try and avoid overlapping those vendors so that we can really be clear on what we think is the best route for channel partners to take. And clearly, once we've been through a very in-depth technical and compliance process to understand that this partner is suitable, clearly we've got to be happy commercially that it makes sense for our partners, but obviously for ourselves. And I'm always very open with channel partners that to be able to offer the service that we are trying to, and what we're doing day in and day out with the investment in the team, we've got to be making some money as well. So it's a slightly different take on what was traditional distribution, working at much smaller percentages. We need to be able to make some more money so that we can invest properly back into our partners, and also in that technology and expertise.
And you described yourself earlier as a value-added distributor. What does that mean for?
Yeah, I think the value piece is really important because we don't want to just sell something and move on. Obviously, the days of shifting tin, in the size of business we are pretty slim. Most of our channel partners would be able to buy on Amazon cheaper than they would be from a business that is our size. We're not a small business, but we're certainly not hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds. By adding value, what I mean is that we have clarity of message that we're bringing to partners, and we're able to really articulate clearly to them why these solutions are of benefit to them and their customers. But moreover, we can actually help them day to day in their business, right? We can help them to build a recurring revenue business. We can help them to identify new opportunities to be able to add recurring revenue to their business, whether that's through sales and marketing, and some of those initiatives might look like our recently launched partner toolkits, which are on a per vendor basis, a specific pack that is designed from the ground up for an MSP to be able to take any given vendor solution to their clients in a way that's easy for the clients to understand, instead of being a vendor product presentation or a vendor being stood too close to their product, to be able to really articulate the real world values and benefits of the services. That's something we've invested heavily in and will continue to do so. One other way that I would say is a real differentiator, and I was talking to James actually before we started, was like we've focused really hard on retaining our team. That means that they are extremely knowledgeable, and some of our product specialist team are real world experts in the area of the market that they're working, whether that's password management, whether that's patching, whatever it may be. And that team is at the every beck and call really of our channel partners day in and day out to support them in their training initiatives internally, or their sales efforts with their clients, product presentations, whatever it may be, speaking at events. They're there to support, and I think that's a real huge value add that we bring to the market.
Yeah, because obviously you've got sort of various sort of platforms you can buy from now, but it's that sort of whole support and sort of curation that is a big difference.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing. It's like we want Brigantia to be seen to be the place that channel partners buy from, not necessarily the vendor specifically that they're buying. Like I went on a call only 3 or 4 weeks ago with a brand new partner, went through the process, and we were talking about Brigantia and how Brigantia can help their business more than actually the products in question. As it happened, off the back of the call, they've engaged with 5 of our vendors because it makes sense for them to work with us in one place and have the benefit of our team and rounded experiences. Also, one route to market and all of those benefits that come with that from a supply chain and the old school one throat to throttle as such, if in the event of something needing to be escalated. So we're happy with that, and we're happy with the accountability that comes with that. But it's very much a human touch still. It's very much old school customer service. If you ring our office, it'll be answered within 2 rings. It's that sort of motto that comes with it than, perhaps just buying some licenses and moving on.
And how else has sort of distribution changed in the last decade? Or
I think it's had to find its new place, really. It's had to find its relevance. We talked a little bit about hardware. It's not about shipping and logistics and storage space anymore. It's around, can you really add value to channel partners to be able to help them generate more business themselves? But equally, it's on the vendor side. It's had to find relevance for vendor technologies as well. Why would they not go direct to channel partners? Well, the answer to any vendor I'd speak to is that we've got 1,400 partners ready to buy your technology if it's the right fit and something that we think suitable for them. So it had to evolve at some pace, really, because obviously cloud came and then cyber has all come with that, and it's a very different space to what it was, even 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago.
And has your sort of base of reseller customers, has that changed? The more cyber
it's got bigger, and because as the business is growing, but it's also then seen consolidation. Like we talked a little bit before about private equity and the impact that that's having on the industry. Is like, some of our best partners are very well-known, well-backed, private equity-backed MSPs, and some of those are acquiring every other week. Some every other month. Like that level of acquisition is clearly causing some stir in the channel, whether that's due to route to markets consolidation and the fact that it can create serious churn for certain technologies if you're not on the right side of a private equity backed acquisition. So it's changed massively, and I think the VAR space is completely different to what it was 10 years ago. I think the VARs have either grown to be absolute behemoths, very well advertised and big companies, or they've had to evolve and become managed service providers. There's very few highly successful sub 20 million VARs anymore. Very, very few. They've either become a managed service provider or they've gone into that space and got bigger much quicker, which is really interesting, and it makes it a different dynamic to sell to. It suits us down to the ground. We're very specialist in MSP, and our business has evolved to find its relevance in VARs and helping their sales team. It's more about sales enablement in a VAR scenario necessarily than the service wrap that comes with the MSP space.
And what are the sort of fastest growing areas of your portfolio?
That's an easy one right now, simply because I don't know whether you'd seen previously, but the Google and Yahoo, 2 of the largest technology businesses in the world, obviously have announced new rules around DMARC, meaning that DMARC has to be properly configured on sender domains. That means that since the 22nd of December, our latest vendor technology we signed, SendMark on the 22nd of December, have signed more technology partners, MSP partners, since the 22nd of December to now than any other vendor we've ever launched in the whole first year. So that's very much driven by demand because of the changes from these 2 massive technology companies, but also PCI compliance requiring DMARC configuration being done properly. I think that's early next year. So there's a lot of market drivers behind DMARC enablement. And to be honest, 12 months ago, it was relatively unknown. I think the risks of not having a domain were properly configured were relatively unknown, and the fact that you could basically impersonate any domain in the world that wasn't configured properly, quite scary. But that's created a whole new revenue stream for channel partners, and I've heard some great stories, and we've got a number of case studies now of channel partners that have created new tens of thousands of profit off the back of doing an opt-out campaign, for example, into their customers relating to DMARC. But also in the VAR space, it's a whole nother area of the market that is relevant to every single end customer, and very rarely do channel partners get the opportunity to take a solution to every single customer. It's a really interesting evolvement of the market, and we've continued to do well. So that was Zenmark, fantastic technology, great guys to work with. Spent a lot of time with them at InfoSec last week, and really refreshing for channel partners to be working with an organisation like that. And then equally, we've seen continued demand for some of our core vendor partners. KnowBe4, where the MSP Disti for KnowBe4 in the UK, doing really well with them, and similarly password management with Keeper. Demise of LastPass over the last 12 months has been very helpful for them. I think everyone would relate to that, and they've done extremely well off the back of that. Fantastic technology, and really suitable for managed service providers as well. But yeah, it's a great little portfolio. It's something we don't add to lightly, but generally speaking, across the board, all the vendors are performing really well. And I was saying to you earlier, I'm with CyberSmart again in the coming weeks as well. So.
And what sort of further developments can we look forward to from Brigantia in the rest of the year?
So yeah, we have our major partner event in October, which is always a highlight of the year. That's the 2nd to 3rd of October. So anyone that's watching this back before then will be able to register for that, all being well.
Where's that?
Twickenham Stadium, 2nd and 3rd. Be a great couple of days. All of our major vendor partners are involved in that those 2 days, and there'll be about 150 to 200 channel partners there across the couple of days. We've also got Charlie McMurdy, who is a really well-renowned speaker, who was the first female head of the UK cybercrime unit, which will be really, really interesting to hear from her. And also off the back of InfoSec, which we've done very recently, and me meeting Heimdall's chief enchantment officer, who is a magician and illusionist called Roberto. I've put an inquiry into him whether he might be around to work that one of those evenings. One of the most remarkable things I've ever seen. So a bit off topic, but 2nd and 3rd of October, major partner event, and we've got various other event investments that are coming up in the coming weeks and months, which forms an important part of how we work closely with our community. But my team are out on the road a lot. I was saying to James earlier, where we supporting partner events. I know there's a number of keynote presentations being given by some of our product specialist team, which is also really pleasing to hearing about. And as I said, maybe there'll be another vendor before Christmas. We'll see. If so, that will get a huge amount of focus, I've got no doubt. We're in final discussion with a couple of vendors, but it's got to be absolutely right for us to bring it to market and make it an 18th vendor in the portfolio.
It'll be interesting to see who that is, because of course, as well as protecting their own customers, MSPs also need to protect themselves. Is that something that you hear a lot from?
That's a really good point, James. I think the MSPs have to eat their own dog food. I think it's one way to put it bluntly, and it's something you often see is not the case. I think how you can be a managed service provider looking after end clients if you're not properly protecting yourselves, or at least taking reasonable steps to protect yourself. Things like having cyber essentials as a minimum, I would say, is something that all MSPs should be doing, or if not striving to do very fast. And I think there will be more regulation. Seen starts of that in Europe already, but I think there will be more regulation coming into force relating to the standard of MSPs and how they look after themselves, and therefore the level of service that an end customer can expect. As a minimum, we expect most of our MSPs to be buying the services that they're working with us on us, and some of those are on an NFR basis, but others they're not. And that's technology, it's an investment that you should have in every business, really.
And longer term, do you have any sort of big ambitions?
Oh, I've got lots of big ambitions. Whether the wider board agree with them all is another matter, so we'll see, and I won't go into too much excitement there. But yeah, loads of ambitions around growth of the business. I think, there's at least 7,000 is the minimum level of channel partners, the MSPs that you hear about in the UK. We're saying we've only got 1,400 of those at the moment. So my lesser ambitions are for us to take a good chunk of those. That's for certain in the coming years, no doubt at all. And we'll continue to invest heavily in making sure that our existing partners are really well serviced. I've always had great backing from the board to make sure that we are pouring enough resources into being able to answer the phone in 2 rings and all of those things that come with proper old school customer service. So we'll continue with that, and hopefully we'll have some exciting additions to the portfolio, and the growth will continue, whether that's in the UK or beyond. We'll see.
So Angus, how do you expect the market to develop?
It's an interesting one. I think that it's always changing so much, and the topic of AI is almost impossible to escape. I'm sure it will continue to have an influence, certainly in marketing messages. Whether that actually comes to fruition in technology is a whole nother conversation. But from my perspective, we're seeing unprecedented demand still for third-party patching of applications. We're seeing so many technologies claiming to do a really good job in that space, but actually in reality are not providing the level or depth of service that a lot of channel partners are expecting. So I think that'll continue to go. Obviously, we've talked about DMARC already. I think that demand will only continue. Identity theft, fraud is something that really resonates with end users, irrelevant of whether they're technical or not. And I think that is something that will continue to grow at pace. There'll be millions and millions and millions of domains added to the fully compliant DMARC list, I've got no doubt. And we're not seeing any signs of it slowing down from a traditional sort of password management model either. So there's loads of ways it'll evolve. We're looking closely at some other areas, which I can't go into too much detail on, but we're certainly interested in dark web in more depth and a few other areas. So I've got no doubt that involvement will continue, and MSPs will continue to play an absolutely massive part in that delivery of services and supporting end clients, because clearly the world's not getting any smaller. So
no, or safer.
Yeah.
And so if you had one bit of advice to offer to MSPs, what would it be?
I get asked this a lot. I'd say don't stand still. I think one of the hardest things that MSPs find is that actually selling. Selling is obviously often seen as like a bit of a dirty word, but if you're just renewing your customers every year, you're not going to grow. And good money says that private equity will come along and maybe buy one of your customers at some point, or conversely and worse, one of them might go bust, and you're in a situation where if you're not selling, your business is smaller. And if that happens to be a very large customer, that can have serious consequences on your business. So taking good advice around sales and marketing, I think is really important, something that we feel as if we can add really good value in, and happy to have a more sort of high-level conversation around that and how we could support. But certainly don't stand still, both from a sales, marketing, technology standpoint. Don't just assume that what you've done forever is the same. And I'm sure that would be a good piece of advice.
Well, that is very good advice. And Angus, thank you very much for joining us today. Very interesting chat. And I look forward to finding out more about that 18th vendor you've been talking about.
Thanks, James. Great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and with me here today I've got Gavin Jones, Channel Partners Director of BT Wholesale. We're going to be talking about connectivity and the ever-growing demand for bandwidth and the opportunities for the channel. Gavin, great to have you here today.
Thank you for inviting me. It is really nice to get the opportunity to talk to you about us, where we're going and what we're doing.
So Gavin, how have the first 5 months of the year been for you? Has the market delivered what you expected at BT Wholesale?
The first 5 months, I think, has been incredibly dynamic, and I think the market is definitely delivering what we think. I think it's pretty open that we're investing in fibre. And so you'll see in the last quarter, we delivered 1 million fibre premises. We've got a total base of about 14 million now. We continue to invest in 5G. We cover something like 73% of the population now. And so you can see that the move to convergence is really starting, the move to all IP is really starting, exchanges are being shut down. And so we've had an incredible start to the year. We've launched a mobile service, wholesaling EE, which is the first time that's happened. And we've obviously got a brilliant network in terms of fibre. So it's been a really, I think, positive start to the year. I think there's a backdrop of AI in the news everywhere, and everyone's thinking about, what do I do? Where do I do it? I mean, we've done some research, and something like 60% of businesses want to apply AI. I think they just need to find out, what is it? How do I use it? And what are the benefits to my business? But I mean, it's been a really, I think, solid start to us and very exciting.
And for the second half of the year, how is your strategy going to develop?
The second half of the year, I think, is more the same. The first bit that we're really focused on is being easy to do business with. So that's developing APIs and digital interactions so that our customers can deal with us. We've got a massive push in terms of convergence and changing people over. Something like 50% of people are on cloud voice, so there's a lot to actually change over. And so our focus is really on how can we help our partners make that move to all IP, how can we really support them. The market is obviously changing as well, and there's more complex solutions. Something like 70% of people are now mobile workers. There's very few that are tethered to a desk. And so the solutions are becoming far more complex in terms of how do I get the solution for a mobile worker that could be in an office, they could be in a shop, they could be at a customer site. So we're trying to help our partners with that. We've also really done a lot of work on our partner program, which we launched 3 years ago. We got probably just under 500 partners, and we did a lot of work on firstly research. So we go and talk to the partners, what's important, what's not important, how do you see your business growing. We've got a lot of information on marketing, how can we support you, white label collateral, battle cards, and we're doing lots of stuff just to support people and generally look at it. We've started doing product deep dives, so we'll have a deep dive where we have a call, we invite people and they can ask us and we tell them what's happening with products, where those products going. And so we've had a really busy time planning what we're actually going to do. And I think that our aim is to really help our customers be successful, help them use our research, for example. Do people want to buy propositions? Do you need to do it in verticals? We've had some events and we've got more planned, which will tell people what's happening in AI, how can you start to investigate it. We'll also look at other things in terms of social selling on LinkedIn and how can we really support you. So I think moving forward, it's more of the same. We're definitely going to push more all IP and more transformation. We're definitely pushing mobile and 5G, which we see as the future, and then really doubling down on our marketing and partner programs to support them and really help people move forward.
So you mentioned the work you've done with APIs and everything, and improving that ease of business. Obviously, that's one sort of key area of investment. So then you've got the breadth of your offering and the network. What have you been doing on the network side?
The numbers around investment in our network are phenomenal. We invest something like 3.7 billion every year. So there's obviously the push for 5G connectivity. There's obviously the push to shut down exchanges and move everything or shut down PSTN and move everything. But we've also developed a whole range of new products. So we know that AI is going to actually create more demand. We know that there are something like 66 million internet users in the UK. So we've developed a new range of really high capacity services, and we've launched some 400 gig services that we've actually sold a number of. And we see a real growth in bandwidth demands, bandwidth needs. And whilst the use cases for AI aren't fully defined, we are fairly confident that high bandwidth is going to be absolutely the bedrock of what people require on that. So really doubling down on our capacity, doubling down on the availability, allowing people to have super fast connections is core to what we're actually doing, alongside obviously the broadband and the 5G.
The 400 gig offering, is that for the sort of service providers, or?
The 400 gig offering is actually for service providers, but we're actually seeing increased demand from businesses that want to mirror data centers, or they want to actually change their topology. And so we're seeing a range of people actually coming to us. They're really specific in terms of fiber routes. They're really specific in terms of latency and performance. And I think that the nature of cloud is changing between public cloud and private cloud. And I think as businesses start to mature around cloud services, they're looking to change designs, they're looking to optimize it. And so we see a lot of growth. There's a lot of research and information out there about the demands that AI will have. And we see that there'll be greater demand from all businesses, enterprises, from CPs and from others in terms of shipping that bandwidth to and from, because it has to go somewhere and it has to be sort of trained. And so we see that the demand for bandwidth is only going to exponentially grow.
And the more demand there is from a greater number of companies for these higher bandwidths is going to force your resellers to broaden their offering and develop new skills and the ability to sell these much sort of higher level products.
Definitely. I think the nature of the channel is changing from the really old model of I can sell you a mobile phone, I can sell you calls, I can sell you internet access, and I think the challenge for all of them is how do you address that kind of unified landscape. You'll see the rise of Microsoft Teams, you'll see the rise of hosted communications, you'll see the rise of MS365, and actually we see the whole world getting far more complicated, and people need to become more or less managed service providers where someone comes to them requiring solutions, and it could be a mobile worker solution, it could be other solutions, but they're going to have a range of services which become far more consultancy led. You have to talk to your customers, you have to understand their business, you have to be able to build what is quite a complex solution for them. And you can see that in the market. You can see lots of people changing to adapt to that new model. With the shutdown of PSTN, people also have to do that. And so in some areas there's a reticence, in some areas other people are seizing the opportunity. But there is a definite move to all IP, and resellers or channel partners are going to have to adapt to that, which means they're going to have to talk to their customers and really create innovative solutions. But we see it as a great area of opportunity.
I must say, actually, the resellers I've spoken to are very keen to push on with that, and have already sort of moved a lot of their customers over to all IP, and it's just a sort of rump that they're having a few problems with.
Yeah, it's very complex in terms of migrating people over. You have to talk to them, you have to create new services, you have to do that transformation. People have to understand their bases, which is a lot of detail. But the market for UCaaS is forecast to be something like 155 billion in 2030. There's a massive opportunity out there, and people need to work with their customers, and I think the high percentage of the channel partners are really working on that. How do I do it? What does it mean? But they've also really got to watch out for things like Trustpilot, which are really important as a marketing tool nowadays. So they have to plan it effectively. They have to execute it effectively. So it's actually a very complex operation. But the theory is that everything should get better, it should be more reliable. If you look at PSTN, it's been around for 30 plus years. All IP or fibre-based communication should be far more reliable. And therefore, I think it's a real opportunity for everyone to create that next generation of communication solutions.
What do you think the challenges will be over the next 6 months?
I think the challenges are actually just firstly, you've got the rise of AI. What does AI mean? I think everybody's looking at it. Our research shows that something like 60% of decision makers in businesses want to adopt AI. And so I think the first challenge for them is what is AI that can benefit my business, and how do I integrate that? I think there's a great fear about potentially loss of roles or loss of jobs. But actually, the upside is that it makes a business far more productive. And actually, it's not necessarily about losing jobs. It's about people being far more productive, and it's about taking away the routine tasks. So I know that every business is probably looking at this, looking at how can I use it, what do I use it for, how can it make my business better. So I think that's a big challenge for businesses. How do I understand and how do I create something that's genuinely going to be really positive for my business? I think the second is that I keep talking about all IP transformation, but how do we get a hold of that as an industry? How do we really drive that forward? How do we actually change, the landscape of our industry so that it's all based around FTTP, whether that's with BT or anyone else, because I know there are people out there. Because I think that could be quite transformational for the industry in terms of all of a sudden anyone can have a 1 gigabit connection that's reliable, that's super fast. So there's going to be a lot more applications that people can use and businesses can use, and our partners will be expected to sell that adopt that. So I think it's going to create a kind of new era or new dawn for us with plenty of opportunity. If you go back to when broadband was invented, we saw the rise of all of the social media companies. We saw the rise of lots of new businesses like Uber and a million other kind of use cases. So I think it's a real kind of it's going to be a real turning point for industry, and just allow it to just do far more things and just have far more applications for business, which is really exciting.
Is there something you couldn't do your job without?
I think this sounds very simple, but I don't think I could do my job without meeting people. And I think face-to-face contact, I think actually sitting down and talking to people is really important. I think the events we have, I think the partner days we have are really important to be able to listen to your customers, get feedback, but to be also to share information. As I said, we do this set of what we do, this annual research. 75% of our customers are saying they'd like more face-to-face time with their partners. And I think as solutions become more complex, I think as you have a much wider variety, you actually need to work with partners far more, and you need to use their expertise. And so I think face-to-face contact is something you can't do without. Secondly, it allows you to build those personal relationships. It allows you to build reciprocation and trust, which I think is really important. So I think I could survive without a lot of digital tools, but I don't think I could survive without meeting my partners, having face-to-face contact, and just listening to them about what's going well, what's not going well, where they think their business is going, because that allows us to kind of like shape our business and hopefully be the right partner for them.
And how is BT Wholesale growing its business? Is it through expanding your product offering and selling more products to your partners, or is it taking on more partners?
We're always taking on new partners. I think that the partner program has a range of tiers for partners that offers benefits. I think the way we're growing our business is we are trying to be the network provider of choice. So I spoke about the investment earlier on. I spoke about the way we're trying to digitize. I think what we're also doing is bringing new products. So we launched Complete Mobile, which is the first time that EE has been wholesaled. And I think we're trying to grow it in new areas like that. We're always looking at new products and new services. What can we do from a wholesale perspective that allows our partners to compete better, to have a wider range of services? We've done quite a lot of stuff on Microsoft Teams, and we see that as a great growth area. So we're kind of investing in our core capability, which is networking, which I said earlier, 3.7 billion, we're up to 400 gig. We're invested in 5G, we're at 73%. That's available to our partners. And then we're looking at new things like unified comms. So we've got Microsoft Teams, which is brilliant. And so we're really looking to kind of be the powerhouse behind our customers. And that's the areas that we're really focused on.
And with the connectivity and the greater bandwidth and the importance of that to a lot of the sort of emerging IT applications, are you getting more interest from a different type of reseller that might not have?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You can definitely see the shape of partners changing. I mean, we're starting to deal with partners that have Microsoft certifications, and Teams is just one of many solutions that they might be selling to that customer. It might be Azure, it might be 365, and you can see that there's becoming far more of an IT type slant to the partners, and we think that's really interesting. And they're less interested in building things, a cabinet, a circuit, a router, and they're far more interested in just working at the IP layer. And so one of the things we are looking at and doing is how do you move to like, you know, an IP layer as opposed to buying and building services. But it's definitely a breadth that people have to do now to keep their customers happy. And this goes back to the mobile workforce. This goes back to, you know, a laptop that's configured for someone to be able to excuse me, execute their work activities wherever they are. And so you can definitely see the rise of IT in terms of what's actually happening. So we see a marked change in where people are going.
And what's driving connectivity upgrades? Is it part of a sort of just ongoing replacement cycle, or is it the business transformation and new technologies like AI?
I would say it's both, actually. So there's definitely what I laughingly call the need for speed. And so everything uses more data and consistently uses more data. There's Moore's law, which is an old law that says that data doubles every 6 months or something like that. But applications are becoming more complex, they're more data hungry. They particularly require far better latency, so systems actually won't work if there's not a certain speed, so you've actually got that. Then you look at unified comms, you have to have a certain level of service for a call to work over IP or a video call to work over IP. You look at the number of video calls or video conferences or the way that people actually interact now, which has risen exponentially over the last 3 or 4 years. All of this is coming together to drive more need for bandwidth, which requires a better network, faster network, and more speed. And so we see that growing. Do we see the AI creating a large demand in the kind of business community at the moment? No, I think is the answer. There's definitely more demand between data centers for people that are actually involved in AI and shipping data backwards and forwards. There's definitely more demand for things like submarine cables and landing. But we don't see that in the enterprise, but we will definitely see that, because they will need to access that data. And the stats about how much data it uses to do an AI query are phenomenal. And so as businesses start to adopt that, there'll be a natural need for people to have connections that allow them to go backwards and forwards and use that data.
And it's good to be prepared, isn't it? Have that in place before you suddenly think, right, we want to do this with AI, and say, well, we haven't got the connectivity.
Yeah, I think that if you look at, you know, we did a million homes last year. Sorry, we did 1 million homes last quarter for fibre enabled. We're up to 14 million. If you look at the program that we've got in place, you can't do that overnight. You know, it takes to upgrade networks, facilities, and everything else it takes time, planning, and obviously capital expenditure. So I think that everybody that invests in bandwidth has to be thinking ahead and not thinking now. And as you say, you know, imagine when there's 25 million homes or premises connected with fibre, and each one of those can have a gigabit or more if they want. That's going to create a phenomenal amount of usage and requirements. So I think that's why we're always investing for the future. I mean, we started looking at the 400 gigabits probably about 12, 18 months ago. We took our first order a year ago. And actually, you can just see the demand starting to really just increase. And so we think that in someone said to me the other day that 400 gig is the new 100 gig. We just think that data will go up. You can see it in Ethernet. Ethernet used to, most of the circuits used to be sold at 100 megabit. Now most are sold at a gigabit. And large enterprises are taking 10 gigabits. So you can actually just see the growth that's required through data, through applications, through unified comms. I mean, the number of Teams calls that we do that require bandwidth that for video versus 5 years ago is well, I don't think many people did any 5 years ago. So you can just see how everything is changing and more bandwidth is required.
When you talk to your channel partners today, do they talk to you about the skills crisis or skills shortage and problems they have recruiting people with the right talents?
I think there's definitely a skills shortage, particularly in certain areas. I mean, security is an easy area where there's loads, but I think we've got an apprentice program that we've had for a number of years that we're really pushing, which has been phenomenally successful, and we've got hundreds of apprentices join the business every year, and the quality of those like employees is unbelievable, and they come in the business at a young age. They go around various areas of the business, and so we think it's a great way to kind of create your own skills for the future, which is fantastic. And actually, you can recognise that across all of the channel. All of a number of our partners have their own apprentice programs, which I think have been immensely successful. When you go to the award shows, there's actually a category now for kind of skills and investing in apprentices, which I think is brilliant, that we've got new people coming in, being trained, and actually just we've got new resource. I think what's also really important to us is DE&I, diversity, equality and inclusion. And we've had a real push in terms of actually balancing our workforce out. Something like 62% of the SMT in BT Wholesale is now female. And we've got programs for women in business. And actually, it's also really important for us that we push diversity, not just from a gender perspective, but from many perspectives. And so I think that's echoed in the channel. And I think it's really important that we may have had a reputation in the past for being less balanced than other parts, but I think that's really changing, and it's definitely very important for BT Wholesale that we've got the workforce that reflects our customers and reflects a real balance that you get in society. So that's something that we're very proud of, and we won an award a while ago for that, which is something that we're proud of, that we keep pushing and is core to what we're doing.
And the only thing is in terms of the people that come to you, are they coming to you from a different wholesale provider, or are they often adopting it as for the first time?
I think the market is very competitive. I think there's a number of providers out there. I think there are new entrants coming all the time. We've got the alternative fibre builders, and so we have a range of partners. Some of those we work with quite a lot of the alternative providers, connecting them up, helping them be successful. And I think the market will always be competitive. I think that's a good thing. I think that forces everyone to innovate and invest and move their business forward. I think anyone that has singular products or doesn't invest at some point will probably fall slightly to the side, just because the needs are changing and you have to invest. If it was a static market, that wouldn't be the case, but we're in a really competitive market. Prices are really keen, and I think that drives all of us on to be successful. I'd say that the number one thing that people talk to me about is reducing the cost to serve. And so the product is you have to have a certain level of product. It has to have a certain performance. It has to have certain capability. But then it's about how can I interact with you on a seamless basis? How can I actually digitally interact so that I don't have banks of people using spreadsheets and stuff like that? How can our systems work together? So we're working with a number of people on integrating APIs and just trying to be totally seamless so that literally someone can take an order on a CRM with a customer, that'll go through their business, and then that will come to our business, and we'll be able to put that in, provide it, and send them the key customer like updates and information seamlessly, so that we can take people out of that process and be far more effective. And the more competitive it becomes, the more important that is, because no one wants the cost of people chasing things, and just the natural inefficiencies that brings about. Did I forget to do something? So I think APIs are super important, and that's the same for my national customers, my local customers, and my international customers. It's about the right APIs and just being really easy to do business with.
Well, Gavin, thanks so much for coming and talking to us today about BT Wholesale's sort of ongoing development and your plans for the future. Some very interesting insights and a lot for the channel to look forward to.
Thank you. I think, as I've articulated, we're absolutely committed to the channel we're investing, and it's great to be able to talk to you and just be able to share those messages with your readership. Thank you.
Hello, I'm James Goulding from Kingswood Media, publishers of Print IT Reseller and Technology Reseller magazines, and I'm here today with Stuart Miller, Director of Channel Partners at Canon UK and Ireland. Stuart, it's great to have you here.
Great to be here, James.
Perhaps to start with, you give me a brief description of your role at Canon.
Sure. As the Director of Canon's Channel Partners in the UK and Ireland, it's my privilege and pleasure to work with and support more than 120 of our most valued business partners in the UK and Ireland.
And how would you characterise the market for office print devices and software solutions at the moment?
3 words for me sum that up, James. Challenging, resourceful and resilience. You and I have both been around the industry for a number of years, and we both remember the challenges that the industry has had. We've seen global recessions and more recently a global pandemic. But the industry has a fantastic ability to bounce back and regenerate. It's tremendously resilient, and we see that resilience in the performance of our partners last year. 2023 was a really successful year for our channel partners, and consequently we shared in that success that they had.
What sort of growth did you experience last year then?
We experienced the highest growth in 5 years last year, and our growth from a Canon perspective was the best in Europe across all our national sales organisations. So fantastic growth for us, but predicated on the successful year that our partners had.
And what role did Canon play in helping your partners achieve those successes?
I think the most significant role that we played was to maintain relevance. We ensured that our partners were relevant in the conversations that they were having and interactions that they were having with their customers. We helped the partners' salespeople with multiple discussion points when they were engaging with their customers, based around the award-winning hardware and software that we have in the portfolio.
And in what areas is Canon seeing strongest demand at the moment?
Well, actually on the software side, that represented the greatest demand last year, particularly around our print management software, Uniflow. Now, not only is Uniflow award-winning, and for the last 6 years it's picked up the BLI award for the best cloud-based print management software, but it also hits on a subject that's particularly relevant in the marketplace just now, and that's security. Every organisation is concerned, and rightly so, about the security of their network, and Uniflow gives security on the print network. And it's the only print management software in the marketplace today that offers zero trust properties. So that gives us a real leverage, and more importantly gives our partner salespeople a real USP when they're talking to their customers. And that's been the source of the greatest demand from last year.
Canon is also a key player in the wide format production and commercial print sectors. Are there opportunities in those areas for partners that might have more of a sort of workplace background?
Undoubtedly, James. I've just recently returned from Drupa, which is the world's premier print exhibition, and it's the first time in 8 years. Normally Drupa comes around every 4 years, but we've not had it because of the pandemic for 8 years. It's held in Dusseldorf, And I was actually personally blown away by Canon's presence. We had a fantastic array of technologies, innovative technologies that have just came to market, solutions, whether they be software or finishing solutions. So it was a real showcase of Canon's extensive portfolio in that production area. And production, unlike office print, we're seeing some growth in production. Growth coming through inkjet, and we launched some really nice industrial inkjet products. We're seeing growth coming through areas such as interior design, through our flatbed technologies, the Colorado. We've got endless opportunities.
So what do you see as the main concerns of partners today, and where do they need most support from Canon?
It's a good question, James. It's a question I'm actually asked often. Apart from the obvious diminishing print volumes, our partners are looking at ways of replacing that. And it's incumbent upon us to help them through diversification, as we previously mentioned, around production, but also working on a value proposition that they can embrace and their salespeople can take to market. Value propositions around sustainability, around quality, and around security are particularly relevant, and we have them on our radar to work with our partners on developing these value propositions and taking the conversation away from purely a price-based conversation.
Are there any ways in which you're evolving your partner program and partner services to help partners address challenges and opportunities?
When I came into role almost 2 years ago, we embarked on a Fit for Future Success program within the channel. And we really wanted to make sure that we were providing our partners with the best possible chance of being successful in their business. We launched a new partner program towards the end of last year, which gives lots of good collateral literature and information that our partners can use. We're also in the beta testing phase of a new partner ordering platform, which will make business a lot easier to transact for our partner with Canon. So we're constantly investing in ways of ensuring that our partner always gets the best possible partner experience.
So what can channel partners look forward to from Canon in the second half of this year?
Well, James, it's going to be a really exciting second half of the year, and we will continue to invest in our people to ensure that we are developing their skill sets so that they can deliver these value propositions and support our partners first and foremost. Secondly, we'll continue to invest in innovation. Canon are constantly looking at new products coming to market. So that's the second area. The third area is in our Canon business centres. Now, our Canon business centres are actually a best of both worlds. They bring the global presence of the Canon brand together with the agility and local knowledge of our partners in a specific geographical area. So you'll see more investment around our Canon business centres also.
So it's clear you're sort of investing in people and resources. Can you be a bit more specific about some of the innovation that you're looking at?
Certainly, we're looking at the portfolio. I mentioned earlier that it's the most expansive portfolio in the marketplace, and actually Canon's most expansive portfolio. And we will continue to invest in that portfolio, particularly around our new inkjet technologies. And the final aspect that our partners can expect in the second half of the year is shared success. And I'm a great believer that our success is predicated only on our partners' success. So I look forward to sharing the successes of our partners in the second half of the year.
And you've been in your sort of current role for just over 2 years now. What have been the highlights of your first 2 years?
There's been many highlights, James, but if I were to draw it down to a couple of highlights, I would say first and foremost, the channel team. I work with an incredible group of people who are very resilient, and they demonstrate pride, passion and professionalism every single day in their roles. So that's been a fantastic highlight for me. Makes me very proud to be part of that team. And the second are our partners. We are blessed with a magnificent set of partners, and it's a real privilege and a pleasure, as I mentioned earlier, to work with these partners to build the relationships. And those have probably been the two biggest highlights over the last 2 years, James.
Well, thank you very much, Stuart, for your comments. It's clearly you're putting a lot of investment in to sort of build on last year's successes. So I look forward to finding out more about that in the next part of the year.
Excellent, and thank you very much. I've thoroughly enjoyed our chat.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller magazine. Joining me today is Chris Fink and Lauren Rabbit from ECS. Welcome both. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, Michelle.
Chris, let's begin by hearing a little bit about ECS. It is a name that will be familiar to many, but for those that don't know, what can potential resellers or partners expect from you?
ECS is the largest remanufacturer in the UK of printer and photocopier products, and probably in Europe now. We've always had a core business at ECS of remanufacturing in the blood, and we've never gone away from that philosophy. I've always said I can never believe why we would buy a finished product halfway across the planet, bring it here, use it, and then put it into landfill. Remanufacturing is definitely the core of what ECS does. Future growth, ECS is looking at putting in a distribution centre in Europe, which will provide a 2-day shipment to places like Ireland, Spain, Germany, etc., Italy. We've always had a next day delivery system in place in the UK, but big things are happening. By September we should have that in place, the infrastructure and the warehouse in Europe to be able to deliver our products to our customers within a 2-day window, which is a big thing for us after Brexit, etc.
That's interesting. So you're looking at expanding UK operations into Europe and further afield, perhaps?
We've always sold products in different parts of the world anyway. We have distributors in France and so on, and in other countries, but this just assists our distributors as well by having a central hub warehouse where we can distribute our products into these different countries within a 2-day window, which has always been difficult from the UK, so to speak. And with the ever world changing on, everyone wants the Amazon model where it's next day delivery. It had to evolve from what we do in the UK, where we build it, we make it, we put it on the shelves. So who better to deliver it? And that's where our model has completely changed. We're direct ship next day for all of our customers. EDI, the same model is obviously being pushed out now for our European friends, and that's where we see our growth.
So Lauren, so many companies today are trying to impact the bottom line with sustainable solutions and services, remanufactured products, alternatives to OEM products, and services such as recycling. But there are quite a few companies offering solutions in this space. So what is it about ECS that differentiates you?
Well, for us, ECS is all about the customer. We simply wouldn't be where we are in this present marketplace without those individuals and companies that believe in our products and love the results. In terms of what really differentiates us is that we offer the complete solution. What I mean by that is quite a few years ago, Felicity, Chris and myself had a conversation about toner cartridges in general. And it was thrown out there within that conversation as to why no one's reusing them. And it was a big hype at the time about plastic bottles and reusing plastic bottles. And now you see more people with a refillable plastic bottle. So that concept, we took that and we evolved from that the idea that we should reuse our toner cartridges. With our recycling service, our business model is unique because it's built around our recycling service. So everything that we bring back through the recycling service, it follows one of 3 pathways. Within those pathways, we have the remanufacturing option, which when we collect all the OEM cores, we reuse them. We would clean them out, refill them, seal them, package them, products are tested, then it goes out the door. We've been a member of Atira for just over 10 years now, and we've worked alongside them throughout that time period on the process of remanufacturing cartridges. And we pride ourselves on being at the forefront of the quality assurance of remanufactured cartridges. With our technical department, they have a combined experience within the industry, as we say, of just over 125 years. We're very proud that we're able to host our research and development team in-house. It's not somewhere else abroad. It's in the UK. We have extremely quick and reliable ETAs or lead times. I think in today's industry, there's a lot of discussion about the environment, the circular economy, planting trees, and that's great. And as everybody becomes more eco-conscious in this present landscape, that's fantastic. We should be discussing all these things. But where I do feel disappointed within the industry is we have products that are being created that are single-use compatibles. They're very often ending up in landfills because we also don't have enough recycling services in place to deal with the quantity. Our recycling service is probably the largest recycling service in the UK and for this industry. And we're very proud of the fact that everything we bring back through the recycling, we process correctly.
Lawrence brought up some key points about what we do as a business. Remanufacturing is the core of our business. We have the largest collection program, which is the ECS, the greener side, that puts the boxes out there. We collect them in, we fully audit. I don't know of another company in the UK or Europe that does a full audit report on the collection program where it shows, you know, what has been brought back through the box, you know, so there's every different type of cartridge that comes back every time, a fuse unit, drum units, waste toner bottles. We do a full audit on that actual collection from anywhere in the UK.
So in addition to the cartridges, the toner cartridges, you also collect the replaceable parts, the toners, the fuses, the drums, etc.
Yeah, so we have ECS, the greener side. That's been going for many, many years now alongside ECS as the remanufacturing. So the remanufacturing gets fed by our own greener side program, which is where we put the boxes out for collection with the dealers.
So presumably for the dealers, that's a value add for them because they've got the waste audit trail that they can then show to their customers to demonstrate that they're acting in a responsible, sustainable way.
Yes, there's a lot more businesses now that have carbon footprint managers, you know, so ESG, that's one of the bolt-on things that we do for our reporting on the Atom software, which I think we're going to cover in a bit later. I don't know of another company that can actually provide a product, use it, come back through our collection program, full audit, ISO accredited, then reuse, and then put out there again. It's unique, and that is the full circular loop and how it should be done, and it should be done correctly. And you know, we've done it for many, many years, as Lawrence pointed out. We are a market leader in it. And if it's one thing that I would say why ECS has won 3 years on the trot, Print IT End of Service Manufacturer of the Year, that would be it.
So I think we've spoken quite in depth about the greener side recycling service, which is really interesting. But you just mentioned something called Atom software just now. Could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Atom software is something that we built in-house to bolt on to our recycling service, the award-winning greener side. So as the collections come back, we can generate reports, allow customers to download their own waste transfer notes, which is completely correct, the way and transparent, the way it should be done, to the point where we know where the future's going with traceability on waste. The Environment Agency are trying to make it more digital. So from when that cartridge comes out of the machine, it's going to go into our box. The box would have to have traceability of the waste carrier's license to the site. I mean, ECS is the only facility where we have our shredding machinery, our cleaning equipment, auditing equipment, everything is there on site within the UK to show and add the data to our Atom software, which then the customer can download or see on reports. But it also identifies from that location what's around the device. So if you've got a machine on lease contract, the sales opportunities are massive. It acts like an MPS, but it's not plugged in, so to speak, because it'll identify the dealer will know what machine is on site on a lease contract, but then all the cartridges that keep coming back around it identify the sales opportunity. And what Atom does, it sorts all this information out for the dealer and gives them the sales opportunities to go after. So in a way, it's leading edge, clever, but everyone said to me at the beginning, oh, green costs money. But green can make money if you look at it from the right angles and you're transparent and you do it correctly. If you do it correctly, and ECS, we can sleep at night because we know we do it correctly, but more importantly, point out the bonuses and the sales opportunities to our clients to be green, but more importantly, be successful and have the winning formula with us again.
So I think actually just wanted to pick up on something you said, that this software, in addition to providing all the sort of the traceability and the audit and the waste, the quality in terms of waste control, if a dealer's customer is returning cartridges and there's 3 HB cartridges, but they've only got a Ricoh machine on lease, they then know there's an unmanaged device or devices within their customer's site. So that gives them the knowledge they need to then go in and say, we can help with that, we can build that into your MPS contract, we can help support that. So actually, in addition to providing the service that helps customers meet their own sustainability goals and gets a dealer even tighter into a customer's business, you're actually helping them identify potential new sales opportunities.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. If you're clever with the data that comes back from the location, then you can utilise that to tell your sales team to go, well, hang on a minute. If we're collecting 7 boxes within a short period of time, and they're being filled up by a different type of cartridge, that identifies, and you haven't got that machine on contract, then that identifies very, very quickly that, the salesperson should get in there and be saying, look, well, you're using a lot of cartridges here. Why don't you speak to us about a device? And that's what's been identified. One of the stories I can tell you is that one of my clients on the greener side phoned me up and said, I can't thank you enough. I said, why? What is that? Well, I've sent the sales guys in with their sticks and all the rest of it, gone onto the network and all the rest of it, but this factory site had 152 printers that you identified through the Greener Side program that weren't on the network.
So it's terrific, and actually just a little bit different, I think, as well. And I think it's a great example of how data is driving business in today's climate, in today's world. So Lauren, Chris mentioned as well about the fact that you have won the Print IT Award for 3 years in a row, which is incredible. Is there anything else that you'd like to add about what it is that you've already spoken about, your passion for the company and the business and how you do things properly?
It's very important to us that the industry upholds to the standards of remanufacturing and what remanufacturing essentially is. Right now there's a bit of a grey area with other suppliers stating that they offer a remanufactured product, when actually that isn't a remanufactured product and it's not being monitored enough. And I think that's really disappointing, because a remanufactured product is the environmental option, and we're seeing too many terms being used as remanufactured or eco-conscious toner, and actually I've been in meetings and the client said, well, I'm doing my bit for the environment, I'm purchasing a remanufactured cartridge. I said, all right, okay, do you mind if I look at that remanufactured cartridge? And they show me the cartridge, and this has happened numerous times to us. Bring out the cartridge and it's nothing remotely like a remanufactured cartridge. It's a single-use plastic. I took them through the different grades of the plastics and I showed them the difference, and they're absolutely shocked. And therefore, I think there needs to be a change within the industry to come down on the fact that what a remanufactured cartridge is and why people shouldn't be advertising that they have remanufactured cartridges when it's a single-use compatible.
So you've made a valid point there. So how can a customer, an end customer, for example, or a dealer, what sort of certifications, accreditations, quality marks, what should they be looking for to guarantee that they know what they are selling is a true remanufactured product?
Well, I think this is one of the points that Lauren's making, is that a lot of people are greenwashing at the moment, saying it's a remanufactured product. It's clearly not. And, you know, putting a sticker on an item, you know, it doesn't say it's 100% green, it doesn't say it's 100% remanufactured original cartridge. The best way to tell is if the dealer is feeling and touching an original product in the beginning. If you look at ECS's products, you know, it's not a purple-headed dinosaur when the customer opens it. So the end user experience is exactly the same as using the OEM cartridge, you know, so there's no transition negativity with the customer, you know, because they're seeing exactly the same. It's the original cartridge just been remanufactured. You know, we have the facility in the UK to make sure that it's done correctly, and that's why we have the largest collection program to feed that engine. And unless you've got that type of engine to feed, I mean, one of the things that frustrates me in our industry at the moment, we're using refilled original toner as genuine bottles in a cartridge. Well, to accumulate and refill one toner, you know, from the dregs that come back, I don't know if dregs is the right word, but we'll edit that bit. The bits that come back through a recycling, if you're recycling something correctly, it would take you 100 toner bottles to fill one toner bottle, if not more, you know. So to say that they're reusing original toner that's come back through a recycling program, we've done all the data and checking, it's not possible, but it's another way that people say that they're using a remanufactured product. But I think the clearest way to identify it is to, you know, do your homework, you know, check where the facility is. We invite everyone to come and see us, you know. We've got the shredding machines, we've got the cleaning machines, we've got the facility, the factories and so on. We've got the holding area. If you're collecting toner cartridges and you're dealing with that waste correctly, that's fuser units, drums, waste toner bottles, then it takes a lot of space, a lot of facilities, as Lauren vouched for, you know, and a lot of organising. And to do that in the UK, it's good for us. It's good for the environment. It's good for the planet.
It's good for the UK economy.
Yeah.
Because quite often as well within the industry, I've been in meetings and people have gone to me, but you're just a box shifter. I said, no, sorry, stop right there. We're not a box shifter. We don't have a product produced halfway across the planet, ship it here, and it's in a different packaging box and we pretend that's our product. That's not true. We are the manufacturer. We do it in-house in the UK. That really makes us stand out. And I will shout about it forever because we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere and we're only going to grow further. And we're doing that with our people at ECS.
Just before we close, is there anything else, Chris, Lauren, that you'd like to add?
I'd just like to add that we guarantee all of our products environmentally friendly, and they're all absolutely spot on to put into NHS contracts, PLC companies, you know, fully ISO accredited, and we have an award-winning, obviously, end of service Print IT Awards to prove that. But more importantly, all of our staff put in their passion into building the most technical, professional products that are environmentally friendly and climate change proof.
Thank you, Chris. Lauren, any final words from you?
Customers will not experience delays because shipments, we're not relying on shipments coming from far, far away. We produce in-house as we manufacture in the UK. Our lead times are significantly limited if we have any.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both. I think that's been really interesting conversation, and your passion for what you do it just shines through, which is really refreshing to see. So thank you both for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller. I'm here today with Gary Organ and Hiro Matsui from Fujifilm Office Technology Division. Gary, Hiro, welcome. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Hiro, whilst Fujifilm is a new OEM brand in the UK market, it is actually a printer brand that's synonymous with decades of imaging experience. So perhaps we could begin with you explaining something about the brand's heritage.
So as you know, Fujifilm just launched our office product in April. And of course, we are said to be a kind of newcomer in Europe. But on the other hand, if we just introduce the history of Fujifilm, especially the Fujifilm Business Innovation, it was established in 1962 as a joint venture between Xerox and Fuji Photo Film in the past. And this means that we already have a kind of 60 years heritage doing our office printing, especially mostly in APAC market. And also in 1972, we also established our own technology by Fuji Xerox itself, meaning we already have 50 years of technology developed by ourselves. So it's while we are the newcomer here in UK, of course, we already have an established experience of the office business in APAC market, and it's now expanding to Europe.
And you are, I believe, the number one brand in the Asia Pacific region.
Yeah, especially for the A3 color MFP, in 2022, we hit over 25% of the market share, meaning this is our a leading brand and leading technology in the APAC market now.
So Gary, you've been in the print sector for a couple of decades. And you're now obviously heading up the Office Technology division of Fujifilm here in the UK. That's quite an exciting proposition. So what's the plan?
Yeah, it is a unique situation. I mean, as Hiro's just touched on, for a brand with such heritage to expand into the market that has been so mature is quite a unique situation. So our plan is to grow through a channel route to market. We're looking to take on partners that have worked in the channel and are focused on print initially. We've already launched with our first partner, as you may have seen through the publications you've released for our partners Aurora, but we're looking to grow that channel over the coming weeks and months as well.
So Gary, you mentioned obviously you're adopting a channel first model, which is an attractive proposition for any reseller looking to partner with you. I know Aurora is your launch partner, but how are you looking to sort of build and expand on the partner network?
So initially we're looking for partners that have expertise in the print sector, specifically focused on print and the MFP market. We're looking for partners that have a service division, a sales division, because that enables us to add value to their business. We're looking to grow throughout the coming weeks and months, and initially we're going to keep the channel relatively small but expand as we scale up our resource into the channel as well.
So Hiro, obviously Gary's spoken about the go-to-market model in the UK, but I know that Europe is very much on the roadmap for expansion too. I believe you've already made some inroads into that market. So what have you done to date, and what's your plan moving forward?
So in April this year, we also launched our product in Italy with our partner, the distributor. And now we are gradually going to expand our business to France and to Spain, and this will be the focus of 2024. But on the other hand, after Drupa, of course, many more partners in various countries now in Europe is willing to have the potential discussion with Fujifilm. So while we are still in a small team, we will gradually expand to the countries which the partner would like to have Fujifilm.
So that's exciting. So obviously Droop has delivered some new leads and new opportunities for you.
Yeah, exactly. While Drupa is mostly focusing on the commercial print, fortunately we had also the device technology, the office venue or booth at Drupa, and of course, especially the POD partners are mostly willing to start also the DT, the office product together.
Because you do have I think what you class as the print on demand model, is that 60 ppm?
The production area is mostly focusing on over 65
over
ppm.
65 ppm.
But of course, some of the commercial print companies also would like to have A3, which is much lower than 60, meaning that, of course, there is a place which office printers can fulfill to the partners.
So again, there's opportunities there within digital mail rooms and CRDs, in-house CRDs. So you are actually covering the sort of the huge gamut of opportunity for a partner for a reseller to offer your brand.
Exactly. So for not only for the office, but also would like to have the consistency as a toner laser business from A4, A3 into the production area. That will be the plan of Fujifilm.
So again, I know that the range you've launched is comprehensive. You've got A4 and A3 models from sort of entry-level speeds right up to the high end. But I think arguably the printer hardware market, is becoming commoditized. So what do you think are the key differentiators of the Appius branded range?
So especially in terms of APAC market, we have three propositions at this moment. One is the reliability. So it is said that our product itself is quite robust, meaning for the partners, they can minimize the breakdown time and make the service much efficient as usual. And this is one thing. And the next thing is the security. And as you know, in APAC market, especially due to some political issues, security is a quite high items which needs to be covered. So we, as the leading brand, leading technology maker in APAC market, I believe we can also create this security proposition here in Europe as well as in the UK. And the last is to have the sustainability. Of course, sustainability is a global issue now. And as we just launched in May, we are also going to have a circular manufacturing system in Netherlands to cover the refilling toner first. So we are going to establish our proposition also for the sustainability. And one key factor, the circular manufacturing system, would be the successful start for us to have.
So I think you've covered robustness, security, sustainability, all of which are really critical in today's marketplace. Gary, I think from a dealer's perspective, what is it that you're bringing to the table that's going to attract them to partner with you, to take on Fujifilm as an additional line?
I mean, we've already talked on the fact that we're going channel only, which is quite unique in the current market for a brand as significant as Fujifilm to be able to trade with a channel only model, but also what will be quite a refined channel in the initial stages as well. We are, as we've discussed, looking to onboard new partners from September onwards, so that will grow. But I think that gives a unique proposition. We're really targeting end users to generate and build the message around the story that Heroes just discussed. So the success that we've had in Asia Pacific, we can tell to as many people as possible. But the other things are some of the systems that we're building. So we've already developed a partner portal for our office technology and our production technology to enable our salespeople and service people within our partners to have access to all the information, all the assets, the marketing campaigns, to give them access to warranty systems, etc., that you'd expect. But we've also built an accreditation that's very shortly to be launched as well, to give an ecosystem for the partners to work within that's very clear and concise and gives them benefits that will build over time.
Sounds interesting. And obviously, you're looking for partners that can fulfil the service provision in-house, which means that you're not having to then invest in infrastructure and service engineers, but presumably you're going to provide them with the training and support on your kit so that they're able to go out in the field and maintain it.
Absolutely. So we will have technical training and resources available to the partners to upskill them so they can become self-sufficient. Same on some of the software that's coming out in due course. But equally, it's also about us building value back into the partners' businesses as well, so they can gain value from that service provision. And equally, in due course, we're looking to bring in potentially an ASP model, which will allow us to have service provision for those that don't have service capability in-house.
Thank you both. It's been a really interesting conversation, and having been in the print sector myself for just a few years, it's really exciting to see a new brand, although we've already established it's not a new brand, but a new brand and a new name coming into the UK market. You've hinted at some things that you've got on the plan for the coming months. I look forward to hearing about them when you're ready to release them. So just before we close, anything else that you'd like to add?
So I'd just like to add one more thing from as a Fujifilm brand. Fujifilm brand is always said to be a high quality brand. So it's not only the product itself, but our business, the behavior of Fujifilm is always said to be a high quality. So we also would like to have this high quality here in the UK.
And Gary?
From our perspective, it's just keep an eye out for the Fujifilm brand. We have an event coming up later in the year. Keep a lookout and look forward to seeing as many of you there as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller. Joining me today is Philippe Dufoux and Noel O'Dwyer from Intermedia Cloud Communications. Welcome, Philippe and Noel. Thank you both for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Michelle.
So, Philippe, let's begin. Intermedia is a brand, a name that perhaps isn't as well known within the print and IT space. You provide unified communications and collaboration solutions, or UCAS as it's more commonly referred to. So perhaps begin by telling us a little bit about the company and actually the products on offer.
Sure. So before I cover what the company is about, I just want to explain what Unified Communications and Service stands for, UCAS stands for. So it's about the ability to communicate with whatever device you have. So it could be like a physical phone, like an IP phone, a DECT phone, maybe using a soft phone on your laptop, for example. It could be using a mobile phone, or even using your web browser to communicate, make calls, receive calls, of course, but also maybe using instant messaging. So you can do like a one-to-one chat. Let's say you're busy on the phone, you can do chat, you can do team chat, all in real time. You can do things like video collaboration like we're doing today, file sharing, lots of other things, all combined into a single solution. So it makes it much easier for employees to communicate between each other, but also with the customers. Because obviously if they communicate better, then the customer experience is enhanced. And that gives you the ability really to work from wherever. So it doesn't matter if you're working from home, working from a company location, working from customer locations. Yeah, you can be reachable and helping your customers.
So that's really interesting. So tell me a little bit more about Intermedia, the company.
Of course. So you might not be familiar with Intermedia, but we've been in business for many years and over 20 years in the UK market, mostly with business email, like the largest exchange provider outside of Microsoft. We started about the UCAS, or Unified Communications, so many years ago. And we've got about 1,400 employees worldwide, obviously presence in the UK, in the US, Canada, Australia, Eastern Europe, many places. We've got data centers globally, so we make sure that we have a data center close to our customers for better reliability. And what is interesting is that 40% of our staff is in R&D, so we can actually create the product. We own our own product. We can make the product better, and that's what stands out from other providers.
What's the market opportunity?
So if you look at different analysts, they expect there's about approximately 450 telephony business users worldwide. We think there's about 20 million of those that have moved to the cloud, moved to Unified Comms as a service. So if you do the maths, it's roughly about 5%, maybe less than 5%, that actually move to the cloud. So there's there's a huge market potential because obviously that need is infant. So with the pandemic, more people have started to use a hosted service, but we see that getting even faster traction, if you want, because as PSTN is being switched off. You might have heard about BT, for example, switching off the PSTN access by January 2027. It means that companies need to be able to move to the cloud and move to a new SIP provider, not just to return the business, to return the numbers, but mostly to be able to work and better and benefit from that digital transformation that we're seeing.
So Noel, moving on to the print channel or to office technology providers, why should these guys be looking to add UCaaS to their offering?
Thank you, Michelle. So my role at Intermedia, Michelle, is to build a brand recognition for Intermedia in the office equipment dealer channel. And in that role, I attend a number of Copier Dealer Association events throughout the year. And what we're seeing, and I think you're seeing it obviously in the UK as well, is these organizations are evolving from being copier dealers that they were traditionally probably pigeonholed as, to more office technology dealers. And so when you think about it, what is the most fundamental element in any office workspace? It's the phone system. Some people need copiers, but every employee needs a phone and a means to communicate. And they need to communicate in a wide range, as Philippe has touched on there. It's not just phone systems anymore. It's email, it's chat. They need to be able to share files. So UCaaS provides for all of this. So this is a natural and offers a very natural evolution for the office technology dealers into a new marketplace in a massively growing market. As Philippe again had mentioned earlier on, this is a phenomenally growing market that's driven by two major market trends: the transition to the cloud and the evolving hybrid workspace. It is estimated that market opportunity is approximately $80 billion and growing at approximately 30% per year.
So UCaaS, Philippe, is delivered as a SaaS model. How easy is it to onboard a customer? Does it require a reseller to invest in infrastructure or upskill in any way, for example?
That's the good question. So first of all, before we onboard a customer, they need to capture customers, right? Get them right. So what we provide to our partners is the marketing tools, obviously the sales and training certifications, which provide free of charge, so make it very easy for them, so they know upfront costs. And then so we give them a quoting tool as well. So it's very easy in that sense. They can quote the customer with a simple mix and match licensing that we have, and then the customer is happy with it. They can click on that quote and turn into a real account in just a few minutes, and then the account is ready to make some phone calls. In terms of investment, all the technology is hosted by us in our data centers worldwide. So the partner doesn't have to invest into the servers, into the patch security and all that. That's something that we do ourselves, and we make available simply as a per user per month. So that gives them actually their revenue that typically partners are after.
So what can a potential new partner expect from you in terms of support?
So as I mentioned, we've got the sales and marketing tools. We obviously provide the training online, both sales and technical training. It's all online. It's all free of charge. We obviously offer them support in terms of demos. We can help them with large tenders to help them win the business. Once they won the business, then in terms of the quoting and the provisioning is very simple, because everything is done through our single partner portal. So they can do the quoting, do the provisioning, even getting all numbers or porting numbers into our platform. All of that is through a single pane of glass. And when the customer is up and running, you can also do something like called quality of service monitoring. So it's very, to see how good the voice quality is. So let's say if the customer has an issue on their Wi-Fi, it will send an alert either by email or SMS to the partner. So before even the customer tells the partner there's an issue, the partner already knows about it and hopefully can resolve it all remotely. So we try to make it as easy for them as possible, and all that is backed up by 24/7 support through our support team. Yeah.
And then Noel,
Philippe's touched on what a reseller can expect by partnering with Intermedia and the support that's available and the ease, I think particularly the ease of adoption, the ease of rollout. What should an office technology provider look for in terms of a UCaaS vendor?
Well, Michelle, Intermedia has over 250 current office equipment dealer partners in the US. And as we meet with them, there's two actual key factors that have been key to their decision. Top line monthly recurring revenue and customer ownership.
And that presumably that same attraction will translate into the UK market, which is naturally where you're looking to expand and grow your presence.
Yeah, we certainly expect to see that. And, you know, we've already have engagement with dealers in the UK, and it's a similar response that we get from them. And in particular, the customer ownership. You know, as you know from your experience and in the office equipment dealer channel, it's always been a challenge, a constant challenge with lease agreements, etc., where you're constantly fighting for your business. By having another solution to come in, this gives you an opportunity to effectively have a broader presence within your current customer install base. In addition to that, it also gives you the opportunity to have a conversation with some of the business that you may have lost already to a competitor. So you go in with a UCaaS solution and your customer is now engaged with you so that when it comes to the conversation, when that lease agreement comes up for renewal, you now have a seat at the table.
So that's interesting. So perhaps in instances where there's been competitive tenders for print provision and they've perhaps not won that business, I think you're actually giving them another opportunity to go in to start a different conversation. That then works. That could potentially then translate into them re-winning the print business when that's up for renewal.
Exactly. And in addition to that, we offer them the opportunity to have one invoice. So you have one invoice for your phone system or your UCaaS system and one invoice for your copier and printers. Or when I say one invoice in total for that, for both solutions.
Obviously, from a partner point of view, the more services we offer to the customer, the more sticky they are with that customer, right? So then it gets harder for them to move to different providers because they own the phone numbers, they own the solutions, the common solutions, obviously the print element of it as well. So it's all that one-stop shop that customers want and also make it more sticky and for that partner as well to retain that customer.
Anything else that you'd like to add, Noel?
Yes. So, again, in my conversations with dealers, while the Intermedia's UCaaS solution as a technology is a phenomenal technology, I personally believe that our biggest differentiator in the marketplace is our partner program and the infrastructure that we provide to our partners for them to be successful in making this evolution into a new marketplace. We have a partner program that allows for them. It's very, very scalable and very flexible that meets the needs of their organization. I actually joke to some of our partners that we spoil them. We have an onboarding process that makes sure that all elements of the business are taken care of. So from a training point of view, a sales training point of view, a technical training, even putting together sales plans and working with partners to put together sales plans to help them to start to grow their business from the very start. We also engage from a marketing point of view. We have a very, very effective partner portal that has access to all the assets and marketing assets that allows a partner to go out and promote this new solution to not just their current install base, which is very important, but also to the market in general.
And you're looking, or you have replicated that same model in the UK. That's currently live and running.
That's great. Yeah, we already have a couple of managed print partners that chose our solutions. They're really happy with it. Obviously, we're growing in the UK. We want to replicate that and the success that we've had in the US. And we're looking for more partners to come on board, and we'll help them on that journey. If they're already familiar with UCaaS, then it'll be an easy for them to, an easy product to pick up because we make it easy for them. Our motto is we work for you, right? And if they're new to them, then we can help them. And our product is very simple, very intuitive to use. That makes it easier for partners to support, because if it's easy to use, then they have less support queries. The user interface is nice and clean, and it's something else that they can add to their portfolio and resell alongside print.
Noel, Philippe, thank you so much. You've certainly given me a lot of food for thought and introduced me to a new sector that I've certainly not been familiar with up until now. Before we sort of bring this to a close and wrap up, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Yeah, in fact, thanks for that opportunity. I'd like to leave you with a very important point, and that is, this is unique to Intermedia. We do not require long-term contracts. In fact, we work on a monthly contract, so we're effectively winning your business every month. Should a customer, choose not to go with Intermedia, we actually give, the beauty of UCaaS, we can actually turn that customer off. But more importantly, the dealer is not responsible for effectively having a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year contract with us. That being said, albeit that we work on a monthly basis, our dealers have the opportunity to sign 1-3 year leases, but are not accountable to Intermedia.
So that's really interesting. So it's almost like elevating the SaaS model, which is the monthly subscription pricing. So I think you're saying to the dealers, you can just roll this on month by month by month. And if you want to pull the plug, that's fine. But if you want to lock your customers in for a longer period, then again, they can choose to do that. So it's a very flexible offering.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of a cloud, right? The beauty of a cloud is that you can scale up and scale down the number of license. So typically, if you've got seasonality, let's say some business do very well during like Christmas time or in the summer or during holidays, etc. So you can actually scale up these licenses, have more employees using our solutions, and then scale it back down on a month-for-month basis. As you know, there's consolidation, so there might be some merger, there might be some business going bankrupt. And effectively, as Noel says, we provide that flexibility that if the customer needs to stop the solutions, that we can do that as well.
Fantastic. Philippe and Noel, thank you both for shedding some light into what the UCaaS solution is and indeed the market opportunity. It's certainly a new area for me, but one that I'm now interested in finding out more. Thank you both, and I look forward to hearing more about Intermedia and your successes over the coming months.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller magazine. Joining me today is Robbie Trower, sales manager at Coda Colaris. Robbie, good morning, welcome, and thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Michelle.
Robbie, I think a great place for us to start would be with the company strapline, Coda Colaris, where digital transformation starts. So the digital transformation, or DX journey, begins with capture. And that, of course, is where scanners come into play. So Coda Colaris has a broad range of scanners. So perhaps we could begin by telling me a little bit about the range that's on offer.
Yeah, of course. So as a scanner manufacturer, we've actually been making scanners for over 30 years now. And I think we were the first company to get a production A3 scanner into the marketplace. And that's been a key part of our portfolio ever since. But today we do have a very broad range of scanner hardware that we have available at Coda Colaris. And it's actually the broadest range in the industry. We start off at very sort of entry-level basic desktop scanners all the way up to high-volume production scanners. And nobody else does that. Nobody else has that complete range like we do. And we often say to partners, if your customer's looking for a scanner, we're an incredibly safe and sensible place to be, because with the broadest range, we've got a good chance of being able to satisfy their requirements. But yeah, I mean, in the industry, there are different sectors or types of classification when it comes to scanners. There's things like desktop, workgroup, departmental, etc., etc. And I've never been a massive fan of those sort of titles because I think they can be a little bit misleading. We keep it a little bit simpler at Kodak Alaris. We have what we call the distributed capture range of scanners, and that's effectively all of our A4 scanners. And there's quite a few of those, and they range from 20 pages a minute up to 85 pages a minute with various features along the way as well. That's what we call distributed capture. And above that, we have production capture, which is effectively all of our A3 scanners. This we kind of break down into low volume, mid volume, and high volume. And actually, when it comes to production capture and A3 scanners, I think we've got 14 unique models in that part of our range, which again is something nobody else can say. So, yeah, we've got all the bases covered.
Kodak Alaris has a long heritage as a manufacturer, and scanners is what you do. You've very eloquently described the broad range on offer from entry-level desktop right through to high-end production, presumably used by the likes of BPOs and companies that enact digital transformation initiatives on behalf of their customers. So what is it you think that vendors need to have in order to survive in this competitive market?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The scan market is pretty competitive. You're absolutely right there. There's two parts to that, I think. There's two parts. One would be around focus, and the other part would be around, I guess, unique technologies. So what I mean by focus is that if you look at the top 5 scanner manufacturers in the marketplace, which includes us, obviously, we're the only company on that list that is a dedicated scan and capture company. We're the only one that's focused on that thing. All of our other competitors in that top 5 list are something else. You know, they have other products to promote, you know, be it printers, screens, projectors, and that's all great. But the great thing about Kodak Alaris is that we are completely focused on this one thing, which is scanning and capture, which makes us, you know, good at what we do because we have that focus. I think that's really key for people to understand. The other side of the answer, I guess, is around technology, because anybody can make a scanner, anybody can sell a 50-page a minute scanner into the marketplace and say, here's our scanner, that's great. But there's so much more to scanning documents than just getting an electronic copy of a physical piece of paper. If you look at the question, why do people buy scanners? It's because they have important information within documents and they need that important information somewhere else. That's actually why people buy scanners. It's because their documents contain important information, whatever that might be. Simple as that. So that information is key because the scan might be the beginning of a process, might trigger a workflow, might do something else, but it's the information that's key. So to us, scanning is about making sure that the image quality is as best as possible. And with that, we have perfect page. So all our scanners have perfect page technology to make sure that people are getting the right level of quality from their images from day one and throughout the life of a scanner. But there are other unique things about our technology as well that differentiate us from other people. One would be metal detection, for example. Some of our production scanners have metal detection. Obviously, I think, you know, documents are quite often bound with staples, paper clips. And when the document gets particularly thick, you know, there's bits of string or bits of metal on the end. So there's those as well. There's various bits of metal around storage of documents, which we have to be very careful of. So metal detection is really important. And I think some people say staple detection, but I think it's so much more than that. It's a bigger subject. Metal detection allows us to prevent any damage to the documents and any damage to the scanner, which can be a substantial investment. So that's really important. And I think another key one would be dual light illumination, which is all part of making sure we get the greatest image quality and onboard image processing on the machines as well.
So actually, you've made a really valid point that digital transformation is much more than simply creating a digital copy of an image. You know, the information in that document is key, and it's got to be actionable, usable, classified, indexed, whatever, so it can then go down into workflow processes. You've described some of the unique features that scanners from Kodak Alaris have.
in terms of ensuring that that image captured is the best quality possible. And the brand is obviously renowned for quality of image. But one feature that you mentioned that I'm not as familiar with is onboard image processing. So what's that and how does that work?
This is something that we're really quite passionate about at Kodak Alaris. Image processing is taking that raw image that a scanner provides just by shining light onto paper, that raw image, and making it into a document that can be used later on, that people can read, that OCR engines can read, people can find later on, etc. It needs to be the master copy. So image processing is about things like dropping out unnecessary shading. If it was maybe printed on light green paper originally, we don't need to know that. We just want a black and white document, etc. Cleaning up the image, making sure that the fonts are nice and clear, all that good stuff. Image processing is a really important part of scanning. And that's basically what our perfect page technology does. It's that image processing. Because a lot of the information contained in documents is going to be captured using OCR, OCR will be a later process. Further down the line, it's scanned, we've got the image, now we're going to OCR to extract that information into the workflows we were just talking about. We want to make sure that image quality is as good as possible, because that will ensure that the OCR results are as good as possible. The better the image quality, the better the OCR results. The better the OCR results, the more fluid the next part of the process is going to be. The documents will land safely, the indexes will be correct, people will be able to find the document easier later on. There'll be no misfiling or fumbling around looking for something that isn't there. So that's really important to get that right at the very beginning, which is why image processing is so important. So nearly all of our scanners have image processing on board the scanner. The scanner actually has a processing chip within the box that does that image processing. Competitors will do the image processing on the scanning PC or somewhere else, and that's fine. But let's say, for example, you're in a reasonable volume environment, there's lots of scanning going on. Maybe you're scanning at, let's say 150 pages a minute, something like that. Now, our onboard image processing that's doing all of that is doing it on the scanner. It's not having to do anything else. Its job is to process those images as fast or faster than the scanner is bringing the pages into the machine, if you see what I mean. It's dedicated to that, and it does a great job. If you've got image processing taking place on the PC, then the PC is having to do that job of enhancing the images and clean them up. But PCs have always got lots of other tasks that they're doing in the background that we don't always see. And if the PC doesn't have the right level of power to keep up with processing 150 images per minute, it's actually going to slow the whole process down, and the scanner's going to start to slow down because the PC can't keep up. So by having onboard image processing, we're less reliant on that PC. Those PCs can be a lower spec than when used with some of our competitors' machines, and we can guarantee that rated speed. So if we say the scanner's going to run at 150 pages a minute, it continually runs at 150 pages a minute. It doesn't have to keep slowing down because there's a PC somewhere trying to enhance these images.
Actually, that's quite key. If you are in a high volume environment, for example, and you're on a deadline, or you've got client schedules and deadlines and SLAs to meet, that you can guarantee that those scanners will run at rated speed, and you're not dependent on a PC that perhaps freezes a little bit or is a little bit slow. So exactly. It's quite a powerful value add, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think it also adds to the total cost of ownership of the scanner as well, because there's less reliance on having a high spec PC, and you are getting those deliverables delivered.
We've covered a lot about the company's scanners, the hardware, the expertise, the legacy, the 30 odd years. I'd love to understand, I suppose, how important innovation is to Kodak Alaris. I think the industry itself is ever changing, and over time, over years, we face lots of challenges, from recessions to the chip shortage post-COVID, and indeed the COVID period itself. So how does Kodak Alaris continue to remain relevant in this ever-changing climate?
I think the short answer to maintaining our relevance in this area is in innovation, but also offering the whole picture of capture. So Yes, the scan piece is important when you've got to, to digitize physical documents. Absolutely, that is very important to us. But that's not the end of the story. As we were just discussing previously, there's another process after that. We have our, Kodak Alaris solution, info input, award-winning info input, available as well, that deals with a lot of that stuff that you were talking about earlier, Michelle, like classification and indexing, and trying to automate that process of getting that key information from the documents into the processor or the destination it needs to be. So we have that that can tackle any kind of capture requirement, really. And of course, we have our own service and support team at Kodak Alaris as well. They're all Kodak people employed by Kodak. And they are there to look after the people that have bought any of our Kodak products, whether that's hardware or software. They're there to support those customers. Part of that team would be professional services to help get them up and running in the first place.
Professional services, that's interesting. So what's that and how does that work, particularly in terms of helping your partners provide their customers with a complete end-to-end solution?
That's exactly that. It's about providing an end-to-end solution. You're right. So within our portfolio, we've got the scanner hardware, we've got the capture software, but these things need to be configured, tailored, set up for a customer. And we work with our partners on sort of getting those requirements up front. How does this overall system need to work, defining that, documenting it, etc. And then we can implement it. And within our team, we've got all the people that can manage that whole process. So we've got pre-sales engineers that can go out to customers and just discuss their requirements. What is it you're currently doing? What is it you want to achieve moving forward in digital transformation? And from there, we can make recommendations, put a scope together, etc. And when the project goes ahead, we have project managers that liaise with our team, the partners team, the end users team on the whole process as we move towards, deployment, testing live, etc. We've got actual consultants that do the installation of scanners, installation of software, configuring of software. And if there's anything outside of that, we've also got software engineers and solution architects that can do more bespoke stuff where we're tailoring it to very, very specific needs. So professional services is quite broad, but when you're selling capture solutions, it comes under solutions. So when somebody goes in for a digital transformation solution, it's hardware, software, professional services. Those are the three main ingredients.
So actually that's interesting because it's about more than just providing the right scanner that runs at certain speeds that will deliver what you need in terms of output or throughput, and some software to do all the clever stuff in the back end that makes it intelligent and automates tedious or time-intensive tasks. But I think what professional services are doing, I think what you're saying is that's adding another layer of value, another layer of customization, that can actually be tailored to meet specific customer requirements, which is, I would imagine, particularly now with DX becoming front and center for organisations of all shapes, sizes and all sectors, that's quite in demand.
It is, absolutely, and we've got a sort of a mix when it comes to how partners use our professional services as well. So some partners rely on us entirely. They interact as the sort of, the partner in the middle, which is great. And some of them are trying to get up to speed themselves. So we train them so they can deliver their professional services on delivering Kodak products as well. So either way, everyone's happy.
So it's great. I think what you're saying is it's an extra service and a benefit for your reseller partners. But actually, by giving them and equipping them with the skills to do it on a future ongoing basis, they're able to deliver much more to their customer base, which makes the partnership even more relevant.
And it also helps the partner just get more revenue from each opportunity as well.
Robbie, thank you so much. We've had a great conversation. I find I've learned a lot more about Kodak Alaris scanners and in fact digital capture and transformation and what digital workflows should and could look like. It's been great to talk to you, and I look forward to catching up again soon.
Thank you, Michelle. It's been great talking to you too. Thank you.
Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and with me here today I've got Enfon, a provider of business communications from the cloud, and we're going to be talking about the opportunities for IT resellers in business communications. With me I've got Hemal Gajar, UK Technical Director, and Chris Selby-Rickards, UK Marketing Director. Hemal and Chris, good to have you here.
Thanks for having us, James.
Can you tell me, for those of us who don't know about Enfon, can you tell me a little bit about Enfon's background?
Of course. So Enfon was founded in Germany, Munich, in 2007. That's correct. Yeah. And we are ultimately a pan-European provider, as you said, of business communications based in the cloud. We opened in the UK in 2013 and have grown, I'm not going to say exponentially since then, but we've certainly grown a lot over the last 10 or 11 years and now have a network of around about 200 active partners across the UK and Ireland.
What are Enfon's key differentiators and USPs?
I would say the best thing about Enfon at the moment is that we own our own platform. It's designed by us, the R&D on the platform is our own. That means that we are able to be really agile. We can develop new features really fast, be ahead of the game, and it really means that we can sort of control the market quite well, and especially in terms of what we're offering to our end users. Just actually second to that, we floated on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange a few years ago and raised an awful lot of capital. The reason behind that was to be able to pump money back into the R&D, and it's what we were doing all throughout the sort of lockdown periods, is very much developing the platform. What I would say is that we're completely channel based, so we only work with resellers, we don't sell to end users, but we work hand in hand with our partners. So they obviously listen to their customers and what their customers need, and in turn feed that back through to us. So our R&D schedule, if you like, is very much based on what our customers are wanting.
And for sort of UK resellers, that's very good, having that ability to sort of influence the product development.
I think so, yeah, because it makes them able to essentially tailor their offering to their customer base.
And what are the key sort of growth areas for Enfon at the moment?
I wouldn't say they are just for Enfon. I think market growth areas. Technology changes from one day to the next. We went from sort of just telephony to unified communications, and now the trends are moving towards what we would call collaboration-enabled licenses. So it's more than just dial tone and a voice. People are wanting to utilize tools like Microsoft Teams more, but in a single interface, in a single offering. From our perspective, we've spent a lot of time and money developing our Microsoft Teams integrations and continue to push that. And we're seeing, as predicted, more and more companies across the spectrum. I mean, we predominantly work within the SME space. That's not to say that we don't have enterprise customers. We absolutely do. And we can service enterprise customers. But more and more companies, with things like the ISDN switch off coming up and moving from an on-prem system to a cloud system, going straight into collaboration only. So they're wanting these different types of integrations, mostly with Microsoft Teams. I'm not going to say that it's exclusively. And that's led our development to mean that we've got, four routes to market now? We've got 4 route to markets. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're targeting IT resellers. We know that they're comfortable with Microsoft. It's going to be a big push, as Chris said, ISDN switch off. Users are comfortable with using Microsoft products. So we have a SIP trunk offering. We have our direct routing, which is a very much enterprise grade because it works and integrated with Cloudia, our platform. We know Operator Connect eventually will start to become the more dominant player, but currently it's direct routing. I think as well, what we're finding, particularly with IT resellers, is that they're needing to expand their portfolio. Voice is a very obvious addition to that. But their customers are, you've got cost of living crisis. Everybody's very conscious of costs and things like that. But you've got people wanting to consolidate all of their services into sort of one offering. So you will no longer have one person to do your telephony, one person to do your photocopiers, one person to do your connectivity. They're coming to, and in particular, I think this is where IT resellers are winning, is that they've got the bulk of that skill set. And as Hemel was saying, the knowledge around Microsoft and things like that infrastructure, they know it. And so adding voice in can be challenging, but that's why you've got people like us on hand to kind of hold your hand, literally, to go to market with that. But their customers are wanting one supplier, one invoice, one price. And that's what's driving this change.
I think that's very true. So presumably having control of your own platform makes these sort of integrations a lot easier and...
Oh, 100%. We work well with our partners. We're always engaging with them, getting feedback from them, and from that we can always, that process is very smooth back into our development, and we can produce whatever features are needed. In terms of integration, it's not difficult at all. We have the right parts of the platform ready so that we can integrate with things like Teams and offer out whatever new comes to market.
And are you seeing much demand for cloud contact centres? And is that an area in which you...
Massive.
Yeah. Been very popular, isn't it?
Yeah. Without wanting to plug our own product, but we launched Contact Center Hub, which is our cloud contact center offering, beginning of last year? Yeah, beginning of last year. And I think people get quite nervous about contact center because they've got these preconceived images of, great big rooms full of agents wearing headsets, which is not what a cloud contact center is at all. But they think it's a very complex and difficult thing. It's not. Customer experience has overtaken. It's the number one trend now when you can't compete with price and product alone. And one of the biggest ways to achieve that is to have the right omni-channel solution in place so that your customers can do it their way. We're calling it, and it's not just us calling it, other people are calling it, it's an informal contact center. So it's where you are a small business, you might just need 1 or 2 or 3 agents or more, dependent. But you can get hold of this technology, which traditionally was perhaps very expensive. You don't have to have the big CX estate behind it. You can have your users or your agents working from home if needs be. So it's a really big growth area for us, massive. And actually, we forecasted it would be in a specific sector of our build, or sector, sorry, sort of size business. But we've seen growth across all different ones now, particularly mid-market.
Presumably, Hemel, you as the technical director will be looking at AI and developments like that. Is that something that you're exploring?
Yes, Enfon, we've now got a whole division that's sort of dedicated to AI. AI in terms of the contact center is already there. We're trialing it. We are encouraging our partners to sort of actually use it because it's quite a scary topic at the moment. It's with anything naturally new and changes can be a bit daunting, but actually it's amazing. We've seen the impressive results from how these AIs can actually learn and provide a customer service that's just a very superior experience.
I think, and so much of this, again, it's coming from the end user. People hear about AI and they don't know what it is, or they do know what it is, but there's real life examples where the customer is pushing the partner, and they've got a fantastic relationship, so you're not going to see people jumping to other providers. They will ultimately if there isn't those sort of features available, but then our partners, and it's what we particularly like is our partners put the pressure on us. And again, it keeps us, we know where, if you like, the pain points are and the challenges, and have got a very big R&D operation that then match their to-do list, if you like, with those.
So Chris, could you tell me a little bit about Enfon's route to market in the UK?
Yeah, sure. So we sell exclusively through the channel. We've never sold direct to end users, and we never will sell direct to end users. There's obvious benefits with that. From our perspective, you get a instant access to a much wider end user base, and you vastly increase your skill set as well. Helps you break into new markets, new verticals, things like that. From a reseller perspective, they've got a choice of business models. So we offer wholesale, which is great, because if you want to then control your own margins, etc., then you can take that. Or which is what we find a lot of newer and smaller partners, particularly if they're new into the market, they come in as a commission partner. So there's no financial risk for them. We take all of the risk. And they manage and upsell our services to the customer and get a commission fee in return for that.
That must be quite a popular option for IT resellers that might be new to voice.
Almost exclusively, actually. There are a few larger companies, but what you find is that they were perhaps something else that then merged with an IT company that merged with something, and they've kind of become a big beast, and are very much all about wholesale. But we work with smaller businesses. We always have. And for the moment, we always will. So being able to do billing for them, for example, is a really big thing. Our experience in how to sell voice, our technical support, marketing support, sales support, pre-sale support, support. We offer a complete wraparound. So if you've got someone that's like, I know I need to do this, I know it's going to really help my bottom line, help. We can literally kind of come in and go, right, here you go. And we can work and develop and get you where you want to be.
I think it's just important that we can really tailor our route to market with our channel partners, and we can really target and not have to worry about focusing on two different divisions. It's about working with the channel. That means, like Chris said, our support is dedicated to providing a support to channel. All our billing, all of those elements, even go as far as going to implementation and design, we are working with a channel partner who has a level of experience. That means that we can deliver things much quicker.
And so what sort of developments can we look forward to from Enfon in the next sort of 6 months to 12 months?
Look, we continue to develop our portfolio. We were talking about Teams earlier, and that's great, the voice integrations and having those different options, but we're also developing, there's an analytics side of things, a compliance side of things. I wouldn't say that they're developing them, they're already there, but adoption can take time. And what I mean by analytics is where you might have your traditional call and queue analytics for a standard PBX. This is looking at it from everything happening through the Teams interface perspective. And there's different offerings. There's your sort of standard analytics, but then also compliant recording, which covers all the interactions that happen between the Teams offering, on the Teams interface even. We continue to work with our contact center vendor to improve and upskill and develop the contact center solution, particularly when it comes to AI. I'm not as up to date with what those developments are because I'm not massively technical, but those are probably the priority focus areas for us.
I think especially moving into the second half of the year, we're going to take what we've had, the market showing us, all the research from the first 5, and that's going to be, adopted into the second half of the year. And like Chris said, AI is going to be definitely a big push. It's the big buzzword, but we really want to make it work, and it's got to work to a point that it's user friendly. And people don't want to be avoid it, but they want to embrace it. That's going to be shown in our contact center solution, and it's going to be, I think, a big game changer. So it's going to be that sort of drive. The knowledge drive is going to be there. Working with teams is going to continue. We see that getting only stronger. Research has told us that X amount of business is going to be moving into teams anyway.
I think as well that, you know, it's great that there's always product development, adding new features and things like that, but we also constantly evolve and improve our processes. So how we work with partners, what services and support we offer our partners. You find a lot of vendors can be quite rigid, and as Hemel was saying, we adapt to their needs and provide them what they need as opposed to what we think they need. And that's, you know, again, it's something that is constantly being looked at and finessed and improved as much as we can.
If a reseller is interested in getting into voice, what should they do?
Find out what your existing customers need. In terms of sales, you know, listen to them. If they're not asking for it and they don't need it or they don't want it, are you able to find new customers easily without massive investment that do? I think it's, you know, everything is driven by the end user. There's no point spending time and money and effort and resources to adapt your business to something that none of your customers want. Now, thankfully, communications is something that every business needs, and you know, we were talking about moving away from sort of voice-only licenses to these collaboration-enabled licenses. The majority of the business world use Microsoft applications, and so I think you'd be hard pushed not to find a need, but go with the needs of your customer base first, and then start looking at how you can you know, develop net new from there, and get in touch, talk to us, say, look, I don't know how to do it, I want to do it, can you? And I mean, that's what we're here to do, really. I think it's really important, whenever we do, if you like, partner recruitment, we don't just sign people up and let them kind of, you know, it's like pushing someone in the pool and hoping that they learn how to swim. It's got to be a right fit on both sides. And if we don't think that we're a right fit for them, we'll say so. And in most cases are not precious about saying, listen, I actually think maybe you should speak to our competitors. And it goes back to what their customers need. Your customers are asking for this specific thing. We can't do that, or it's different to how they want it. Speak to these guys.
So we hear a lot in the press about the ISDN switch off. Is that something that IT resellers should be looking to exploit?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, their customers are going to be affected by it if they haven't moved from an on-premise system already. And when I was talking earlier about converging suppliers and people just wanting one invoice, one price, you know, multiple services from one supplier, and therefore they should go out and talk to their customers. There's been a little bit of the stay of execution because the switch off has been pushed back to the beginning of 2027. I think our position hasn't changed. Start looking at it sooner rather than later. These processes always take much longer than you realise, and it gives you time and options, and there's nothing worse than having to make a last minute decision and then it's like, oh damn, hindsight. And that's probably from my perspective.
Yeah, I would just add to that, I would say that we saw a massive change when COVID happened. This is going to be a big change, right? Having telephony, having ISDN was a business need. I think it's going to force a lot of people to have to go into a different market, and why not? If you're an IT reseller, it's just something that you can layer on top. And we've seen it in a lot of sectors. Governments are giving grants, so who knows, depending on what sector, there's probably going to be more of that happening as that date becomes closer and closer.
For IT resellers, it's a great opportunity to talk about that whole sort of business transformation.
Yep.
And it wraps everything up, doesn't it, into...
But again, as with everything, talk to your customers. what do they need? Give them what they need.
So thank you very much for that introduction to Enfon and the opportunities for IT resellers in business communications. Clearly there's a lot happening in the market, lots of developments and opportunities for helping your customers make the transformation to a sort of all IP future. So thank you both for coming. Hello, I'm James Goulding, editor of Technology Reseller magazine, and today I'm talking to VoIP Unlimited, a wholesale provider of UC and connectivity products and services. With me I've got Managing Director Mark Pillow and Head of Sales Paul Gibbs. Mark and Paul, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Hi, James.
Hi, James.
Good to have you here. But perhaps, Mark, if you could start off by giving us a quick overview of VoIP Unlimited.
Yeah, sure. VoIP Unlimited was established in 2006 by myself. We're a very, very technical company. We have our own network, voice and data network. We provide Ethernet services, broadband, SIP, UCAS, literally anything that connects anything to anything, we provide it.
Very good. And I suppose that the sort of key thing in there is that you have your own IP network. What are the benefits of that?
We're sort of in a minority now of people that own and run their own network, James. And I think the benefits for resellers and potential new channel partners is the fact that because we own and run our own network, we can build products and services not on request, obviously, but we can shape them to go along with market changes, and sort of market tailwinds. So we sort of look at what's happening in the market, what the requirement is, and we work with the resellers to try and build products that are sort of probably slightly different from the norm.
So you've got all that sort of technical capability in-house, but then you've also got the sort of team of developers, have you?
Yeah, that's his arena.
Yeah, we run our own dev team, we run our own voice developers, our own web developers, our own platform developers, we've got our own network engineers, sysadmins, DevOps, the whole kit and caboodle basically. My provisioning manager's been with me, she's got over 25 years experience, she's been with me for 16 years now. She knows the industry like the back of her hand as well. So number porting, we are our own provider when it comes to number porting, so we run our own porting codes. And we can pretty much do whatever is required from us in the industry.
And another sort of benefit or strength of yours is this broad offering, so that you're a sort of one-stop shop.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things and the biggest, the feedback we're hearing from when we go and see new partners and our existing resellers sort of really like this is the fact we've got one portal. That one portal serves all of our products, which really does differentiate us, because you'd be amazed that, and it comes along with acquisition. People buying different people, they might go to different portals. With us, you don't have to do that. We spent a lot of time, building APIs into certain providers and making sure that our customers can really self-serve. So I think, your vision is to have that sort of, you can trade with us on our portal any time of the day, and you don't really need, I don't want to, there's certain people out there that have really majored on self-serve. We want our portal to be self-serve, but we don't want to lose that, the sort of, the personal touch really, because we're not the biggest company, but I think people like the fact that they can trade with us with a sort of on an enterprise portal. They can get all the products and services, but someone's at the end of the phone. They can phone me up, they can phone Mark up, they can phone anyone in the organisation, and we'll pick up the phone and have a chat with them. And I think that is in this day and age, is a big differentiator.
Are you expanding your sort of reseller base then?
Yes, very much so. It's been quite aggressive, I think, our change. We've got an awful lot of, we're a channel only business, and I think that historically that's been built around the dealer channel. So people that trade with us, so IT companies that come to us, and we deal with them as a dealer. But the channel partners, the reseller, the wholesale community, is really what we've built our portal for. And that's really grown exponentially. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a good percentage. Sort of since Well, I think since just before and since I joined, we've recruited sort of double-digit reseller growth every single month, which is fantastic for us. And it's balancing those, it's balancing that so we don't lose that personal touch. But we recruit the right resellers, and I think if you ask any of them, I'd hope that they'd say they really appreciate the fact that we work with them, and it's what I think is probably got a bit lost in the last few years is true partnership.
And is that sort of recruitment coming because VoIP Unlimited's name is becoming better known, or is it just because sort of the trends in the market have made sort of connectivity so sort of fundamental?
I think it's a bit of both, isn't it, really? I mean, we're sort of pushing it now, and the trends are changing. We obviously have, as Paul mentioned, we have the portal, so you can literally go on to 2 o'clock in the morning and build a customer in 10 minutes. If you want to, move numbers around, do whatever you want to do, order an Ethernet service in your own time, or 9 o'clock, or even 6 o'clock in the morning, ring the support team sort of thing. So it's about sort of putting all the stuff in there to make the resellers' lives easier.
I think brand awareness was a big thing for me because, I'm probably one of the newer recruits to VoIP Unlimited. I feel like I've been there forever, but I've sort of 9 months in now. But I think brand awareness was a big thing. People's perception of what we were, what we did, and who we were was probably not correct, to be honest. So we spent a lot of time on shaping our outward offering, making sure people understood that, making sure that they understood that we're a channel-only wholesale provider, and the products and services that we can offer, in one place, and that's quite a challenge. We've spent a lot of money on sort of advertising and events, and but we're starting to reap the rewards now, which I'm very grateful for.
And meanwhile. Obviously, technology advances, and so you continually adding to your portfolio of solutions.
Oh yes, we've got a lot of products in the pipeline at the moment in development. Just obviously looking at where the trends are. We've had a couple of resellers we're quite close to, and we're sort of asking them what they need in the market, what they're sort of seeing sort of trends in and everything else, and we're sort of playing around with technology. And we always like to push technology to its limit, sort of thing. I mean, I love my day-to-day job is learning. I love to learn continuously, and any projects and deals that resellers bring to us that are difficult. So we like the difficult things out there. We do some really odd projects, don't we? Which are enjoyable.
We do, yeah. And I think that the oddities are perhaps we're becoming quite good at making the perceived difficult products easy to consume and most importantly, easy to sell. So, things like AI, massively talked about at the moment. But, we've got 2 projects running with 2 separate AI companies. And I think when we bring that to the market, the feedback we're getting is from both of those is, oh, that's a really good idea. We can really sell that to our market. So we've done it quite deliberately, but perhaps we've actually held it back a little bit so as we can get it into our portal and it's done correctly. Everyone's talking about AI, but we started working on it a long time ago, and I think that the resellers will really like what we bring out.
That sounds interesting. Can you give any time scale of when that might hit the market?
I'm going to say weeks. You're going to say months, aren't you?
Yeah, sales or technical, depends which you talk to. So. We're probably looking at. I think one of the products will be out this year, but it would just obviously trying to get it in. It has to work. Has to be at 100%. So we don't let anything out the door until I'm happy with it, basically.
Yeah. And was that sort of was that initiated by requests from reseller partners, or was it something you developed in house?
I think, from my point of view, I think. Listening to the market, that there was a lot of talk about, Copilot, ChatGPT, and everyone was like, oh, that AI is that. And actually, AI is its thing, and it's how it's put into an application and delivered to make it a product. So you don't spend a lot of time and money, frankly, wasting time and money, bringing a product to market that's of no use to anyone. And it may look good, but what's the good in it? So, I think both the products, I'm going to say we're going to get both out this year. because I think we will. I think we will.
Good luck then.
Yeah. But I think, I think that they do different things, but they'll fit into resellers' portfolio and enable them to offer a consumable AI product set to their end users, and it's easy for them to consume from us.
And again, once people start playing with those products and everything else, we're expecting spin-offs. So we're expecting, how about we do this? How about we do that? And we're expecting sort of some mini projects to come off the back of that for specific resellers and maybe specific customer requirements.
Which you'll be able to deliver with your in-house capabilities. And on the mobile side, are you developing, because I think you offer mobile SIMs, don't you, or airtime. Are you expanding?
We're about to start offering mobile SIMs. We're playing in the market with a couple of bits and pieces, which are different to the current offerings out there. There's the commercial element we're looking at, and obviously the technical element as well. So we're just trying to get both to marry up to give us something that's of actually any use to anybody. Because at the moment, yes, sometimes commercially they're not. It's not consumable.
It's a hugely commoditized market as well, James. That's one of the biggest things that we've probably talked about, is the fact that, is it worth it? If we bought out just SIMs, we're very late to the party, right? So we might get some traction. We'll be one of a few partners that are doing it the way we're going to do it. But it's about the applications and how you deliver it and the verticals you put those into. So I think we've thought long and hard about that and how we bring it to the market. So excited to get going with that. Mark just keeps me on the straight and narrow of when it's coming out.
Can I sell it? Can I
sell
it? Can I sell
what
it?
about now? And now?
And so are your sort of resellers, are they sort of some of them new to connectivity and comms?
No. I think I've used the commoditisation word once already, but it is a hugely commoditised market. So for us, it's really important to be competitive. So to answer your question, very few have not done all of these things we're talking about before, because they're in that market. They are technology resellers, where I think the dealer arm of our business is quite good. And again, we're one of very few now. We've got hundreds of dealers, but actually we're in a very small space that still offer that dealer offering, because it's quite labour intensive for us, because we have to do a lot of the work with them and perhaps for them. But so some of them don't want to sell those products. They're like, I don't want to get involved in the Ethernet. I don't want to get in mobile. But they have a relationship with an end user, and it's about wallet share, revenue recognition. So, why don't I, if I've got a great relationship, why don't I sell him these 3 products that I've never sold before? Because we'll do a lot of that work for them. So from the dealer side, I think, perhaps they haven't done it or they don't want to do it. But from the reseller side, they're quite, they're long in the tooth, and they know what they want, and they know how they want to consume it.
I also think from the dealer side as well, they recognise the fact that if they don't sell them,
someone else will.
Someone else will sell them, and then they'll
100%.
try and cross-sell their products into them again. So by offering everything, they keep the customer quite sticky.
Yeah.
And having the sort of UC solutions, that must be a big sort of driver at the moment.
Hugely important, I think, to have it, because again, it's very competitive. We've seen a lot of very successful providers out there, but I think now perhaps that market is at one point there was something like 130 hosted telephony providers in the UK, so you can imagine the carnage that unfolds with that. Now people are very they know what they want, they know the price point that it needs to be at. So for us, again, it's working at a technical level with the underlying software that we use to make sure that the resellers can shape it into a saleable product. And that's one of the biggest feedback points that we get on our products, is the fact that it is very saleable. The aesthetics of it, the UI is very good, and again, they can do everything off one place. I think being in a competitive marketplace, you've got to be able to stand out, and that I know it sounds silly, but it's what it integrates with, what the future looks like, and so we've worked quite quite sort of long and hard to make sure the product we bring to market is good.
And presumably your resellers will have transferred most of their customers onto a hosted solution already.
Yeah, I think, listen, I talk about this, I've talked about this a few times, but I think to an extent the end user sometimes gets forgotten about in this transaction, but what it means is a lot of the end users have been around the hosted telephony carousel a lot of times. So as resellers, they might have a partnership with probably 2 providers. So it's about making sure that partnership doesn't stagnate. So if your current provider isn't working on a solid roadmap, they're not looking at what future look like. Then that gets found out because the end user suddenly is like, well, does yours do this? Does it do that? So I think the resellers have seen a lot of the providers out there, but I'm proud to say that our solution is not only award winning, but we're adopting a lot of we're winning a lot of resellers based on the product itself. So yeah, it's an exciting time.
So one of the strengths of VoIP Unlimited is its broad sort of product and services offering, but within that you also provide choice, don't you?
So we offer multiple, so on our UC platforms, we have 2 UC platforms, and we have, I think, 4 SIP platforms, 4 SIP trunking platforms. Right. So we don't necessarily say, right, this is it, this is what you need to fit into. We've looked at the market, and we've gone, actually, there's different reasons for people using different products. So we've built products to fit into those requirements. Yeah. We've looked at some of our competitors' products and thought, actually, that's quite a good idea. We'll build something similar, but we don't necessarily. In fact, we don't buy products off the shelf. We don't go and buy a platform. We build a platform to requirements, and then we occasionally have someone comes along and said, wouldn't it be good if we could do this? So yeah, we'll just add that feature to that platform, and off we go, sort of thing.
And sort of Landline Plus is something that we get asked more about, and probably the switch off is a bit of a hot topic at the moment because it's been delayed. But that delay perhaps is good for the whole market, I think, really, because actually there's a lot of education that needs to be carried out with the end user marketplace, the micro business owner. They don't really understand, and to an extent probably don't care about what's happening. They just want their business to be functional after a period of time, and the believability about, obviously a lot of people have been like, you need to take care of the switch off now. If you don't do it, it's end of days, and that's true. But I think the micro business will perhaps suffer the most because it's hard for resellers to sell to the micro business owner because the cost of sale is high, and obviously the return is low. But having a product that is easy to roll out, easy to adopt for the end user, and is really, you can transition your product set. If you're running a hairdresser and you've got a couple of decked phones, don't worry about it. We can plug those in, and there'll be a small switch over, and that's it. So making that easy to sell outwardly is really important. And I suppose us as a reseller marketplace, it's really important for us to sort of educate, I suppose, the end user that it's not a big thing.
So how are you helping resellers hit that long tail of very small businesses?
Again, it's awareness, James. It's awareness of, did you know we've got a product that does this? No, a lot of them don't, and perhaps haven't wanted to spend the time in researching that. But it's funny because all the reseller owners will go and get their hair cut at probably the same place every month, and they'll go to the same butchers in their local town. And I think that those businesses, just in a conversation piece, can be picked up. And I think that it is on us as a community to push that product out there, because the uptake has been, I don't think it's been as fast as the micro business end, because the micro business market is huge, but the uptake's been incredibly slow because I think believability that the switch off is going to happen, no one believes it at the smaller end. And when I think that the sort of small to medium and even enterprise, they know it's happening. They've had it rammed down their throat, but the micro business absolutely haven't. So you know, we've built a product set that enables that, and now for us, it's, you know, we're doing a series of events over the year, but we've had that in our portfolio for over a year, and having that for over a year, it's now about getting the message out to the resellers, you know, that did you know thing. You do know we've got this product, this is what it looks like, these are the commercials, these are the margin opportunity, so how do we help you take that to market? And that probably will come from their local community. So if they're based in a Chipping Norton or a Twickenham or somewhere like that, it's how do we get that message out into your local business community? Because they'll all attend events and things like that. So, you know, we've spent a lot of time in building marketing materials, resources that they can take out and help people to understand what's going to happen.
And so obviously the item switch off is a big sort of opportunity for resellers. Are there any others that you've noticed particularly?
I think we can't get away from AI. I think that gets talked about a lot. You know, and you know, with Microsoft has sort of helped us along a bit. You know, with Copilot and the messaging, the outward messaging, ChatGPT. Everyone thinks that is AI, but perhaps there's so much more you can do with it. So that's probably the next opportunity: is how do we shape business for the next 5-10 years using AI and using it to the best of its ability. So not taking away from that personal touch, but making business easier to do. How can I shape my customer experience using AI? And that's really where I think that the end user will benefit. So when I talk about the end user that is running a business, their customer experience, how do they implement AI into their business and increase or enhance their customer experience using AI? And that's where, again, we've built a lot of resource, we've spent a lot of time researching the market, and sort of now's the time where we feel comfortable to bring it to the market, because I think the understanding is sort of further forward than perhaps it was before.
So what are your sort of plans for the rest of the year?
No, I think plans for the rest of the year, we've got a big event coming up on September the 19th. So our first inaugural partner event. Very pleased to announce that. We're having that at BT Tower. So I think we'll be one of the last events before it gets turned into a hotel. So, you know, that's going to be upwards of 90 partners, several different vendors, and we're doing it as a more of an innovation summit than everyone there to flog their wares, because, you know, that's not going to get you anywhere. So we're working really hard on that, as you can imagine, because, you know, that's probably, so we're inviting new partners, existing partners to attend that event and actually hear from some of the industry leaders perhaps in their field. So people are going to be talking about AI, people are going to be talking about energy, people are going to be talking about UCaaS, people are going to be talking about connectivity. Everything we do, we've tried to shape it in mobile. That's really important. So we're doing it more as I said, an innovation summit, a thought leadership summit, where people can attend, take time out of their day and come along. And that's probably the biggest thing we're working on, isn't it?
Yeah, at the moment, just harvest ideas and sort of speak to people on the ground, get a couple of resellers together who similar customer base, etc. Might not necessarily compete with each other, but sort of in similar spaces, and then actually get my management team in there and actually gain insight from what they're after, what they're seeing in the market. Are we going in the right direction? Feedback on our platforms, portals, etc., etc. And actually take on board what's going on and sort of adjust next year's plan, really.
Yeah.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
Yeah.
That's taking it up to a new level, isn't it?
For us it is. Yeah, I think it is. It's that, it's how do you get an event that's perhaps, not been done to death, or people are going to want to attend. And I think with the BT Tower perhaps, being turned into a hotel, people, if they've not been there before, they're going to want to go. So I guess that's the hook. But I'm hoping that the content that we deliver in that day will be very well received, because we're really spending a lot of time with the different vendors and the different providers to make sure that it is a
joined up event. Really,
joined up event, yeah.
Great. Thanks a lot, Mark and Paul, for giving us that update on developments at VoIP Unlimited.
Pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
It looks as though there's a lot happening at the company and a lot to look forward to later in the year. Lots of new products being launched. So once again, Mark and Paul, thank you very much.
I'm Michelle Ryder, editor of Print IT Reseller. Joining me today is James O'Connor, director at WBM. James, good morning, welcome. Nice of you to join me.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So I think it would be a good place to start by if you could tell me a little bit about WBM, what it is and what you do.
WBM basically offer a unique, innovative recycling solution for the printer cartridge and consumables industry. We've over the last 10 years we've developed our sort of bespoke ways of being able to recycle printer consumables. We recognised a need in the industry for a full recycling solution. In years gone by, there's been many collectors of printer cartridges, and they would typically sell the empty cartridges, used cartridges, to remanufacturers. They would set up collection schemes to get those empty cartridges back. But the main problem was always what to do with the non-reusable items, the waste items. And typically industry methods has included incineration or bulk shredding of these items, which there's limited options to do that. So we embarked on a program of research, development, trial and error, and we've come up with some good solutions for being able to actually recycle these products into the raw materials that can be reused.
James, we've spoken before about your passion for sustainability. It's evident, it shines through in everything you do, and in particular, tackling the waste issue. So what is it that WBM does that's different, that actually addresses the waste to landfill challenge?
Yeah, I think, I have a very big passion for recycling and sustainability. Probably being overtaken by my 5-year-old daughter, who seems to challenge everything that goes in the recycle bin and the waste bin at the moment. And I think society is helping, certainly with the younger generations, to bring that awareness and passion for the environment and recycling through. And I think in our industry, there are companies who claim to recycle, but behind closed doors, the waste is not necessarily being recycled as we understand it. It could be being exported, incinerated, and maybe even sent to landfill. And I think with WBM, we pride ourselves on having an open door policy. We want to invite people in. We work with a number of major OEMs who have seen our facility that come in and look at what we do. And I say it's nothing special, but to somebody out from outside the industry looking in, what we do is break down these products into their raw materials, and by being able to separate them, clean them, extract the contaminants like the toner powder and the ink, we're able to then make these materials reusable. We can supply them onto other companies, injection molders or metal recycling, that can basically use these products again further down the line to give them a new life. So absolutely, avoiding landfill is our key policy, core policy, and we need in this industry we're looking for probably 3 main areas to improve. One would be the regulation and sort of the tightening of what companies can and can't do with this type of waste. The second would probably be then the better management and accountability of that regulation, making companies be responsible to adhere to that. And the third would then be the pressure from society. And I think the younger generations are already very active in putting the pressure on companies to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And if we can get the balance of those things right, I think the industry can really take big leaps forward in making sure we've got the right solutions, the right recycling solutions in place, genuine recycling for raw material recovery that's needed.
And I think as well, it's fair to say the print industry does consume a lot of single-use plastic. And I know that you have some very strong views on that. Perhaps you could share.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in general, I think we're told that plastic is a bad thing. All plastics are bad, and we're continually looking for replacement of plastics. But actually, plastic is a good material. It's been developed. It's lightweight. It's low cost, easy to produce. It keeps things like food fresh, medical supplies clean, etc. Plastic is a great material. The focus needs to be on using recycled plastics, and needs to be on the innovation, or the efforts need to be placed into how we can recycle more plastic. Yes, producing continuously more and more plastic is not the best solution. We need to figure out how we can reuse it, and that's where we kind of came into looking for solutions for these products, because they're predominantly plastic and they're predominantly a single-use item. Now, the European regulations are coming into play that are putting major restrictions on single-use plastics. So the OE manufacturers are making much more of an effort to turn these single-use products into reusable items. And that's where our partnerships are now coming into play, to be able to get these products back into our facility, sort through the items, turn these single-use items into a reusable product, or break them down into the raw materials that again can be reused.
James, you've recently been appointed the UK partner for Circular Planet. Can you tell me a little bit about what that initiative is and how it works?
Circular Planet is a European-wide programme. It was put into place for the benefit of the end users to have a sustainable option where for recycling the printed consumables. It's a hassle-free, very simple solution where they can put all brands of genuine OEM printer cartridges into one box. That box gets collected, and then those items can be recycled. On the 1st of May, we were appointed as the UK service provider for the programme, and what that means is basically dealers, distributors, etc. They can take advantage of this scheme by offering it out to their customers, who simply go to our online portal, www.circular-planet.co.uk, register for a free account. They can order recycle boxes, they can request collections of the full recycling boxes, and we would then collect those boxes, take them back to our facility where the items would get sorted for recycling. On the portal, customers can view the history of the services, they can download waste transfer notes and the declarations of recycling and so on. So it's all sort of encompassed in that one kind of online portal and that programme for them. It's based on genuine OEM printer consumables. It's funded by the OEMs. They've got together and basically said we need a sustainable option that gives the end users a solution where they can put all these different makes and models of printer cartridges and consumables into one box, whether it be toner cartridges, drum units, fuse units, even the waste toner containers. Everything can be put into these boxes, and then we'll collect them and recycle them. And the partnership with the OEMs means that this product then is able to be sent back to the OE manufacturers for reuse, again in line with this reduction of single-use plastics. And anything that can't be reused obviously then goes for raw material recovery through the facility.
And it's a free service to end users?
It's completely free. It is only for genuine OEM consumables, so non-OEM or compatibles would have to go through a separate service, but absolutely free to use for the end users, and would encourage the end users to log in, sign up and start recycling.
Fantastic.
I've spent the last sort of 5 to 10 years in the UK market talking about how recycling is a cost and how it is a chargeable solution because of the need to put the product through these processes to make sure we avoid landfill, we avoid incineration. But it's great that the OEMs are also taking responsibility for their product, and that's why it is free, but it's being funded by the OEMs.
Brilliant. So you already work with a number of OEMs and distributors in the UK market. Are you looking to expand your reach further? And what can dealers looking to partner with you expect?
Yeah, absolutely. We do a number of white label programs for major OEMs and distributors in the UK. We don't just cater for sort of one type of solution, and that's the great thing about our business, being knowledgeable and experienced in the collection and recycling of printer consumables. Whether it's an NHS trust that needs a solution, or a university, or a public sector, we've got the sort of bespoke solutions that can cater for those requirements. We use a multiple different options of online portals that suit those particular customers for those services. Dealers can basically use our services to cover their responsibility for recycling for their customers. If they don't want anything to do with the recycling themselves, they simply just refer their customers to our online portals, which will take care of everything for them. Those dealers that want to get a little bit more involved, maybe offer recycling as a value-added service, they can have control of that. They can have their own account. They can book and organise collection services that, again, we would look after for them, but they would keep that relationship directly with the customer, which means they can offer that as a value-added service for themselves. Dealers can benefit from trade discounts, even their own branded boxes and portals. We do different packages where they might want to take advantage of that. And essentially they're benefiting from a reputable, reliable, genuine recycle solution in the UK. And of course, we're always looking for new business and growth. We've got a 30,000 square foot facility that's ready for us to expand even further. And of course, the more recycling we can do, the better.
Terrific. It sounds great, because you made a point about the single-use plastics and about how they should be recycled. And obviously this new, with the new Circular Planet initiative, that's very much what will happen. And I think on a personal level, I agree with you. I do think plastic is a great product. I mean, have you ever tried to drink from a paper straw?
Exactly. We're replacing plastic with other products and materials that are not suitable. And when you consider the deforestation for paper or wood, or you consider the transport carbon footprint of heavier materials, actually plastic is often overall the better environmental product. We've just got to work out the best ways to recycle it.
Absolutely. James, thank you so much. It's been really interesting. I've learned a lot. I'll be more careful about my recycling now, but thanks ever so much, and I look forward to keeping in touch with you as the initiative develops.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Welcome. This should be an interesting session, hopefully.
It really is a very strong group of panellists, and I've got to thank the organiser of this event for assembling such a good group of people to talk on this topic.